Hello, everybody, and welcome to a Paintisode that's going to go on as long as I can make it go on. So there we go. Yeah, we're going to hang out. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, and hopefully you'll get some minis painted. That's the idea of this. We're going to ramble through a bunch of topics. I'm here with Caleb. Caleb, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. Thanks for inviting me, sir.
Hey, absolutely. We are glad to have you. And you are painting a Pinks. I think you called it. I've never heard of the model. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. I'm sure. This is still your fault.
Absolutely, and I proudly take full credit for that. I love me some more Sphinxes, and I've still got enough parts that I've got one more sitting back there. I just can't decide how I want to build him. I want to do something really special for my last one, so I have like most of one left, and I just don't know what I want to do with him.
That's what I've done with the leftover parts so far.
Is that going to be a big pop in Nagash there? Is that what we're looking at? Are we looking at the top half of Nagash? Or a Hyro or something of that nature?
We're looking at a Hyro. I've already got Nagash.
Gotcha.
An old girlfriend bought that for me.
Is she, so she's single now is what you're telling me?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Well, no, actually, she's not. She's...
Darn it. Because I could use some free figs, and if she's just going around buying people Nagashes, I mean, you know, I could be into that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, aren't you married? Wouldn't that be frowned upon by your missus?
Look, if I explain to her it's for miniatures, I'm sure she'd understand, right? I mean, it seems like she'd have to. I mean, it seems fair.
I got you, bud.
Yeah. So,
it doesn't mean anything. It's just for the minis.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I don't love her. I just love Nagash, baby. That's how it goes. I think that's totally fair. So I thought we would start this off, since it's you and I hanging out. Some more people are going to be joining us soon. But I thought we would start this out with a subject that I don't think I've ever talked about on a Paintisode before, at least not in detail. So recently with, Age of Sigmar is a very different game setting-wise than Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy was much more rooted in the what I will call like world of the 1980s fantasy. That is to say, when fantasy got separated from science fiction and became like pure fantasy in that sort of Dragonlance, that kind of thing, like that strain of 80s fantasy.
Right, when all the
Warhammer's been forever. What was that? Say it again.
When all the tropes were established.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely right. And so this new brand that we've got is something, well, I wouldn't say it's completely original because we've seen many of these things before. The idea of all these realms and planar gates and portals and moving between places and things like that. Nothing new, obviously, right? Where this is old hat, and it calls to mind things like Planescape in D&D. If you're familiar with that, it very much feels very that. But I know there's another thing that it also calls to mind that you and I have a shared love of, and that is Rifts. And I thought, let's talk about the Palladium Megaverse / Rifts, since Rifts is really the game that carries the Palladium Megaverse. It's not that Palladium Fantasy doesn't sell well; it does, and Heroes Unlimited isn't a popular game. It is, but let's face it: when you go to the game store, if your game store has a section for Palladium books, what does it look like?
Well, the lion's share will always be Rifts, of course.
Yeah, it looks like 40 Rifts books and 10 of all those others, right? I mean, it's definitely an 80-20 rule.
Oh, of course.
Yes. So I'm gonna kick it over to you since I'm rambling here at the top. Go, tell us about Rifts. Well, what is Rifts for our viewers who might not be familiar with this particular RPG?
Okay, well, Rifts is a post-apocalyptic, science fiction / high fantasy / everything you could think of role-playing game, and it works like this. Okay, mankind had this big, huge war, and nukes were set off. Well, when the nukes were set off, a lot of people were killed, and that released their life energy, which doubles at the moment of death, into the geomantic web, which are called ley lines. And when this was activated, all the magic in the world became 100-fold more powerful. And what this did was it opened up random dimensional portals to every dimension you could think of, into hell, into the deific realms of the old gods, into the Palladium fantasy world, into a world of superheroes, and all these creatures and things just came pouring in. And humanity is either extinct in some areas, enslaved in others, or they're in these enclaves that are trying to survive against all these supernatural and alien invaders. And in North America, which is the main setting, because it's a North American company, it's a totalitarian state called the Coalition States. And there's a lot of skull motifs in it. All these guys in black armor and skulls, spider skull walkers, big guys will have skulls on them that shoot missiles. And as a player, you can either play as a member of the Coalition States, or you can be a renegade who tries to live life away from the Coalition States while defending himself against all these aliens and all these horrors. Either way, a lot of fun.
Yes, that's a good summation.
How's that for sum up?
That's a great summation. I think that what's important to impress upon the viewers is that though the main book tends to focus heavily on the Coalition and things like Chi-Town, Chicago, which becomes this big like hive city base of operations for the Coalition, and the Coalition are basically just, yeah, they're fascists. It's like America becomes a fascist state. What's left of America is really like sort of some of the Northeast, Ohio-ish, Michigan, that kind of thing, and up into Illinois, and then down this weird like line down into Texas. So it's kind of this weird swath.
And part of Canada.
Yes, and part of Canada. Which of course then leads to like Quebec and Free Quebec and all that, right? This one of their big rival power in the region, Quebec, because Quebec has the Glitter Boys. This is a full like when he says if you can imagine it, it's in here. This is a true kitchen sink game. Like, if you can think of it, if it exists in a genre, it exists in riffs. Boy, oh boy, does it. Like, you mentioned all these guys in power armor and aliens, superheroes, spellcasters, gunslingers, preachers, Cosmo Knights, weird aliens, Cthulhu monsters, Arthurian empowered leaf creatures, fairies, Russian super cyborgs, real ninjas and cybernetic ninjas,
and chemically enhanced ninjas.
Chemically enhanced ninjas, yeah. Like it is all over the shop. Okay, like that is absolutely the case, and I think it's a really interesting RPG to me for a lot of reasons. So other than the fact that, and I think there are really two main reasons I'm drawn to it, Caleb, and let me see if these resonate for you.
Right.
The reasons that I like it as an RPG are because, one, the books are all written. So the books there are all these world books, and that's really what you're using to play the game. There's one core rule book, but then really the game is expanded through world books, and these are things like Rifts Atlantis, Rifts Mexico, Rifts South America. Apparently Mexico gets its own book, but the entire continent of South America gets their own book. There's no exact logical breakdown to it. It's just kind of whatever was clever.
South America actually got 2 books.
It's just true. South America 1 and 2. Rifts England, Rifts Japan, Rifts whatever. You get the idea.
Yeah.
And it's not always regional based. Sometimes there's like Lords of Magic and Rift Skyscape and just things that are very in world that we wouldn't recognize as well. And so and all of these are written and usually couched very much in the lore and history of the place. And in that way, there's a really good parallel to Warhammer here, because to me, the lore of both of those games, grok, because they have these sort of mirror reflections to our real world, right? So like when I look at the Warhammer world and I see the Empire reflecting sort of the Germanic Holy Roman Empire, and Bretonia reflecting some kind of weird combination of high medieval France and Arthurian England, and so on and so forth, right?
Right.
Tomb Kings, Egypt, and blah, 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 blah.
Right, right.
We can see these parallels in the world. In the same way, Rifts does the same thing. Like when you look at the Rifts Japan book, it's like the crux of that book is about the war within Japan between the old and the new, right? Between the old religious and the monks and the Oni and the spiritual people who, sort of eschew technology and live a traditional life, and the new, the high tech, the cyborgs and the power armored people and all these sorts of things, right? And that's like the whole book is centered around that conflict.
Very much so.
Which is very much the character of a lot of Japanese stories, right? This conflict between the old and the new. Always a sort of like torn culture. And, Russia's the same way. It's very steeped in Russian culture, and the Rifts China 1 and 2 are the same way, and blah, 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 right? The Rifts. So, by the way, while we're on this subject, do you have a favorite world book? Out of all of them?
Yes, actually, I do.
There's about 40 of them, by the way. So
I do have a favorite world book out of all of them.
All right.
Well, hold on, I have to think. Actually, I really, really enjoyed Atlantis.
All right.
I really did. It was interesting to see how an evil empire of monsters would work.
Yeah. So, do you want to tell people about Atlantis? Because Atlantis resurfaces in post the apocalypse and the time of the rifts. So, but it doesn't look exactly like we might think it would look. So, do you want to sort of explain the dynamics of Atlantis and the Rifts world?
Sure. Okay. Long ago, Atlantis was a great empire, and actually existed on Earth. But its people decided to monkey with magic a little bit too much and warped it into another dimension, scattering the Atlantean peoples across the megaverse. Then, when the mystical energies of Rift's Earth came to be, so did Atlantis. Atlantis became a hub of magical power as a result, and it was completely unclaimed. So when all the supernatural entities came in, the most powerful ones went, I'm going to build an empire there. And they were called the Splugorth. And they built this massive empire, and because they have so much magical energy in Rift's Atlantis, it became an interdimensional trade hub. So now you've got all this magical power and all this money flowing in. And Atlantis is actually probably the most powerful country on Rift's Earth, but its ruler, Lord Splinkrith, doesn't care to expand. He's happy where he is.
He's a content, evil, weird Cthulhuoid eye monster.
Yeah, he really is. He's very content to stay where he is. And if the other powers ever find out about it, they are going to freak out. The only thing they know about Atlantis is that Atlantis occasionally sends out slaving parties and raiders into the world, and that's it. That's all they know.
Yes, the cover of the base Rift's book is actually a Splugorth slave raiding party. It doesn't have a Splugorth in it. It has one of their slave takers and like on the slave barge or whatever, right?
Yeah, he's actually just called Minion.
Yes.
Guess he couldn't think of a name.
Sure,
Minion.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, that's fine. The giant weird Cthulhuoid eye monsters didn't need to be creative. They whatever, it's fine. I'm sure there's probably, in their language, it's a much more nuanced and complicated word. It's like, something like that. And that probably means something more. Yeah, Atlantis is a lot of fun. You got a bunch of stuff going on there. Yes, it's a really interesting place. And that's just it. Each of these little locations you can play in the world have very sort of distinctive personalities and different types of adventures that can be told there and things like that. And yeah, Atlantis is cool because you got like the tattooed men, right, which are the sort of old Atlanteans who have these very mystical, powerful tattoos on them that turn them into basically superhumans.
Right, each tattoo does something a little different.
What's that?
Each tattoo does something a little different. Some of them make weapons. Some of them are animals and they pop off and they can fight. And some can actually bring the dead back to life.
Yeah, they're all like versions of the tattooed man from DC. So there you go. It's a bunch of that. They also are very famous for their bio. Like, so obviously this world of power armor and crazy things like that has lots of cyborgs and implants and full body conversions and weird things like that. And Atlantis and the Splugorth are famous for their bio implants, which are like basically symbiotes, well, pseudo symbiotes that they implant in you. They give you truly amazing abilities. They make you superhuman, but such a thing is not without a cost, obviously. And those are real fun. Like the one that, like there's one that you put in that lets you fly all the time, but then it starts, it releases a narcotic in your system when you fly and you become addicted to flying and your legs atrophy and become weak and useless. That's a fun one.
That you would develop a phobia of the ground.
Yes. So lots of little fun things like that. It's a very, very characterful world. I can tell you with absolutely no reservation, my favorite of these world books. By the way, I hope this is interesting to our viewers. Obviously, we're just talking about this stuff to give you something to paint and to hopefully expose you to a neat new RPG. It's Rifts. So there you go. You know, check it out. Mechanically, it's one of the, I would say, it's not a great house. It's built on a shoddy foundation mechanically, but that doesn't matter. It
really does.
It's the idea of the thing. You got a good GM. Like the mechanics may be, shall we say, wanting, but that's all right. It's still a great game. So mine, without question, no hesitation, New West, baby. Rift's World Book, I believe that was 13, because yeah, 13 is New West, 14 is Spirit West, and I'm talking about New West. So as I mentioned, the Coalition, What Is Left of America, is mainly in the East and Texas. You go west from there, you get into Native American territory, and you also get into just the territories. You get into, you know, what was New Mexico and Arizona, and you get into the New West. And it's everything that I love. It's gunslingers and sheriffs and cowboys and cyber slingers and psi slingers, like telekinetic gunslingers that just like spin up a bunch of guns and they all start firing. Or just shoot psychic bullets, all sorts of fun things like that. It's street preachers and, you know, gamblers and saloon drunks and just everything awesome in the world. And it's all together in one fantastic setting. And of course, the other fun part about the New West is the southern border of it. Because the Coalition in Texas and the New West, their southern border is Mexico. And what's relevant about Mexico is that Mexico in this world is a vampire nation. It got taken over by vampires. And vampires are a little different. Rift's vampires are some of the most powerful vampires, period. Because if you stake them, they just turn to bones. If you pull that stake out 1,000 years later, they will just regenerate sub 1 minute. They're back to full deadliness. Vampires can like withstand a direct blast from a nuclear weapon and shake it off. That's nothing. It's nothing to them. That's a joke. There are very few things that legitimately kill vampires. What's that?
If they get caught in a rainstorm, they disintegrate.
Yes, running water. Isn't that hilarious that that's one of their true weaknesses? They have the old running water trick. And then they are obviously still susceptible to sunlight too. So, you know, they only come out at night, of course.
And I like how they kept the lore. Crosses hurt and burn them.
Yes, absolutely. The Coalition has fun countermeasures to fight the vampires down the southern border. They have railguns that fire wooden bullets, which, by the way, viewers, don't ask me to explain the physics behind that, since a railgun is an electromagnetic propulsion thing. I don't know where the wood goes, it works and all that, but hey, they figured it out.
Rule of cool.
Rule of cool, that's right. Yeah, the whole world survives on the rule of cool. And so, yeah, I would say that is definitely one of the reasons I love that game. It's the world books are so cool. They're so steeped in the culture that they get at. The other thing that I love about it, which is perhaps also cogent to Warhammer and a lot of the things we do, although again, it's different. In this case, people often lambast me for conflating role-playing stuff with wargaming stuff because I see a lot of overlap. And I think there is a lot. But here's one place. Rifts is also famously one of the, I would say it's probably the least balanced role-playing game I have ever played. And I've played quite a number.
No, no balance at all.
Yes, there is literally no conception of that. So for our viewers, if you have played like a Dungeons and Dragons or something like that, you're probably familiar with the idea that the classes are roughly balanced against one another. Now, we can point at different periods in history and say, at this level, this class was more powerful than this one, or blah, blah, blah. Whatever. The point is, they were all pretty close. Especially, they were pretty close when put in terms of rifts, where let's just pick. Shall we pick two fun ones, Caleb?
Sure.
Let's pick two fun ones. So
sure. Let's go with vastly different power levels. Let's go with the human vagabond.
Always my go-to as well. The human vagabond. In other words, a homeless person. That is the class you're playing. A homeless person. You can shoot a gun and kind of drive a car. Those are your abilities. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep.
Yep.
And it actually shows in the picture a drawing of some dirty guy wearing, it looks like a burlap cloak.
Yep. Yep.
Unshaved. And then you compare that with a cosmonaut who can fly in space, blow up spaceships by looking at them harshly, and who's so scary, just hearing his name makes you have to roll versus horror factor or be terrified.
Yes, a living weapon, like well above the magnitude of like a Superman type of character who is single-handedly made to fight armadas of spaceships, right? Like that's his job. He's like, yes, his job is to like, oh, that's an enemy fleet of spaceships. I'll handle that.
I'm gonna take it on.
Yeah, that's mine. I got this. They both exist in the same game and are both completely legitimate choices. Now, I would say that probably, and I would guess this is your experience as well, is that the best games of this either one rely on a very heavy narrative concept that sort of eliminates the power differential because in the end it's more about the story, or two, and more commonly, the GM gets in there and says, what I'd like everybody to do is pick a character sort of in this power band, right?
I do both when I run riffs.
Yeah.
It's a combination of both, and that's why my games are always successful.
Yeah, because if you let it get a little too off kilter and you make the game about killing things, it's obviously the vagabond's going to be, not having a great time because that guy's just going to be watching his Cosmo Knight friend kill everything while he sits around and does nothing. And that's no fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I love that game. One of my favorite characters of all time that I've ever role played. Period came out of that game, which was a juicer, an ex-coalition juicer, which is a lot of fun. The coalition. So juicers are chemically enhanced super soldiers in the world, and they are awesome and a great concept. As soon as you become a juicer, it's a death sentence because you only. Yep, 5-year lifespan, period. All juicers burn out. And that which burns 20 times as bright burns not very long. And but it's absolutely a fantastic concept. I told the guy set my GM set the power level for the game, and the juicer was kind of at the top end, maybe pushing it a little for where he wanted it, but I said, look, I've got this really great story behind this guy. And he said, all right, I'll let you do it, but here's the rules. Coalition juicers, as I'm sure you know, Caleb, have a cerebral bomb implanted in them, right? So they cannot go rogue.
Nope.
They cannot Tom Cruise, right? No going rogue for them.
Nope.
And however, it does clearly say in the rules for Coalition Juicer, this is for people who love rules. Boy, is this game a wonderland because they just wrote rules for everything.
Yes.
Everything's got a rule. So in the Coalition Juicer, it clearly states that you can have a shady street doc remove the cerebral bomb. However, it's pretty well implanted, and most shady street docs barely know what they're doing and are probably intoxicated at the time they're performing this surgery. So there's only a 50% chance it's successful and a 50% chance it either fails and you die or the bomb explodes and kills both of you. And I was like, awesome. That sounds great. And so the GM said, look, I'll let you play this character, but here's the deal. You're rolling on that. Before you play the character, you're rolling on that percentile. If you roll less, your head explodes before the game. You cannot play the same character. You got to come up with something new. You beat it, you get to play this character. So I had a 50-50 shot of killing this character before he ever hit the table.
Yeah. Awesome.
I made it. That was the best. You want to talk about intense roll? That is an intense roll. Killing a character during character creation is no joke.
No, it's not. That's great, man. Yeah, I like that. Let's see. The last Rips game I ran, I had someone who was empowered by a magical sword.
Sure.
And said, okay, Caleb, he said, I want to meet a god.
Which is easy because they're all over the place. There's a book called Rift's Pantheons, completely devoted to various gods running around.
I said, okay, sure, no problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll randomly on this table here, and you see which pantheon you get. So I made up a little table for him. And we're going to see which god you roll, and we're going to see what kind of encounter you have. Okay, so he rolled Greek pantheon. All right. He rolled Hera.
Real quick, real Greek pantheon or the knockoff impersonating Greek pantheon?
Real one.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, real one. So he rolled Hera, and then I said, okay, roll one more time, and he rolled intimate encounter.
I like it.
So he had an intimate encounter with Hera. Do you know why that's bad, Vince?
Well, it doesn't end well, but sometimes it makes like Hercules or somebody like that. So, good bully on his potential, offspring. But generally, encounters with Hera don't end well in Greek mythology.
So he wakes up and he has the Greek letter for H stenciled into his chest, mystically. Like he's been branded by the gods. So part of the storyline was him trying to figure out a way to get free from Hera. And that's before we even started the game. I said, well, be careful what you ask for.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I asked the question about real Greek pantheon or fake Greek pantheon because obviously there are two full Greek pantheons running around. The super empowered beings where like Hermes rides his space motorcycle. It's not the real gods, but then there's actual Hermes who's like, has his wingy slippers and stuff like that. It's just little funny things like that. The world is so rich.
And the imposters actually use the Roman names for the Greek gods, which I thought was really neat. Yeah.
It's all very clever. It's all very well like sort of researched and written. It all you really get the feeling. And like I said, I think there's something really there's so like I think that this is the thing that honestly, so let's turn our attention to more Warhammer minded things off of this for a moment or for some amount of time. And that is I think that this was truly the strength of the old game, of the old Warhammer. And I really, Matira made the point during the war games, and I keep coming back to it because I really think he was completely correct. And that is that the fluff of the old world was absolutely its greatest strength. Because, the rules in the end, whatever. I really think that, I think that the game could look a lot of different ways rules-wise, and it would still be very successful. But I think there's something about that fluff, that grok-ability to the world that people really liked and gravitated toward. I know for me, it was a big deal. And I know for me, one of the reasons I don't play 40K isn't because I don't like the rules. I mean, there are things about the rules that I find frustrating, like all the jinking and janking and weird saves and things like that. But I played 40K for a while. It was fine. Played it during 3rd, 4th edition. What ultimately? Yeah, it's fine. I have not played 7th edition. I'm sure it's fine. I don't. I got no issue with it. From a game perspective, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I just couldn't lore.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. My big problem with 40K has always been the lore and the aesthetics. I think all the armies are ugly. I'm sorry if you like them. This is not an insult to anybody. This aesthetics are a purely personal choice. So I'm not saying I think it's bad. I'm not insulting you. Please don't take it that way. I'm saying that I can't get into it. I've always found the aesthetics, the look of every single army in 40K to be hideous. Every single one. The only one that it looks kind of fun to me is the orcs, because they basically look like orcs, and they're big space orcs, and they like checkerboards, and they run around in giant trucks, and their spaceships get around the galaxy on diesel, which is humorous. But I don't really like playing orcs. I personally don't like their aesthetic, like when it comes to actually playing them. So there we go. And I'm saying like I don't mind them as much. Whereas now, I don't know, man. It's the thing that gives me the most trepidation, and I say that in a world where I'm painting a bunch of these guys, a bunch of these of the Sigmarines, frankly, and I have no issue with them. It's not like I don't look at that. I actually rather like them, especially when they're converted, as I have, over to these over to be sort of Bretonnian Grail Knights.
Oh yeah, you're thinking.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said your theme's very good on that, by the way. Very. I love storylines, of course, and anything that has a good story behind it is just grabs my attention. And that whole, hey, Bretonia's not dead. They're all Stormcast Eternals.
Exactly. They've got their own. They got their own chambers. They're working for the lady. We're out there. We're bringing back justice for fallen Bretonia. That's what I say. Forget all that crap about Sigmar, man. That's we get where it's really at. Get to Bretonia. So but I think that there's something just innately less compelling about the current setup. I mean, I don't know. Do you feel the same? What do you think overall about, the new lore as much as we've seen it so far?
Well, the whole, hey, it's time to take back our land. It's time to bring justice because we've had our heads kicked in by chaos for eons and eons. That appeals to me. That appeals to me a lot. Because for years, I heard, we can't win against chaos. Chaos is going to defeat us. Chaos can't be stopped. Chaos this, chaos that. And now, finally, good is coming back in. Good is actually going to do something instead of just be on the defensive. And not just good. Death is on the offensive. Destruction is always offensive, so they're running around just
always, both in their smell and in their actions. Yes,
right, absolutely. got to mention that. So it's not all about chaos anymore. There's actually some movers and shakers, some dynamism outside of chaos, and that makes me very, very happy. That alone, all the rest of the stuff, it's great. I mean, the quest for Gal Mirage, the whole division between the worlds and battling for not just the world, but entire dimensions and whole concepts going to battle against each other. I mean, the thing that's going on in the realm of life, you have life that heals and helps versus life that consumes, that overwhelms and destroys. Two different concepts fighting for what is essentially the same thing. I like that. I think that's great. So there can be some philosophical nuances in there too, or maybe I'm just projecting. Who knows?
No, I think that's fine. For me, I think what it really comes down to is the following. The issue I have is twofold, and that's lack of the human character and stakes. Okay, and let me plumb into both of those a little bit. Okay, so when I say lack of the human character, let's take a look at Star Wars. Okay, let's take a look at the prequels versus the original trilogy. Okay?
Okay.
I submit to you that the great failing of the prequels was we were missing two characters. One, we were missing a protagonist, because there is no protagonist in The Phantom Menace.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah, like from a story perspective, there is no protagonist. But on a deeper level, there's no human story for us to identify with, right? Like Anakin is this weird sociopath murderer guy who, let's not even talk about Hayden Christensen's acting. We'll just go ahead and breeze right by that. And it's just, he's not an empathetic character. Oh, and the weird religious order of crazy monk men aren't really something I can empathize with. I don't get them. They're weird, and I don't like. I've never empathized with the Jedi. Also, slight quick tangent. I just want to complain about something. Why do all the Jedi dress like Obi-Wan when he's on Tatooine? Why do Jedi wear robes? Why did that become a thing? That's the stupidest thing. That
He's
somebody. What's that? He's a trendsetter. And from the future.
Trendsetter from the future.
Okay, I submit to you that is one of the most glaring oversights in the Star Wars sort of legacy canon. Consider the following.
Go ahead.
What is Obi-Wan doing when he's on Tatooine? And by the way, I'm not the first person who thought of this. Many other people have mentioned this. What is Obi-Wan doing when he's on Tatooine?
He's hiding.
Correct. All right, so why is he dressed like a crazy... Why is he in those crazy robes?
So no one will think that he's this noble Jedi warrior?
Correct. And also because that's how everybody on dirty Tatooine dresses are, right? Like Aunt Beru, Uncle Owen, they all wear those dirty desert robes or whatever, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. Why do the Jedi on super advanced Coruscant dress in the same robes? If you're hiding out, yeah? You're hiding out, trying to avoid it. Why would you not change your name and still wear the outfit of your order? To put this in new terms, that would be like a stormtrooper being like, I'm on, like a stormtrooper spy, infiltrating the rebellion, right? And showing up in his outfit, like in his stormtrooper outfit. Being like, hey guys, what's up? I'm just one of you, here to rebel, down with the Emperor, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. This guy over here, right?
Speaking in the radio voice that they all use.
Yeah.
I'm in the rebellion.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, that guy sucks, huh? Yeah, let's rebel. Anyway, so I hate that they all wear those dumb robes, and it bothers the living bejesus out of me. All right, sorry. Moving on. That was a bit of a tangent.
Down to me now.
Yes.
Every time I see those robes now, I'm going to hear your voice in my head going, I hate the bejesus out of those robes.
I hope you do. I hope you do, because they're terrible, and they should have never existed, and they ruined Star Wars. Way to go, robes.
Oh, no. Jar Jar Binks ruined Star Wars.
You know what? Here's what I'll say about him. I'm sure he's terrible. But if those other movies had been good on other things, we would have just forgotten about him. He would have been as annoying as C-3PO if the rest of the movie was good. He alone couldn't ruin the movie, right? Like, he's garbage. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's nothing redeemable about that character other than kids love him. Like, little kids, when they watch it, love him. Like, little 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, because they're kids, they're dumb. You know, so... I mean, you know, they're going to think that's funny. He's poop jokes and funny voice. So anyway, whereas the latter movies had a clear protagonist in Luke, right? We're following a character's journey. So there's somebody I can identify with and go, yes, I get that. I felt like that. Whatever, you know, when Luke's complaining about not getting to do what he wants, being a little whiny brat. Oh my God, you're mad. In the episode 4, we're like, yeah, we were all whiny douches probably at some point in our life. I can identify with that. So I feel like in Age of Sigmar, there's no protagonist. Like, the Stormcast are not a compelling protagonist. Sigmar is not a compelling protagonist. God is not a compelling protagonist in a story. He's just not. You know, like the guy who sits in a chair and doesn't really do much and throws troops at things on lightning bolts and is nigh on immortal. Not interesting. Okay.
No risk.
Yeah, exactly. And the Stormcast themselves, the faceless, you know, robot soldiers of Sigmar, not compelling. Now I understand, like somebody said when they you know, the I won't bag too bad on the whole when they die, they come back thing, although we're going to come back to that in a moment. Like, I get it. That was the necessary thing to explain, I guess, how they fight chaos, who has classically always had sort of the horror movie villain syndrome, right? Where when they die, they could just come right back always.
Oh my God, yeah, like the worst case ever. I mean, it didn't matter how many times you kill them, they'd always come back. Ugh.
Yeah, they're very much like they're like just sort of the Michael Myers characters, right? Like even when it seems like they should have died. Whoop, fooled you, they didn't die. Haha, gotcha. You know, every time. But that's fine. The problem is they're just not compelling as protagonists. They're not, because you can't identify with them. They're weird robot people, you know, and like I love them as models. I think these things are beautiful.
One moment. You can identify with weird robot people. It can be done.
Okay. Sure. If they act human, if they have human traits we recognize.
Right. Like let's take Transformers. Those things are boxes. And they have the most inhuman faces. I mean, Prime doesn't even have a mouth. He's just got this weird kind of samurai thing, and it moves up and down.
And yet, in Transformers the movie, when Optimus Prime dies, oh, spoiler alert on a movie made in 1986, by the way. When Optimus Prime dies, I mean, I don't know if you watched that when it came out. I know I did, and
I did.
I was crushed. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Little me was broken. I don't know if that was as brutal as Ironhide getting shot in the face by Megatron. Like, that scene is
that was terrible too. I was so mad. I was such an enraged little kid.
Oh my God, Ironhide just getting it, just point blank execution, Khmer Rouge style. Like, yeah, that's no joke.
That shit, nonsense.
Exactly. Anyway, yeah. So you're right. It's not that they're robots; it's that they're inhuman robots, right?
Yeah.
They don't. Like, do these guys have a family? Do these guys, like, the Autobots had friends and relationships and seemed to care about each other, even in a crappy kids cartoon show, right?
Right.
These Sigmarines, you know, and look, people might tell me, well, look, if you read the novels, you get a lot more into it, and they get into this backstory and talk about these things. Look, that might well be, okay? But I submit to you, I never read a novel in the old Warhammer world, but yet I felt empathy with, like, a Bretonnian man-at-arms or a peasant forced to stare down these horrors, right? Or an Empire halberdier forced to stare down these nightmares from another plane. Because I didn't need to read a novel to get it. I am human, they are human. They are fighting a thing out of my nightmares. I get it. It's a scary thing.
Feel admiration for them because they face overwhelming odds.
Right.
And the thing that made us care about Transformers is, even though they were inhuman robots, was you had the conflict. Well, it starts right off the bat. Optimus Prime says, freedom is the right of all sentient beings, and Megatron wants power and to control everything. Well, that's a classic conflict.
Yes.
Freedom versus tyranny. And so that is a major problem with the Sigmarines, is they fight and it looks neat, but there's not enough spirit in there. I mean, you have to have some passion for it. You know,
right. In the end, certainly they're fighting the murderous hordes of chaos, which is all fine and good. I don't like chaos, and chaos is certainly not sympathetic.
No.
But what are they fighting for? What world? What thing? And that leads directly to my second point, which is stakes. What are the stakes in this conflict? The universe, I guess. How much space is that? If we take back a mortal realm, what do we gain? Right? Like,
it's too broad.
It's too hard to identify what's actually on the line. How many lives? How many people? What's the life like of these people if we restore their land? What does that look like? I have no clue.
Me either.
I have no clue. And that's a problem. Because, again, like when somebody invaded the Empire, and when you're reading the End Times, and city after city after city falls, right?
It's man.
Yeah, you feel it, right? When like those places that you can point to a map and say, look, this is a real thing. Or to me, it's a real thing to you. And now it's destroyed. It is gone. The people who live there, the people who worked there, their children, everything about them is no more, right? That's identifiable. What we've got here are sort of like the faceless masses. And it's just, there's no conceivable stakes to it, which again, makes it weird. Now, I agree we needed to reset the fluff. I have been one of the first people who said, and I still do believe, that the fluff of the old world had gotten stale. And it had gotten stale and it had gotten too layered in on itself. But to me, the right answer was to do, and what I was hoping they were going to do with the End Times, and what I really believed they were going to do, even up to the point of the spoiler at the end of Archaon, was they were going to pull like a New 52, right? Are you familiar with the like the New 52 or Crisis on Infinite Earths or anything like that?
Oh yeah, all familiar with that.
Yes. So in comics, obviously the same thing becomes necessary every so often, where you have these big ongoing running stories that they get a bit too, shall we say, up their own butt with backstory, and they got to push the reset button. So they sort of reset the universe with new expectations, but most of what you know stays the same, right? Superman is still Superman. He comes from Krypton. He's the last survivor of that planet, or one of the last ones, and he grew up on Earth with the Kents and blah 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 blah. Batman's parents were killed in front of him when he was 8, and so on and so forth, right? These people exist, most of them, but like things about the world are different. They change little things to tell new stories, and they're not forced to adhere to continuity anymore, right? They can sort of restart over.
Right.
And I really thought when they had sort of Sigmar grab that the like core of the world or whatever, which by the way I did not picture to be the size of a freaking moon. Okay, like it is in a picture in the book. I was picturing a tiny light, like the Never-Ending Story.
Yeah.
Right, where what's her name is telling Bastion, like, you gotta believe in something, right? That's what I was picturing Sigmar pulling like the Bastion here, where he remakes the world.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, side note, how good is a Never-Ending Story? Seriously good.
Oh man. I used to watch that over and over and over again when I was a kid. I got parts of it completely memorized. They're stuck in my brain forever, Vince. My favorite part is when he's confronting the Gomorrah.
Okay.
And my parents used to have a cat. It was black, and it had those green eyes.
Yep.
I used to pick him up, and I'd pull his ears back, and I'd open up his gums, and he looked just like the Gomorrah. So I would make him talk, and I'd go through the whole spiel, his whole speech about how he's the servant of the nothing, and how people with no dreams are easy to control.
Nice. I would just like to state, for the purposes of the or for the purposes of this this video Paintisode, I do not support animal cruelty in any way, shape, or form. Please continue.
Oh, he was fine with it.
I'm sure.
He's sitting there purring.
No, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt him. I mean, cats are never really fine with anything because they're cats and they're pretty terrible as pets, but that's all right. Yeah, so I thought that's what we were going to get. I thought we were going to get a New 52 Infinite Crisis, kind of reset, right? And just say, hey, that's cool. We're going to start over now. There you go. And we get a new world that looks much like the old world, but isn't married to all the same things. We can have a lot of new special characters. And what kills me about this is that's even what the Kane book made it sound like, right? Like if you go look at the Kane book, they talk about the Ranadandra and how like Daith the Blind Forge was one of the heroes of, or one of the gods, or he was a hero in the previous life and now he's a god, and so on and so forth. And they made it sound like, yeah, what we're going to get is another version of this world where the heroes of this world become the gods of the next, right? And that's like, when you look at the arc of Cain, that is exactly what it sounds like is happening. And I was convinced that's what they were going to do.
It looked that way to me.
What's that?
It looked that way to me too. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And then this happened. So let's play guessing game. You ready?
All right, let's go for it.
Okay. Why? I would like you to tell me why they did this. By the way, quick note to our viewers, if somebody would like to join us and jump in here and also talk about fun topics, not to say this, we'll talk about this until we're bored, then we'll talk about something else. But if anybody would like to join us, you can always just email me at vincentrventurella@gmail.com, and I will happily throw you an invite. There's sort of a maximum on the number of people I will invite, but to our viewers. Okay, continue. Why did they make this choice? Go ahead.
Well, honestly, I think they just found it too difficult to tell the same old story again and again. I think they just wanted to start completely new. And eventually they came to the conclusion that to do that, they were just going to have to throw everything out and move everything forward by eons.
And you don't think that would have been possible on, like, I'm still suggesting we could have blown up the world. We could have remade the world. Like, we could literally, the change in the story could have literally happened at the moment Sigmar grabs the globe, like post-Archaon, right? And we could have had just a new version of the world that looks like Sigmar remakes it or whatever. I actually have a sort of video in the works, so I won't go too deep into my ideas, but I've got kind of I have a whole alternate world theory video that I want to put together. But anyways, could we have gone that direction? Could we have gone just recreate the old world, but make it different? Move some things around, shift the geography, but a lot of the same elements are there. There's an empire. There's elves and this and that.
There's no limit to a human imagination. I mean, you absolutely could have done that. But at the same time, I mean, probably they just found it too difficult. They just want to do something else. I mean, when you told the same stories for how many years? 30 years?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you just get tired of hearing it.
Do you think that they wanted to? So here's my question.
Sure.
Do you think that it's because they wanted to? I think the Q&A is on, but so somebody asked, like, why is there no real-time chat? I think the Q&A is on, and you can just but you have to hit a little button when you log in. So if you log in, there's like a Q&A button somewhere around here you press. I don't know where it is, but if you press that button somewhere, you can then leave questions. And if you do that, I will gladly respond to them. I don't have like the full chat thing turned on like Andy and Rem do. I'm not, but Q&A wise, that should be on, and you can just ask those. So there you go. Hopefully that answers the question. I think that certainly some of those fantasy fantasy is a very tropey thing, right? Like it's been playing on a lot of the same stuff for years.
Yes, most assuredly.
But that doesn't necessarily make it bad, right?
No. I mean, tropes are successful for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am hard pressed to think that there was just no way they could have gotten away with it. My feeling on it is really that they could have created new dynamics, new allies, new situations. And what I would have done is I would have used the chance to really stand up some interesting new armies, new realms, new peoples, okay? But then still have enough of the old peoples there. Like, you you want to bring in some new races, new different things, I think it's a good way to go.
Like fish people.
Sure, bring in the fish people. Absolutely. Here we go. Finally, the fish people have their day in the sun. That's right.
They don't want to be in the sun though. They're fish people. They'll dry out.
That's a good point. But you know, but they didn't do that, and I really am forced to wonder why, because I can't help but feel like they threw away their most valuable asset. That's what I think. In the end, I think game rules are fairly, both from a very real business standpoint, game rules are fairly worthless. And by that, I mean, like, they're not actually, you can't protect them like there's no, you cannot protect game rules in court.
No, and they're completely interchangeable with whatever fluff you want. I mean, how many conversions have been done to bring this element into this game or this element into that game? I mean,
right. And moreover, people don't notice game rules when they first want to pick it up. I think you gotta get people to try your game and learn the mechanics. So it's not like mechanics are never important. I think I'm a well-known believer that mechanics aren't as important as most people make them out to be. That being said, if your mechanics are total garbage, you're often going to face some stumbling blocks, especially in a competitive game, right?
right. Well, if it's unplayable, it's unplayable.
Yes, exactly. But I think that you'll never get people to even know the mechanics unless the fluff is rockable. I really think that some part of that is they were trying to get at the same dynamic that 40K has. Okay, where like you've just got this big sort of ill-defined imperium of man, right? And the sort of known galaxy and whatnot. And they can kind of do whatever they want in there, right? They can kind of screw around and have planetary battles and just make new planets as they need them and things like that, right? It's not like every planet in the galaxy is charted out. If they need a new cool world for a setting, it just happens, right?
Right. Well,
I worry about that because to me, so here's the thing. Does Warhammer Fantasy need more, how do I say this? Does it need more actors?
Does it need more actors?
Yes, like more motivators of the plot. Here's what I mean. I think.
God, no.
Okay. Let me put it like this. Whose side are you familiar at all with the 40K lore?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Whose side are the Tyranids on? Are they on the side of Chaos or Order, the Emperors, or the Chaos Demons? Whose side are the Tyranids on? That's right.
They're on the side. They're on the side of feeding their bellies.
Yes. Whose side are the Necrons on?
The Necrons. Right.
Exactly. And so on and so forth, right? So now I'll admit I'm not an expert on these lores, but that's my interpretation of it. If I'm misunderstanding something, please correct me out there, our viewers. But my understanding is that these forces are often, they have their own concerns.
Right.
Now I feel like in fantasy they were trying to get to that place with the whole like death and destruction getting thrown in the mix. But I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Not for a minute. Because you set up this world and then the first thing you did is spend tons of months talking about order versus chaos and making that the paradigm on what the world turns. Chaos conquers, Sigmar fights. Like death and destruction are just there. They're almost like forces of nature, right? They're just
that's what I feel like. Absolutely. I just feel like death and destruction are kind of there. I don't really see them as actors.
Yes, it's hard to put a finger on the animus behind them, right? And figure out their sort of motivation in the in the world.
It's like Games Workshop doesn't understand warrior cultures. Warrior cultures weren't all about just kicking butt. There was a reason for it.
Oh, sure.
Elevated your status. It was to get a better wife. Sometimes it was because land was scarce, and you had to go fight for resources to go buy the land so you could get a wife. I really don't see any of those motivations going on with the Aurochs or the Ogres or what are the goblins called now? The Grots, I guess.
Grots, yeah.
Grots, the Grots.
I like your pronunciation on each of these. It's nice.
Thank you. I'd
No,
like to give it a little
absolutely. If you think of like, so we think of like, let's say 400s, 500s, England. Okay.
Right.
So you had a warrior culture in the Irish who would sail across the sea and attack and pillage the western lands of, wasn't England at that time, obviously, but of those lands, right? And they were very scary to the English, who weren't the English at that time. But so I understand that people, they were Welsh, sort of whatever, but they were driven there because exactly what you're talking about, right? Huge political infighting, lack of land, lack of resources, famine, all these sorts of things led them to go raid the coast of England. Right, Vikings, Saxons, all these things, it was the same things. It was these people, it was these movements of people based on sort of lack of resources and all this stuff, right? And it fomented this warrior culture.
Right. Because being a warrior, going into a strange land, and trying to stick a sword in somebody else's flesh is very hard, very scary, and you're likely to die. Yes. Most people look at that and go, I'll just farm, unless you are starving and you really don't have any other choice.
Right. And the other half of this, of the sort of quote unquote warrior culture historically, is your professional soldier culture, right? Where you've got a cast of people who are sort of professional soldiers. So Roman Republic legionnaires, various like Spartans, Japanese samurai, where they were sort of a whole caste. And they trained their whole life fighting, but that didn't mean they just went out and sought battle pointlessly.
No, it was always for a purpose.
Yeah. Whereas, again, the forces of destruction are just, they're written like forces of nature. They just run around fighting. And don't get me wrong, I love the soccer hooligans that are the orcs that are just running around, punching people for good fun. That's all fine and dandy. It's just not much to hang your hat on narratively, right?
No, it's not much of a plot device. I mean, it really isn't. See, even the Beastmen have more motivation than the orcs. The Beastmen say, "We hate you. Get out of our forest. This is our land. It's ours."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Beastmen are fighting for their home. That's a pretty recognizable thing. What are the Beastmen fighting for now? Like, what's their motivation in Age of Sigmar? I guess.
Yeah.
They just.
I don't really know. I mean, where are they?
I assume they're around being beastie. They're chaos, and sort of everything chaos probably makes it through pretty okay, right?
Yeah. I guess they're in the realm of life, maybe, or the realm of beasts. Yeah, that'd probably
probably the realm of beasts. That would make sense. Something about that seems to track. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I think that works.
But yeah, I feel like there's just, between the lack of an identifiable protagonist I can get behind and the lack of stakes, I just I just don't know why I care. And again, I'm not going to go read the novels. I don't care how good they are. Okay, like that's not to say I won't read them. I'm actually good. I actually probably will read a couple of them. So I don't want to say it like that. What I want to say is I don't think the novels matter. Okay, they matter if you're super into the world. But at that point, if you're going to read a novel based in this world, you're already invested, right? Like the reason you read a Gotrek and Felix novel was because you knew what a Slayer was, and you knew what the Empire was, and all this stuff, and you were invested in the world and thought it sounded cool, and you clicked the button that said, "Would you like to know more?" Yeah, I would. I want to know more about this world. I want to see more of the people who live in it, right?
Well, it's easy to relate to something like a Slayer too. I mean, we've all faced shame. We've all faced failure. We've all faced a loss of face. And there's something compelling about a guy who just runs around shirtless with 2 axes trying to regain his honor through death.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Classic,
I mean,
classic paradigm there, right? Yeah.
yeah, and that just speaks to you. And we're really lacking that in the age of Sigmar.
Yeah. And that's, hey there, Mitch. How you doing, sir?
Hey guys.
Welcome, buddy.
Hey, well, thank you for having me.
Welcome to Friday Night Paint-a-thon.
So, is this going to be a 24-hour one?
You know, I don't know. I'm not going to make any promises about how long we will or won't go.
Well, I can't promise how long I'll be with you, but 24 hours is certainly not going to be in my cards.
Well, here's the thing. I want to do a 24-hour Paintisode at some point. It's not going to be tonight, because I would need to start it, like, probably right after work on Friday. And I'm going to have to arrange it, like, a week or in advance, because I'll need people trading in and out the whole time, right? Like, I'll stay around the whole time and keep painting for 24 hours straight. But I wouldn't ask other people to do that.
I tell you, no.
Yes, I'll need, like, a slate of people that are just coming in and out, that kind of thing.
So what you guys have on your block tonight?
That's a good question. I don't think we ever... Well, I guess we kind of talked about that at the very top. Would you like to talk about what you're painting, Caleb?
Oh, yeah, sure.
By the way, hi.
Hey!
Yes.
I'm doing my War Sphinx, adding some jade to the gold parts here. And I was letting that dry. And while I was doing that, I was working on the guys who are going to go on the Howdah, adding the gold to them.
Now, what are you using for your gold?
I am using game color, different layers of glorious gold.
Gotcha. All right. Game color, I like it. Got a good coverage on it.
Yeah.
Not my... Obviously, people who may... I'm going to do... I've been trying to, like... I think I'm going to get a second, like, webcam setup with a slightly better quality so I can do some hobby videos. Because I want to do a new series of hobby vids called Cheating with Vince, wherein I teach you... I show you how to cheat at various aspects of the hobby to do some things that look better, easier. And just one of them that I want to... What's that?
I could use more of that.
Because a lot of the, like, there really are a bunch of fairly simple tricks out there that I don't think I see enough people focus on that can make your life easier.
I'm going to have to do a companion to that, how to make things harder than they need to be. Pretty much my MO.
I think it just comes with the story.
Yeah, exactly. So your method would be like, all right, so I'm going to give you 10 steps. You really only need 2, but I'm going to give you 10, and I'll let you guess which 2 are the right ones.
No, it gets far worse than that, Vince. You give me the 10 steps. Tell me which are the worst to do in what order, and then I will do 30 different events where I'll do 2 of them in one, 3 of them in another, 5 of them in a third, and I will never get down to even the 9th stage on any of them.
Wow.
Yeah. If you know how many projects I have all sitting in like limbo right now.
Oh, it's probably just as many as I do.
Yeah, I'm probably no different than anyone else. I'm just vocalizing it more.
I'm
well,
sorry.
This is what I used to do.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, projects in limbo? I don't get it. You mean like you start something and don't finish it?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Story of my life.
So Mitch, what are you working on, sir?
Speaking of new projects, leaving others behind, I have about 4 different projects of things that are supposed to be being painted right now, but I can't possibly do that because I'm working on this.
Projects in limbo. Uh-oh. Boobs, you gotta put in headphones or mute yourself when you're not on because we echo through you.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a little time delay there. And then I got.
There you go.
So this will
Strap
give
some
you an
headphones
idea.
or put them in or mute it or unmute yourself whenever you want to talk and or something like that. If you got headphones, that would be better. That would be best case.
So
And if not, that's okay too.
I'm working on the
Even
brother.
like talkie headphones, just headphones, like something so the sound isn't coming out. Okay, keep going, Mitch.
The brother and sister to these dudes.
Oh, big boys. Hold on, let me focus on you there so everybody could clearly see. Hold on.
Okay, sure. So these I finished about a month ago. and then left them. And then, wait, here it gets better. Then I made these. I gotta go and change the camera angle. I made these about 2 weeks ago and never got back to them.
Now those are Empire Halberdiers, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, this is all from this one project. I'm like first stage, third stage, seventh stage, and then went to other projects to do their other stages. And now I decided I've got to at least finish the rest of the Tree Men. And so I'm working on that now. And then I'll go back to painting some Vampire Count stuff. And then I'm gonna do some bolt action.
Nice. All right, Hooves, you can go ahead. It looks like you got headphones in. Unmute yourself. Let's see if we've handled the echo issue.
Yeah. Audio test.
Oh yeah, there we go. Are we echoing? No echo. Hey.
Hi,
Welcome,
Hooves.
Matt. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know if you watched the topic of the week yet, but I just want to call out for our viewers and for anybody who watches this. Hooves did an amazing video on HeroQuest. It was super awesome, dude. I'm not even joking. I watched every minute of that. I drank it up. I was like, yes.
Awesome.
Bathe me in your nostalgia waters. It's wonderful. You really went through it. It was great. I love me some HeroQuest.
Yeah, I just got into the dungeon crawlers just recently because of my son. And we lost him.
I think his internet went out real quick or whatever.
Oh,
He'll
okay.
rejoin in a minute, probably.
Yeah, I just picked up some of the D&D box sets and I've been going. I think I'm like the 6th mission now with of a Shardalon, Wrath of a Shardalon with my son. And I looked at HeroQuest, which I played, but it's been a long time.
You know, I really think HeroQuest. It's funny because Matt's video got me thinking a lot about HeroQuest, and I think HeroQuest did more to help D&D than it ever did to help Warhammer, because like it was so minor, the connection and tenuous to the world, and I didn't even realize how set in the Empire or in the Warhammer world it was until you reviewed it and you showed that link and you were like showing the text that's like the Empire and all this and the Blackfire Pass. I was like, holy, this thing really is in the Warhammer world. So that was great.
Yeah, nice video. I like the content you're putting out, Hooves.
Yes, it was good. But what it made me want to do is play D&D. Not play like I didn't look at that and think I want to play more with these, like play more like this. I was like I want to go outside this dungeon. Like I want to know what's outside of these walls. And
Which I've been talking to you about lately.
Yes. Merrick, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. My molds came in.
Oh, fantastic.
Like all day today, I've been casting crates and rocks.
So when we ask you what are you doing for hobby, your answer is crates and rocks.
Yes.
Super.
Awesome. I've got a bunch of like little roadblocks, block things that I'm gonna build, and then I got a bunch of cobblestone cast, so I'm gonna put that stuff down and start getting some road laid.
Yeah, what are you doing for cobblestone?
Making a more time table.
What are you doing it on the table, or are you doing it as like modular stuff for the roads? Like
doing 6x6
got
tiles to make a 4-foot by 4-foot table.
Cool. Oh, you're doing 6x6. Are the tiles going to move around, kind of like a puzzle?
Yeah, like I've got like there's 18, and so there's like 27 6x6 squares, and then on top of that I've got 3 6-inch by like 2 feet long strips that are going to be more scenic based. So it all fits together, and you'll be able to move all the shit around. It's going to be fun.
Cool. Yeah, one of my other projects is a cobblestone road for bolt action. Project number 67B/A.
Well, you know, if you really want to do that, it's about a 10-second project because you can just go buy a plastic wrap.
No, we talked about this, I have to do it the hardest way possible.
Okay, well, for our viewers out there, Plasticraft, which is a maker of various plastic art scenery things, and they're very useful. You can just go buy plastic art cobblestones and like literally cut them to size, lay them down, put them on your bases. They're awesome for doing cobblestone brick bases and things like that for games like Malifaux and other similar things. So look it up, and there you go. And if you want to do it the easy way, then you just glue it down and then paint it. That's what it requires.
Yeah.
Not how I'm doing it.
Yeah, if
I've
you're
got-
crazy like me and or Mitch, then you will be. Well, I'm going the Hearst Arts route. So
No, I'm not even going Hearst Arts.
I've got like 100,000 bloody castings to do of cobblestone, which,
There you go.
being a mold maker myself, is kind of easy because what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to build one tile and then I'm going to make a mold of that tile and then go from there. So it'll be a little bit easier that way. But
Nice.
That is cool. It's a better idea than what I'm coming up with.
You know, guys, I admire your dedication. But there is no amount of dedication that will ever make me paint and put together a cobblestone road.
It's not dedication. It's insanity.
I just can't. I can't muster the energy to do that.
Look,
I am-
everybody has got their own form of insanity here.
Yes.
That's what it boils down to. We've all got our things. And God bless Merrick and his ability to do casting. And by
Yes.
the way, if anybody's interested in doing that stuff, Merrick's channel, he has some very, very good tutorials on how to make molds and do that. So you should go look that up. And there you go.
hi.
Ah, there it is. You got that Verdi mold on the way? By the way, real quick before I get into that. So when I mentioned gold, this is going to be backwards, I know, I'm sorry. But this right here is the secret to gold paint. Okay? So this is Vallejo liquid gold. It is an alcohol-based paint. It's difficult to work with, but once you get the hang of it, it's not too hard. You will never use a gold paint this good. There is no acrylic gold paint this good.
I can still make it.
Yes, they still make this. You can still get
Again, that's the easy route.
it. It is, yes.
I'm trying to do gold, non-metallic.
Which is the hardest possible route. Sure, yeah, that's definitely the most difficult route.
Of course. I'm going to will all these projects to my grandchildren, so hopefully they'll finish it and I can watch them from above.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're already probably, I assume you already have a living will made out, given, where you're at on life's journey. So,
Oh
It's
yeah,
probably-
it has nothing to do with anything I'm leaving to my kids. It's all Warhammer and hobby projects.
responsibilities. If you want to inherit anything, you got to finish the Tree Man. You got to tree make the Sylvaneth army. You want
gotta take
anything?
care
I want
of
to
all
see
the
those
important
ogres
stuff.
done. Yeah, I get it.
About your the mold for your Phoenix there, Vince.
Yes.
The fig should be here on Monday, so I should be able to hammer that out like very soon.
So
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I want to get on some of that.
Yeah, so I've told Mitch, and we're gonna get you some Saurus dudes from the Carnosaur kit. Like I am more than willing to engage in this trade.
Yeah,
I explained the price, and so there you go.
Yes, for every mold there must be an old blood. That is the rule.
Exactly. The Saurus must flow.
Yeah. Which, by the way, your Mordheim Age of the Damned, got a chance to play that last night,
Yes.
and it turns out that having like 5 Saurus Old Bloods on the board just wrecks shit.
Nice. So, okay, so you played some of the new Mordheim AOS we released, which, by the way, if you're not familiar with what we're talking about and you happen to be watching, my co-host and I from Warhammer Weekly put out a alpha version of our Mordheim adaptation for the AOS rules. It's a big alpha pack of rules. You can go download it from the Warhammer YouTubers, or you can find the link on Twitter if you follow me at Warhammer Weekly, or on the description of any of our recent videos, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's that, just so everybody knows what the heck we're talking about.
Yeah.
So tell us more about what you played, man. Like, give me the full rundown. I want to hear it all.
Okay, so what the scenario that we ended up rolling was Roadblock, which is you sit up on one side of the board and you've got to make it down a road to the other side, and your opponent is supposed to stop you. So my opponent was playing the Dwarf Slayers, and I was playing my tweaked host Slanna the Mage Priest because I hate Slan, so I switched out the Slan for a Saurus Oldblood, so I had a Saurus Oldblood and then 3 other Saurus Oldbloods and like a Temple Guard with 2 Temple Guard guys. And he ran at me like as I was going through. It turns out that even though it's only a 2-up, Lizardmen still fail their climb checks because there was like this big ass fence in the way, and I was having issues getting over it. But his dwarves just like leaped over, no fucking problem. But
hey, at least it's not impossible to climb or jump anymore. I can't be responsible for your bad rolling. Okay, I tried my best to make it fair for even the Lizardmen.
That's true. So what ended up happening was he threw everything and the kitchen sink at me, including a pony cart, a bunch of miners, the Slayer King, who my old blood took out in 1 turn with his bite attacks because he critted.
Awesome.
Yeah. So basically, he just threw a bunch of dwarves at me, and my lizardmen just laid waste to whatever they touched. And he actually said, "Kate, we route. That's it. We're done." Before I had a chance to get halfway down the board.
You know what his problem was? He led with the pony cart.
He actually led with the Slayer King, and when that didn't work, he threw in everything.
The Slayer King, wow.
I like it.
My old blood made that Slayer King his bitch.
Wow.
Well, that sounds fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
And I love that it wasn't even like monsters or anything like that. It was just a bunch of badass Saurus just doing some Saurus work on some dwarfs.
That's right. Doing
Take
what they're
that, you
supposed to do.
stunties.
You just like that the dwarves got devoured.
Yes. Correct.
I'm not looking forward to our next game though, because he rolled up and because he ended up none of his guys actually like perished, but he ended up rolling like Ungrim got like some ridiculous stuff for his level up. Like he rolled a 66. I can't remember what the hell it does. But
oh yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
he
like
went on the injury table and he got a 66. Yeah, which is the
Yeah,
best
like
possible result off the injury table.
yeah, like he was fine. And he ended up coming away with enough money that he was able to go out, find, and buy a cannon. So I'm not looking forward to our next game.
I love that he was like, "These lizard men are killing me. Let's get some guns."
Nuclear
Let's
option.
just get one really
Nuclear
good
option.
Yeah,
Nice.
I was
That's
glad
fantastic.
you went for that instead of the organ gun, though.
I don't know. The organ gun is underwhelming in the Age of Sigmar. So.
I guess, but I don't know. Maybe it's past fears coming to light
Sure.
with that. But
Well, it's that kind of thing. The organ gun was just so ridiculous in 8 that it's funny. It's really hard to recalibrate your emotions about things often. Like, you know, I see demogryphs and I'm like, I want to run the other direction. Even though now they're still good, but they're not that good. They're not like, end of the game good. Like, I'm going to bounce. I have bounced 1,200 points of knights off of, say 4 demogryphs in the previous in 8th edition, and I know Ant has a great rant about this on his channel, like in the middle of one of his battle reports where he had like 3 lances of stuff or whatever into a unit of demogryphs and just nothing, and he stops the video and totals up his points in the blocks and the demogryphs versus like the 258 in the demogryphs, and that's when we get a classic Ant rant, an Ant rant.
I miss those.
As do I. It's okay. He's he's having a good time. He's playing some Malifaux, which I respect. That is a great game. I've been playing some Malifaux myself, so.
How's that going for you?
Real fun. It's good. I like it. It's got a real cool style to it. It's a very neat game. I would highly recommend for if anybody feels like because of Age of Sigmar they've got some more time. That is to say, like Age of Sigmar is in general not as consuming of your life as maybe Warhammer Fantasy was, even if you are an active player and supporter of it, as I am. And if you feel like you got a little more space in your gaming schedule, I think Maltho's a great addition in that. It's a lot of fun. Plays smoothly, has a lot of fun special abilities. The scenarios are probably the best thing about it. It's got a lot of different and varied scenarios and ways to win. Very cool tone and tenor and story. Yeah, really neat. I like it a lot.
Awesome.
And beautiful but incredibly fiddly, annoying models.
Oh, you know how I messaged you not that long ago about doing a piece of artwork for your rules pack there?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I had an interesting idea, and I wanted to run it by you before I actually started drawing it. How would you feel about, like, on the cover there being, like, a mashup of, like, High Queen Khalida and a Chroma for, like, your centerpiece on the cover?
Well, I don't know what it has to do with anything, and I don't care. I love it. I have no idea what that's supposed to be representing in the game, but I fully support. What's
Vince,
that?
rule of cool.
Hey, what did I just say? I said I fully support it. I got zero hesitation about that.
Yeah.
That's the greatest idea I've ever heard in my life.
It's gonna be a poster over his bed.
Yeah. My thought process behind it was sort of an Angel of Death sort of deal, which fits perfectly into Mordheim.
Dig it, man. I dig it. I am in like Flint, sir.
Perfect. I don't know how I feel just now.
About what?
Well, I just laid out these blocks for my road section.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, for KG viewers, in like Flynn. I apologize. I put the T on there accidentally. It is in like Flynn. I don't want to.
And I'm not.
I know that. I just misspeak sometimes. Please continue.
Yeah. If I'm gonna have to move my camera for a second here. Let me know what you guys think of this, because I'm thinking like the sidewalks are like a ½ inch too small.
All right. He may have pulled his cord out. That could have happened when he was just doing that. Entirely possible.
Awesome.
Oh, there you go. Are you back?
Yeah, I think so.
We lost you there for a second.
Did it cut out as I moved the camera?
Yep.
Yes.
Son of a bitch. Okay. One more time.
This time with feeling.
This time with feeling.
All right. Hold on. Let's lock on you so we can see what's going on here. Okay.
Okay, so I'm thinking that the sidewalk is like a ½ inch too small.
Well, do you have a scale? Because I can't really
Yeah.
tell. Can you put
Okay.
something else on it for scale?
Yeah, we have a scale, for sure.
There's a Batman fig for you.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
That could work.
Is that right?
Perfect.
So is this a mold from Hearst or a mold that you made?
Mold from Hearst. He just does such amazing stuff that I couldn't, like, I wasn't gonna sculpt a thing of cobblestone and then make a mold of it when there's somebody already out there that did a 10 times better job than I could ever do.
Why not? I'm doing it. I'm kidding.
Are you actually gonna make a cobblestone mold, or?
No, well, I'm going to make a mold, but I'm building the cobblestone, the template itself, with pieces of slate and stone.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use that as the mold, because using plasticard cobblestone sheets is far too easy, as has been suggested.
What kind of material are you going to be using for your mold?
Well, there's the same thing that Hearst recommends, which is, what is it? It's like
It's a silicone, like a
Yeah.
rubber silicone. Okay.
Yeah, but I also have these to start out with the mold. I also have like several of these packs that I got that's kind of like it makes the mold, but you can reheat it. I forgot what it's called. It's like from Japan or something like that. I saw a video on it, and then I ordered a bunch of packs of it. It was pretty cheap too.
Where you put it in hot water.
Yep. And
Yeah,
you can redo it.
That's Instamold.
That's
great for.
It's like Instamold, but it's a different name. Instamold actually is more expensive than this stuff. This stuff is cheaper and harder to find. But that's exactly the same exact material. So you're absolutely right. But I don't know if it's going to do a good enough
that
job.
stuff's great for. Yeah, I would go with the rubber silicone stuff.
Yeah,
because
that's
that Instamold stuff is basically made for doing like small bits and pieces and things of that nature.
How do you think that would work on like sandbags and stuff like that that don't have as much
that'd be perfect.
detail? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be perfect for sandbags and like barrels or any of that kind of stuff. It'd
great.
be absolutely perfect.
Very nice.
What's the biggest project you've done with Hearst?
The one I'm working on right now.
Yeah. It's always the one you're working on right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I looked at like the buildings and stuff that he could build out of it too, but none of them were really particularly interesting to me in terms of Mordheim. So like, I went to Foregrounds and ordered like 4 boxes of the ruined hamlet and a couple of their pre-built buildings that Tom actually recommended to me that had come pre-painted.
The city of Mordenberg.
That's the one.
The
Those are
jewel of the
amazing.
River Right.
They're so perfect.
Empire. Yes, I
But they're
know.
so
I know
expensive.
Mordenberg well.
Yeah. They just came out with a ruin set that I really want to get, but it's just too expensive. I picked up a whole bunch of them at 15 mil, but at 28 mil, it's a fortune, man. I've got some of their.
Go ahead.
I got some of their brick fences, stone fences that I want to use, but the rest is just a little bit much. I mean, $50 for one house. If you make a little village at 28 mil, oh wow, it's ridiculous.
I caught them when they were on sale, so I got mine for I think it was 10% off or something stupid. So I was like, okay, that's the only time I'm ever going to see a deal like that, so I bought 4 of them.
Yeah. They're incredible. I love the fact that you just build them and basically they're table ready.
Yeah.
You can play with them a little bit, but
It's funny because terrain is the one thing I have never gotten into making. I don't know. I don't care.
Well, what do you
Something
use?
about terrain has never grabbed me.
Do you go to a store, or do you go to people's houses? They come to you.
I play at my house.
So what do you use? You just buy the terrain, or you don't make it? You don't make
All right. So, well, I have like a bunch of sort of terrain that various people who have played, because we've all played since the 90s. So there's like a bunch of like little buildings and just other detritus. Like I have an old Warhammer Fortress set, the thing that Once Bidden's been painting for like 30 years.
Yeah.
Like I have one of those. I have like a few old houses, and then for the rest of it to play Mordheim, I took cardboard boxes, okay, and I cut them up into little ruined buildings, and then I made floors on them and like ran little bamboo skewers through the flat cardboard, like these little bamboo skewers to make floors. And then I went to Home Depot and bought concrete spray paint, like the textured concrete spray paint, and sprayed them all. Ta-da! Crappy cardboard buildings. And I was like,
the important
yep.
thing is that it works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It can support miniatures, quite a lot of them actually, because like I always made sure I under-supported them with like lots of those little skewers. So they're actually rather solidly built little things. And the nicest part is if somebody crushes it, knocks it off the table, breaks it, I'm like, whatever. Cost me nothing. It's a cardboard box. Ah. I don't care.
All right, Vince. I gotta head out, man.
All right, buddy. Hey, I appreciate you joining us, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Good
I
night,
hope
all.
you made some good progress on the Sphinxy.
I did actually.
Yeah, man.
Looking good.
I expect to see the finished one on the PMP soon.
Yeah, you will. You will.
Very good.
Good night, all.
Have a good one, buddy.
Night, man.
Night. I think we need a CMC.
A CMC?
Converters instead of painters.
Oh,
So I have fellow.
converters motivating converters.
Sure.
I think that sounds like it has some different things to it. We're gonna get like.
The Bible thumpers, yeah.
Well,
It should
I
be
wasn't
like-
gonna say such a thing, but sure.
It should be called like converters motivating painters because the stuff you build is so awesome it makes the painters want to paint.
Or
Sure.
painters motivating converters.
Look, people are motivating people. There's motivation happening. Doesn't really matter who. That's what's important here.
It's a
As
support
long as
group.
gray figs are getting painted, it doesn't really matter.
That's right. That's what's really important in the world.
Whether they're getting painted great is a different story.
Exactly.
As long as they're getting painted.
I would prefer they were painted decently. That's all I ask.
Me too.
That's what I.
I'm not sure I'm that guy though.
Oh, sure you are.
I'm working on
All your
it.
stuff is at least decent there, Mitch. I saw those. What did you? I'm trying to think of what you put up. The yellow and black guys. You've got the carrion wings are on. Shit.
Like Fel Pegasi?
Yeah, that's what you shared recently, right?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Those weren't done, by the way.
I mean, they looked fine. Like that's all I'm talking about. Like it was fine. They weren't done. Even in your video, they looked good. I mean, they look better than gray plastic.
Yeah, which is what they were before. They were gray plastic and metal.
Or primer color. Yes, the worst of all possible worlds. Primer color. Oh, how I hate you. Matt, what are you working on, by the way? I don't think we asked you that, man. What's on your table right now? What are you up to?
Lots and lots of demons. Just tons of them. Little girls.
Oh, you dirty, dirty bastard.
Tons of Slanesh.
Oh.
I'd like to think the demons, people who play demons are like the ORBs. They're the original round basers. Because you can play
Exactly.
demons long before the
Nice
Age
and
of
easy.
Sigmar. Yeah.
Did you? Somebody trolled up a picture of a black tie dinner at Warhammer World, and said that they're actually making gaming mats in circular now, and that the new Warhammer table is going to be in the round.
That would be awesome. I would love a round table. Who
Which
wouldn't
I
want a
think
round
is-
table?
Which I think
It's
is
like so
ludicrous.
much easier to reach across and shit.
Sure, yeah, and where's the deployment zones, and
It's everywhere.
everywhere. So this is what I said. I was like, yes, GW is in bed now with IKEA with a new brand of Warhammer table, and it's going to be $1,200, but it's going to be $3,200 in Australia and New Zealand. The deployment is not deployment anymore. Warhammer Age of Sigmar is evolving. You take your carry case, you turn it upside down, you dump it out. Everything that stays on the table is your army. Anything that falls out is a casualty. And you have to be careful about what you put in your case, because if you put too much stuff in your case and it falls out on the floor, then of course you could lose based on victory conditions. If it lands on your chair, that unit automatically takes die 3 mortal wounds.
Jesus Christ. I can
Just-
see this has been very well thought out.
Yeah.
I
Here's the thing about that, Mitch. So you're making a joke about that sort of deployment, or people who would deploy like that, okay? So
I'm making a joke at somebody who put out a picture trying to whether they were serious or not, but other people bought into that fact that it might be serious, that somehow the Age of Sigmar, the new deployment table was round instead of rectangular or square.
Well, at this point, yes, people are willing to believe anything.
Anything.
But no, I meant more like making a joke about that, of like dumping out your models.
Oh
So-
yeah, that was just me being silly, of course.
No. One of my good buddies, who I played Warhammer with since the '90s, and has a high elf army that dates back to that time period. Okay, some of which are metal. So like he has the old metal sword masters, a whole bunch of them, but most of which are plastic, like the old plastic monopose archers and spearmen. You know, these elves.
Yep.
Right. So the way that he cared for those and deployed them was he deployed them using what we call the Elvish deployment rules, which were he kept them all in a plastic tub and would just go and dump them on the table and then just kind of shuffle them into their various spots and then put them in piles.
Oh, that
Oh
must
my
be a joy to
God.
play. These were painted models?
Let's say yes-ish.
Depending on what your definition of that is.
That's probably why he didn't care.
Yes. They, like, paint got near them. His sword masters that were painted, he was actually nice with, because those are like sort of the one model he actually like took a pretty good amount of time on, and they actually look rather nice, even for a paint job from the '90s. They're very traditional, sort of high elven look. But everything else, you know, whatever, dump it, good enough, done and done. So yeah, we in our group that's called Elvish deployment rules when you just dump your things out.
I got a story about models being dumped, and it almost came to blows because of it. But back in 6th edition, when the Wood Elves first came out, I started Wood Elves, and my buddy had started playing High Elves. Now he was the type that, you know, built a list, bought the models specifically for the list he made, and then played that, and just that's all he played.
Okay.
And when he wanted to, like, if he ever wanted to, well, while he was testing that, he would borrow figs from wherever and just proxy them in. So I had like 50 Eternal Guards, so he borrowed those to test out Spearmen and whatever else. So he did that, and he was going up against my buddy Bowden, who always ran with Khorne, so he had like the Bloodthirster and all that other shit. So this Bloodthirster goes into a unit of like 50 Spearmen and just fucking destroys it. And these models, I had, like the Eternal Guard figs, I had like painstakingly painted because they were such nice models that they were the new metal ones that had just come out.
Yep.
He proceeded to pick up the movement tray, walk over to my like carry case that has, like, I had them set in the movement tray in the carry case, and he proceeded to turn the fucking movement tray upside down and dump them into the fucking foam tray that they were sitting in. And I was like, what are you doing? Oh my god!
Oh, immediately you punch them in the face. Like that's the next step. Like
Yeah.
that's
Stomach.
no,
It
you
was
should
in the
be
stomach.
justified for that is an acceptable cause. Like if you murdered him and went to court, the judge would be like, wait, what? Nah,
It's like,
case
wait, what?
Yeah, if they were
Yeah,
a Warhammer
you-
player, sure.
Wait a minute. You painstakingly painted 50 elves?
Case dismissed.
Yeah. That kid's family owes you money.
Exactly. No, these were all his own minis, and of course, you know, I let's just say that to this day, he remains decidedly uninterested in the various nuances of modeling and fig care, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own
I
thing.
wonder why.
He's actually he's my regular Empire player now because towards 8th edition he actually went more in for the Empire. He always liked the Empire, but he really came to love it in 8th edition. And that was always a lot of fun because he really didn't he's never met an 8th edition Empire army that didn't contain 2 steam tanks and a whole lot of 1-up armor. And he wasn't doing it because he's like a beardy player or a filthy player. That was just the Empire that he liked. So every army had 5 cannons, 2 of which were steam tanks, you know, like 3 regular cannons, 2 steam tanks, So hence
my
2 more
God.
cannons, and then like just a wall of demigryphs and 1-up knights. Like, sure, yeah, of course. This is my army. What?
Sounds like Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
A little more fair in the Age of Sigmar. I will fight that army. I will fight that army.
No, that was grammatically correct. You will fight that armily.
I will fight that army. Yes, I will fight that army happily in the Age of Sigmar. Yes.
By the way, anybody? So not to change the subject too far, but anybody?
Mitch, this is a Paintisode. We don't have a subject. We talk about whatever we're talking about.
Okay. Look, elephants.
Yes.
Nice clouds. All right. The Vermintide. Anybody checking that out and with any interest?
No.
No, not really.
I know you kids are not, because you can't go and play on the server side and be the rats.
Correct. Yeah, I seriously was like, I was super excited about that when I saw like, a rat thing, and then I asked somebody, and I was like, so do you get to be the Skaven? And they're like, no, you kill the Skaven. And I was like, then this game is heresy.
See, Vince is probably going to watch this game played on Twitch and root for the rats.
Yes. That's not probably.
Well, speaking of like races that people are like all gung ho for, Mitch, I gotta say I'm hurt, man. I'm hurt.
You're hurt?
I'm hurt.
You mean I've offended somebody? This is a shocker.
Yes, you have wronged me.
How have I wronged you? And let me apologize in
You went
advance.
ahead with Vince. You two were in cahoots with this.
Oh yeah.
There was
And you
cahooting, all right.
Yeah. You went and did the goddamn Seraphon fucking battle scroll unlocking without the Seraphon player.
Oh well, we'll have to invite you when we talk about the Seraphon characters. Okay? How's that sound?
That better happen. I'm holding you to that.
I'll do it. You're welcome to it, man. I have dipped into the well of Vince and Tom way too much. That didn't sound right.
That's not to say he didn't enjoy it, Vince.
But I'm more than willing to invite other people to come in. I have plenty of unlockings I got to circle back to Vince with, and do characters. So as long as Vince doesn't mind, I would be happy to do the character-specific video with you.
Absolutely not. As I, like, to be fair there, Merrick, like I stepped in because he needed somebody who had some experience with the thing, and I play lizard men on the reg, and by that I mean I murder lizard men. So I felt like I had a good interpretation of like what's their various things in their army that are powerful or not. But like, yes, I don't have the love for them. That's totally fair.
Now, I had done the video with you just prior to a buddy of mine. I got him into the game, into Age of Sigmar. He's actually the guy who got me into Warhammer ages ago. And he has kind of had the same arc I have. Had a family, had children, kind of got out of the hobby. He's now back into it with their kids a little bit older. He's got his kids are around my age, like my son's age. And
my friend is 100. Okay. Cool.
And we did the Lizardman video like the week before, and he had not had a chance to watch it, and he really should have, because he put out like a wall of like 80 skinks. And I told him when we deployed, I said, you sure you want to just use those as just regular skinks? You should probably take like 20 or 30 of them and make them chameleon skinks. That would kind of ruin my day. And he was like, no, keep it as just regular skinks. And I'm like, are you sure? Then he put out was it pterodons? And I said, you sure?
Yeah.
The ones that drop rocks? I said, hey, those are awesome, but you sure? Maybe you should put them out, because I'm trying to show him. I'm showing the ropes, and I'm really helping him out with ideas. And we went really slow with the game, just going over step by step, what his options were. And I said, you should probably put those as ripperdactyls. They're so much better. And he's like, well, I got the models with the rocks. I'll do the one with the rocks. I was like, all right, sure, cool. After that video, he messaged me. He said, after our game, he messaged me. And he said, man, I should have just listened to you. I watched your video. I will completely change, what my list is. He had found religion when it came to how he should have played his lizardmen.
Sure, not that the pterodons are bad. Not that the pterodons are bad or the snakes are bad. They're not. They're
It's just
fine.
Riperdactyls are that much better.
Yeah, it would just. I think, especially when you're learning and trying out stuff, you should just split up the units, just like done one of each, just to see what it can do. You know, because especially when you're sort of like learning the army, you want to kind of put everything through its paces.
But I will say this: the ability that you and I kind of just, especially you, because you're very critical of these command abilities, and rightfully so in more cases than not. You had ripped into this one command ability that one of the characters had, which I think was a cold one dismounted or something like that. Not a cold one, an old one dismounted, and he could basically take a unit and just reposition it.
Yeah, you guys totally underplayed the amount of usefulness that had.
He almost won the game because of that. Like I was steamrolling him pretty much, and it was really just I was just kind of a cascade of death down every side of the battlefield, and it was cold. It was a ritual thing where I had to get my general next to this terrain piece, and he completely pulled a unit out of combat, not out of combat, excuse me, out of the point where it couldn't charge because it was within 3 inches. Pulled it out of that range, and then that unit was able to move and charge, and almost won the game for him in the finale. That ability may be very situational, but it was far better than the way we had described it.
I think that's exactly how I described it. I said it's a movement-based finesse ability, and hence it's often garbage until it's amazing when it happens to work out. I think that's exactly. I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go watch it. We have to go to the tape.
Words.
So, but the words you just used, it's garbage unless it's not.
No, but I mean, like, 90% of the time it's garbage and does nothing. 10% of the time it's amazing. That's all finesse abilities are like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't bank on that ability, but he just happened to use it, and I didn't give him the suggestion for it. He was planning on using it somehow that way to reposition the unit, and it just happened to come into play where he almost won the game with it. I thought it was awesome.
Sure, and look, that's good, and like I have no issue with that, except for this. You get basically one command ability, right? Because you got one guy who's a general, and he's the guy who can use command abilities. And it's always, so like, it's a completely mutually exclusive choice point. So when I look at these, I rate them very highly on, will I want to bang this button every turn? If the answer is no, then automatically this thing's starting with a strike. Like, sorry, but that's just how it is because, you know, this is my one ability like this. Spells can afford to be garbage and situational because I probably have multiple spellcasters or spells. It doesn't matter how many heroes with command abilities I've got, exempting certain situations. There are like some scenario special rules, and you know the high elves cheat, blah 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 blah. If Tom watches this, he's gonna complain because he's like, no, there's situations where you can. Yeah, I know. Shut up. I am aware of those situations. Thank you.
It's Tom. Just with the high elves, the situation is everything.
Yes. So the high elves, as usual, can be exempt from this because they cheat as in every edition. Congratulations. And
you're welcome, Tom.
Yeah. Tom kept coming to me. So when the War Scrolls dropped, obviously the first thing he read was the High Elf War Scrolls, okay? And he kept coming to me afterward and being like, I'm not sure about the rest of these War Scrolls. I mean, is this any good? Is this any good? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Tom, the problem is you read the High Elves first. Okay, that's the issue. You read the army of the Flame Phoenix, and we all get 4-up ward saves, still in a game without ward saves and crap like this. And then you went and read all the rest of the armies. It's just, yeah, that's the problem.
Very true.
So, High Elves are cheating. That's fine. It's all right. I will be interested to see what becomes of our A-Elves. A-Elves.
I want to see the... I'm not sure if anybody else noticed, probably just me, because I think I'm the only Lizardman player here, but I think we might be getting some new source cav, because the source cav that are on the website are sold out, as in not going to be, not like temporarily out of stock, literally sold out.
Yeah, we've seen that before, but it's not a good omen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. Here's what it can mean one of two things. So, possibility of the first. It's three things. Possibility of the first. It's just not getting replaced. Okay, like, that's it. There are no more, like, they sold through that and they're never replacing it.
That is fine with that.
Okay. Because look, some of these kits, that's going to happen. They're not. We know that they're not keeping all of these in production, right? Possibility the second, it's going to get round based, right? Like repackaged and re-released, which would mean that would, despite the rumors to the contrary, that would increase the possibility of having a Seraphon release coming fairly soon. That is to say, you know, in the next X number of months, like it being one of the early ones up. Because like when the corn stuff was about to get that big repack, a bunch of it went sold out, and they just, you know, that was it, because it all got repacked. Possibility the third is they are pulling it because it's no longer going to be part of the new Lizardmen line, right? And so like they just sold through that, but they're going to release a new version of that thing, like a totally different type of thing. So,
which I'd also be okay with, because those fucking cold ones look derpy.
They are pretty derpy.
Yeah.
What do you want to see, Merrick? What do you want to see out of Seraphon? Let's imagine the Seraphon release was the November release. I'm not saying it, but let's just imagine that world.
You're getting me all excited because we all know you're a spy for GW.
Clearly, yes. So let's say let's say you've got a 4-week release coming in November of just pure Seraphon stuff. Some will be repacks, so you can keep some of your stuff, but some will be new. What do you want to see? Hit me. Go.
Okay, well, first thing I want to see go is obviously the derpy looking fucking cold ones. And they don't even have to do much. You know what they need to do? They need to repack them with the Dark Elf cold ones, and I'll be fine with that. That's cool. Next on the docket is the Saurus Warriors. Axe them. Get rid of them. They're terrible. I hate them. What we need to see is Saurus Warriors that look bulkier. We need something with more meat, because they're supposed to be these fucking 8-foot tall lizard people that are just made of solid muscle and bone. So we need a less serpentine looking Saurus Warrior. The Temple Guard are fine because they are actually beefier than the Saurus Warriors. What the hell else do we need? Other than that, I think everything's okay. It'd be nice to have a skink priest that you didn't have to buy a fucking Finecast model for, but I mean, that's never going to happen. And
don't worry, you'll get a new skink priest. He'll just be $40 and be packaged with like a tiny
lizard.
reptile. Yeah.
And I want to see, the other thing I want to see gone is like the old blood on foot, not the metal one, but the new plastic kit that they came out. That one that's like walking down the steps sort of deal. He's got like an axe and a shield in that. That is the worst looking Lizardman model I have ever seen, like from GW. And that's like including the 5th edition crap that they did. That model is just hideous. Like, I don't know what's going on with his face, but it's awful.
Yeah, he's a little bit weird looking.
Yeah, like he looks like he has a fish face. He looks like he's one of those underwater fish that has like the light in front of their head.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it just aggravates the hell out of me. So yeah, that one gone, and just release like the one from the Carnosaur kit in a blister to fix that.
Yeah, that would work. More skinks.
I would like to see the Saurus in a little bit more dynamic poses. I don't know if I'd want them necessarily beefier, but I'd like to see them where they're more in action poses. They seem to be more like, you know, just shield, weapon, crouch, you know, and I'd like to see them with more action and more mobility and more just looking like they're in you know, just in the midst of charging and combat, just being able to manipulate them with a little bit more bits.
I get that, but the thing with Saurus Warriors is that they are like the hoplite warriors of the Warhammer world. Like, they are literally bred for war. They go to war, and that's all they know or think about. So, like, it makes sense that they would be in these ordered formations just marching forward. Because as much as I love to believe that when they actually get into combat, it is just pure savagery. The way that the stuff is actually described is that they are like an ordered force that is pretty much unbreakable.
Sure. I'm just saying that it would be cool to see them look like they're in the midst of combat as opposed to marching or on the double or whatnot in formation. Yeah. At least to be able to have the models of the front rank guys and the second rank guys, just to have some be a little bit more dynamically posed. They just look a little boring.
Completely agree.
I think those models are pretty old at this point too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were right at the beginning of 6, I think. Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but no new things? You wouldn't want to see, like, I don't know, a new dinosaur?
Yes.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing a Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, nice.
For those of you who don't know what that is like a giant dragon serpent thing with feathery wings, and yeah, it's like this mystical creature that the lizardman could have instead of a dragon.
Oh, I would totally support a Quaddle, yeah, absolutely. Yes. That would be sweet. All right, I like that. I like where that's going. And there's a lot of South American lore to draw off of. So I mean, there's plenty there.
Oh yeah. I don't know. Maybe bring actual blood sacrifices into the game, just rules-wise, would be neat to see too.
Yeah, because the game is not kid-friendly enough.
It's not.
I know it's not.
Yeah.
There should be like a link to that new movie Green Infinity.
Oh boy.
Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm
it's
aware.
Eli Roth's new snuff film. Yes.
Oh my God.
Where they used like actual tribe members that have never seen. Like, I was watching an interview for it, and he was literally like saying that he had to go in and describe what a movie was to these people.
So let me get this straight. He goes into like what, the Amazon basin or something, and finds like these tribes that have very little connection to the outside world, and is like, I want to put you in a movie, and I'm gonna have you torture and murder a bunch of white people, and
You're like,
I don't have to worry about paying you anything, because you don't really have a concept of money in the same sense or traditional sense. And in no way will this reflect negatively on your culture or make you look like a bunch of backward savages because you don't have that conception of PC.
Well, the way he was talking about it was kind of funny, because he was like, yeah, they think it's a comedy film. They don't think it's like a horror flick. They think it's a comedy. Like, when they see, like, he was explaining, like, the kids were running around with, like, severed limbs and shit and just having a good time. Yeah. And that they had 2 of the actresses who were captured in a cage, and 2 of the kids just decided it would be hilarious to just drop pythons in the fucking cage with them. Like, it wasn't part of the script or anything. They just decided they were going to fucking drop pythons in there.
That's great. That's awesome. And that probably is a scene in the movie, or at least it's got to be an outtake somewhere. Oh, yeah. That's great.
And like
they were acting in that scene, right?
Yeah, the director was saying, like, yeah, the safety laws in South America are a little bit different than they are in America. So like he says, there's like a scene where like this fucking python opens its mouth, and its like open mouth is like 2 inches away from this woman's face, and it's a real python. It's not like CGI or whatever. Just because these little kids wanted to have some fun.
Well, that's amazing, and I don't like. I have no conception of what these actors got paid to take part in that movie, and I'm sure many of them were like, "Yay, it's my big break in Hollywood," because I know Eli Roth often favors using lesser-known people. Mm-hmm. Nope, pass on that. There'll be more opportunities. Yeah, not worth it.
Gonna say no to the python in the face. Thank you.
Doesn't matter. I'll get out there. I had to say good night to my wife, and she didn't want to get on camera.
Gotcha.
My wife still wonders what I do out in the garage. She's like, do you have a mistress out there? It's like, yes, her name is Green Stuff.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yes, and she is a harsh mistress, to be sure.
She really is. She can be a cold-hearted bitch at times. Not my wife, the Green Stuff. My wife's a saint for putting up with me.
Good save. Good recovery.
Thank you.
It's funny, I say the same thing all the time. It's absolutely true. Oh. Also, I've been married to my wife for like many, many, many years, and so at this point, I think she's just genuinely sick of me, so it really doesn't matter anymore. The less I'm around is probably better for her.
Me and my wife will be married for 7 years this October 31st.
Nice.
Nice
You
one.
got married on Halloween. That's awesome.
Yep. It's
my
her
wife's
favorite
birthday.
holiday. Is it?
Yeah.
It was just about my birthday too, but I was 3 days late.
She always felt that she got kind of like a little screwed out of her birthday, but it's not. It's cool. And I think it's awesome. When you get to dress up for your birthday in costumes. That's friggin' epic.
Yeah, and also everybody in the world is obliged to give you candy on your birthday.
Can't go wrong there.
Seems like a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's excellent. We dress up every year. We're just big kids. And last year I made a Mr. Freeze costume, which took about 3 months of my friggin' life and went way overboard, which is pretty much how I do all these hobby things.
What?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it, Mitch.
Shocker.
You're kidding me.
Well, you should consider yourself lucky because, like, I got a bat suit and that took me like 3 years to put together.
Oh well, that's a whole nother level of crazy. I did the whole, the dome, everything glowed. I even put into it because so it had anti fog, and because it was in case it was hot, I had a fan flow. I had one fan behind me and one in front behind the light that was in the front of the chest piece. So there was a airflow throughout the thing, which really, really worked well. And it was
Nice.
I got a special fan that was silent for it, like PC fans.
Oh yeah.
Work for it. And then I had the whole thing glowed up, and I had the gun all glowing. And then I sold it to Catherine McPhee. If you don't know who that is, she's a singer from what's her name? What's it called? American Idol.
Wow,
Oh, wow.
that's weird. How did that go down?
I don't know. It's just very strange. She bought. I guess she bought it for somebody. I don't know. But I got my money back is the big question. I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. I got my money back. I was like, yeah, I got at least my cost back. But I vowed that I would never build a costume again. And you know what my family wanted me to build this year? They wanted to go Ghostbusters. So they wanted me to build first of all, they wanted me to go the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, which I didn't have to do too much costuming because I kind of look a little Stay Puffy at this point in my life. Then my wife was going to be Sigourney Weaver with the red outfit and her tricked out hair, and I was going to be what's the name of that dude? The guy who was the accountant.
Well, it's what was
Dick?
his name?
It wasn't Harold Ramis. What was it?
No, Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis, there you go. So I was going to be Rick Moranis, so it was an easy costume. I was going to get a Beatles wig, put it on my head, like a mop hair, put the glasses on, get the white shirt kind of disheveled, and get the whole metal outline on my head with lights and stuff, and just do the gatekeeper, keymaster thing, with a lot of sniffing. That would have worked too, but my wife couldn't find the dress, and she didn't want to make it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his name from the movie. Crap, what is his name in the movie?
I can't remember that either.
How do I not remember this? Oh my god.
Probably something nerdy like Leonard or something.
Leonard being a particularly nerdy name, huh?
Yes.
Got it. Take that, anybody named Leonard watching this. You're a
There's
nerd.
gonna be a lot of hate on that.
If you're watching this, you're a nerd anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
That's
Good
a good
point.
point.
Good point.
And probably happily so.
And happily
yes.
so.
Yeah, I don't dress up ever or believe in that, so that's fine. But I'm glad you have a good time with it.
Why not? Let me ask you why not.
It's completely uninteresting to me. I have never felt a need to put a costume on like that. I mean, I'm sure I wore Halloween costumes. The last time was probably in college. Not a thing for me. I look like this, like how I'm dressed right now, every day of the year. 5 minutes after I wake up or whatever, or shower or whatever. This is how I look until I go to sleep at night. My closet is like Mr. Monk's closet. It's just like it's all the same stuff, just over and over again.
Everybody's like the guy from 9.5 Weeks. He had like 12 of the same colored and cut suit.
Exactly.
And if anybody remembers that movie, by the way, you win a cookie.
9.5 weeks.
Not from Mitch or anyone here, but just a cookie.
In
Just
general.
a cookie. It's a general statement.
Yes, of course. Who doesn't know 9.5 weeks? There would be no 50 Shades of Grey without 9.5 weeks.
Yeah, 50 Shades of Stupidity. That movie was awful.
I'm just saying, clearly that movie is a pseudo precursor, right, in theme and tone and what's going on. It's also indecipherable as far as like the motivations of the characters in that.
Oh yeah, but it's not about the motivations of the characters. It's about the music and the sex.
Well, of what there is, it's surprisingly soft for its proposed concept.
Sure, it was actually controversial.
Which is hilarious to me
It's
because
hilarious.
it's so tame, right?
It is
like
it's amazing in this puritanical PC times that it probably would have been extremely controversial even today.
I don't know, man. I think people wouldn't like. I think you put that out today, nobody bats an eyelash because it really was pretty meh overall. Like it wasn't. I want to say you get like 45 minutes into that movie before you even have any kind of a sex scene.
Well, even porn has to have the pizza guy ringing the doorbell.
Well, 45 minutes of an hour-and-a-half movie is a long way in.
Yeah.
That's all. So for a movie that's supposed to be like the raciest movie ever made.
It's not. It's totally not. For the time, maybe. I don't know.
I'm just saying that's how they sold it. 9.5 weeks. You heard it here first. 9.5 weeks is a letdown. That's right. Yeah. Tune in for more 30-year-old movie reviews.
If you watch that movie today, yes, that is a letdown. It's like any other movie that you probably saw when you were younger and you watch it 20 or 30 years later and you're like, that was a little more... Well, there's some movies that are exceptions to that, but there's a lot of those types of things that are like, that seemed a lot more interesting when I saw it back in the day.
Sure. Well, yes, obviously never go back. Like, that is a good rule to live by. That way you'll never accidentally destroy a thing from your childhood you loved. So, yes, I certainly agree with that as a premise. But at the same time, yes, there are certainly things that hold up, right? Like, well, we just mentioned Ghostbusters. Yeah. And, my wife had never seen Ghostbusters, so we watched Ghostbusters about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. And she was like, yeah, that was pretty good. And I watched it and I was like, that was great. That totally holds up.
Or Princess Bride still holds up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It does.
One of the most quotable movies ever. So I wanted to ask you about costumes and anybody else chime in. I'm shocked because it's the one day as an adult that you kind of get a license to play like a kid without any reservations. You get to dress up in silly costumes and be stupid, like you were when you were 12 or 15.
Dude, I'm still like that.
Yeah, I kind of still am too. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, sure. I was an old man when I was a young man, and I've never gotten to that sort of thing.
It's like kids are out riding bikes, and Vince was inside balancing his checkbook.
It's not that far off. You're pretty much in the right ballpark there, yes.
Oh, God, that's hysterical. That's
like
great.
You kids and your rock music.
Exactly. I'm over here complaining about people being on my lawn, yes. What can I say?
I've done
that now.
I've done that. I hate to say it, I've done that, but here's the circumstance. Don't vilify me. We just bought the house. It's like 2 weeks in. We come home, and there's 4 kids sitting in the middle of my lawn, practically on my front stoop. I don't know who they are. They're just chilling out on my property. It's not like I have a little lawn. They're like practically in the front. So I walk up. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" They're like, "Hi," and then they go back to their conversation as if I wasn't even there. And I was like, "Can I help you? Are you waiting for somebody?"
Who the heck are you people?
He looked at me like I had 2 heads, and I was like, get the fuck off my property, man.
No, that's fair.
I had a similar situation, but like here where I live, we've got a problem with like.
I assume polar bear since it's Canada.
Actually, I was gonna say drunks and hobos.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
But yeah, like so this
Drunken
I'm
hobo
heading out to-
polar bears.
Polar bears. Yes.
Yes. So I'm heading out to the garage, and I noticed that like by my fence, I have like a line of trees, and it's in the front yard, and there's 2 people just sitting there, and they're like drinking a 12-pack on my front lawn underneath the trees by my fence. So I'm Canadian, so I kindly walk over and fucking politely ask them, to leave. To which I get the response "awas," which is Cree for "get out of here." And so I just like lost my shit. I was like, "Look, you've got 30 seconds to get the fuck off my lawn before I call the cops, or better yet, I'll remove you myself. Take your pick." And then I got like extremely screamed at by a lady who was, very intoxicated.
Nice. So they pushed you. What happens when a Canadian is pushed too far?
That's right.
There it is.
We threatened to call the police.
Canadians gone wild.
Exactly.
Dude, I'm from like the New York, New Jersey area. I also went up to them and politely said, "Can I help you?"
Yes, but like when I approached them, it was more of a like, "Did I do something wrong to put you
Sure,
on my lawn?"
yes.
Oh, I got it.
Can I help you with something? Like that. That's the opening
I'll
line.
get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Would you
It's like
like?
you
would
go
like
out
something
there
to
with a
drink?
sandwich first.
In my head, I want you to know that this story is playing out with you telling them to take off, eh? I mean, I know that's not what you said, but I'm just telling you in my head that's what happened.
I'm sure I probably said it. We say it so often that we don't
Sure.
actually notice it.
Also,
Okay.
in the story in my head, your head is like flapping like this. I just want you to understand that.
Okay. So speaking of like Canadians and the whole A and a boot and all that crap.
Sure.
So my wife is from England, and the very first
Congratulations.
time.
You guys saw the British one, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. So she, her first visit over here, I was living in Winnipeg, which is about 8 hours from here, and me and my buddies were down in the basement having a couple drinks, and like right before she arrived. So we go to the airport to pick her up, and I shit you not, my buddy Trevor, and like Trevor would never be watching this, but Trevor, if you are watching this, God bless your soul. But like his fucking at the end of every goddamn sentence he said A, and like Katie could not stop grinning and laughing at me, and I was like, "You son of a bitch, I am gonna kill you so hard when we get home." Like,
welcome to Canada, eh? We're glad to be here, eh?
Oh, it was so bad.
Way to reinforce a stereotype.
Yeah, it was.
There's
like,
a hashtag for you.
asshole.
That's pretty awesome.
It was like the only thing he could have done to make it worse was like show up in a Mountie outfit.
We could have shown up in a Mountie outfit on ice skates, making cheese, drinking like some kind of Canadian beer, and
While he's
wearing
riding
a
a
hockey
moose.
jersey. Yes.
While he's
Admitted-
riding a moose wearing a hockey jersey.
Admit it, Merrick. That's your Halloween costume this year.
The ultimate Canadian.
How awful would that be? You know, you're going as a Mountie to Halloween in Canada.
That's actually what my mother-in-law calls me. I'm her little Mountie.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There's a whole range of issues there.
Yeah.
We could do a whole episode just on that probably.
She does it to bug my wife. She goes, "So how's my little Mountie doing?"
So
Just to bug her.
Is this a conversation you should be laying down on a couch talking about?
No, I assume your mother-in-law is in England.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Fantastic. I love that. I hope there's occasional references to, like, so how is life since you left the Empire? Or something like that, you know? Like, that would be really great.
That's great.
Because it's not that long ago that you all, like, it's within the lifetime of the current queen that you all decided that you got out of it, you know, to completely divorce yourself from the motherland.
There's a lot that's within the lifetime of the current queen.
Oh, sure, she's the longest-serving monarch in English history, yes.
She drank the potion. From
The potion that makes her have permanent scowly face?
No, that gives her eternal life. Another movie reference.
No, that's just the lack of facelift surgery. That's all that is, Vince.
She is very scowly. That's all I'm saying. I mean, she's fine.
Yeah.
I have no problem. She seems like a perfectly nice lady. I'm sure she is actually quite pleasant and everything. I've certainly never met her. She just seems
her wrist wave.
Yeah, that wrist wave, that's sweet. I'm gonna do that. See, look, I can't even do it right. She's like, I've got too much movement in my arm. She like this. She has an extra joint here.
She's animatronic.
Yeah, like try to move just this part. Your arm moves because this joint only goes like this. It's like whatever this kind of joint is that doesn't go side to side. Like you have to move your arm. But she can just like her wrist stays stationary and the hand turns. She has extra joints because that's what the nobility. That's what you get. You get the extra joints.
You hear in the background. Zzz,
yeah.
zzz.
It's fine. That's sounds good to me. That's cool.
I want to kill myself already with this. This was the bad idea.
Not on camera.
Tell us of your challenges. Go ahead.
Okay, well, like it's not like challenges. It's just like the tediousness. Because you got a block that's this big, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're doing something like this. Just pain in the ass.
Make 6 more just like it.
Actually, 18 more just like it.
Is this a commission or is this just for you?
No, this is for me. I don't do commission work. I don't believe in it. Because then this becomes like a job, and I won't do it. So it's more or less I do things for people that I know, people that I'm friends with, and they don't pay me in actual money. They pay me in things that I want.
Barter. It's the best kind of currency. Well, maybe not, but...
Well, actually, it's not. Like that's actually why we invented currency, because bartering is inefficient. But that's okay.
Well, if I was such an economist.
Like the problem with bartering is I can't trade you half a pig in as easy a fashion as I can. But I can trade you dollar amounts of half a pig.
You can trade half a pig. It's just not recommended.
Yeah, not with the pig still being alive. Yes, that being a problem. Yeah, good stuff. How's everybody's progress coming? Let's do a progress check. Mitch, how's your progress going?
You want me to show? Okay, so I started with this, right?
Uh-huh.
Right, and I've got that. So I only need to put on these, and I'm done with Durthu.
So 2 hours, you've glued together like 4 pieces. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I started the show with this.
Sure.
So it's worse than that. I just made this. This arm was already made beforehand. This is all I've done, putting this together. So it's far worse.
So is he gonna have the sword?
He's damn right.
Damn right. All tree men should have the sword, not just Durthu. They should all be modeled with the sword.
No, I've got to find more reasons to use this sword. I
That
love
sword
this
is
sword.
amazing. I love that sword.
I saw a conversion where it's like kind of a combination of the sword and extends back, so it's kind of like a staff with the sword on the end. It's like a halberd or a a kwando or something. It's kwando. I just pulled that out.
Way to go, man.
So yeah, I'm making tons of progress.
Tremendous progress.
Tremendous
progress.
Yes.
You
That's my
miss you,
effort.
Lord T. R.I.P.
I was just gonna say that's my effort to keep him in our thoughts.
Yes. Pour one out for your boy. I'm not
I
gonna
still
pour
use
anything out of
I
my
still
sword.
use his dice. They work really well for me. They never worked well for him, but they work well for me.
Oh, totally. I use his dice to generate D&D characters whenever I have to roll something up. I get out the Lord Tremendous dice. That way, when I see his name, I know it was good because he's got as appropriate. He's got the word on the six.
I want to talk D&D
should always be
after.
on the six. The symbol or whatever it is should always be on the six. That's what pissed me off the most about the Warhammer Skaven dice.
Uh-huh.
Like, I got a set of the Skaven dice during end times, and the Skaven symbol is on the one.
Because it's Skaven.
Yeah, but like, that means I'm pissed every time I see the Skaven symbol. It's almost like they're taunting me. They're like, haha, something done blowed up.
It's like, haha, you're Skaven.
That's funny. That is funny. All right, after we go around through the rounds of people's progress, I want to ask, maybe we could talk about some D&D.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Matt, where are you at? How's your progress coming?
Oh man. Specifically, I'm working on one of these little constructs here.
Oh boy,
So-
those take a while to put together.
Yeah, and I'm at that point where like I put like 1 or 2 coats of base paint on, and it just looks like absolute shit. And should try to like maybe work something out of it.
It gets better.
Yeah, it really does. But at this point, it looks horrible.
It's really the case that your models have to look bad before they look good. That is
Yeah,
true.
it really does. Yeah.
So that's a standard Seeker chariot you were building, right?
Yeah,
Not
it is,
the-
yeah. I have one of the others that I'm building, but right now just working on the old regular one.
Gotcha. Yeah, I love my Seeker chariots. I've got 2 of them, and then I converted my own Exalted out of like a bunch of extra pieces and stuff. And
Awesome.
the Hellflare is the only one I can't stand. Like in retrospect, I wish I had one, so I might need to get another one. But the look of that thing is so doofy. The tractor.
Yeah. I kind of agree.
I think I painted the entire body of that thing on sprue, basically. Like because the wheels are just so impossible to get at. So I think I left the wheels on sprue and painted them like completely, and then cut them all off and assembled it once they were basically done.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of an idiot. Like I always put together all my models first, and then try to paint them. But yeah, I should really learn just to do it on the sprue.
Well, sub-assemblies are definitely a good thing, like no doubt. I am a big fan of the sub-assembly where apropos and where you can. Like I had a buddy who's just started playing who got a Terrorgeist and was so excited he put his whole Terrorgeist together, and I was like, wrong choice, homie. You're gonna regret that real soon. And he started painting that thing and was like, I'm so sorry. Why did I do this? I should have listened to you. I was like, I told you. You need to keep them wings off, or you were never getting in that thing again. Like. Mr. This posed like this. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pose.
You didn't get the, why did you let me do this?
Hey, he's a big boy. He can make his own decisions in life. I am not the boss of him. So, yeah, there you go. All right, excellent. So are you putting together a whole mono Slanesh force? Or are you putting...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it last Christmas, and because I was kind of all over the country, didn't have much chance to really put it together or paint it. So that's what I'm putting on now. So I was hoping to get it mostly done by now, but it looks like it'll be a week or 2 of October at least. But
That's not too
that's the way
bad.
it goes.
So
Yeah.
what will you have all told? What will be the mono Slanesh force by the time you're done?
It is the chariot, the exalted chariot, a keeper of secrets, 3 of like those fiends,
Yep.
and then I have about 14 demonettes on their little mounts.
Oh
and
wow,
then
nice.
about 50 or so actual demonettes, demon prince, and then the special characters for Slanesh as well.
All right, so yeah, you got.
It's a pretty decent army.
Yeah, that's awesome. You definitely got your bases covered there. I like that.
Yeah.
Now
Not bad.
here's the question. This is the most important question
Ever.
ever.
Right.
All right. What model are you? What keeper do you have? And
Oh.
what are you using for your Demon Prince of Slanesh?
Oh man. It's not the one you like from Forge World.
All right. Yep. See that you. All right. We've already gone wrong. Okay, continue.
So I got. I bought it off eBay just a couple mid-August or so, and it was a bit cheaper. And I was like, okay, this will be good. And I completely forgot that the older version is just one hunk of really heavy metal.
Yes.
And man, that's a pain to put together. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be using it much because you're always, there's always like, I'm always going to be worried that it's going to break apart.
Right.
And then the Demon Prince is just a regular Demon Prince, nothing special.
Okay. Got it. That's fine. I am all about the Demon Princess conversion. I believe all Slaneshi models should be female and/or weird androgynous hermaphrodite things that have lots of basically like the fiends, right? Where they have I don't even know what they are. Weird cow anteater monster octopuses.
Pretty much.
Yeah, something like that. There's something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Forge World Keeper, I'll say this, if you can ever lay your hands on one of the best models Forge World's ever made. They are just so fantastic. And, I painted mine forever ago, and I still just will walk into the room sometimes and look at it and be like, I am so glad I bought that model. It's just an investment that keeps on giving because you just love it for forever.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's not crazy expensive.
No, I think it's cheaper than the new Bloodthirster that's coming out next week. So there you go.
That's true. Yeah, I was actually almost bought it a month or so ago. I might. At this point, though, because I'm almost finished with the army, I just kind of want to move on to something else.
Sure. No, I hear you.
But
Quitter.
we'll see.
I understand. I do that every other day.
Just look at it like it's an opportunity for something to come back to in the future. That's what it is.
Pretty much.
I never finish armies completely. That is to say, I always leave a little something undone from my army.
Yeah. See, I painted my undead army like that. I went through the whole thing, and that's close to 800 models, and that just almost killed me. So yeah, I try not to do
your
that,
pain.
but, yeah.
I feel your pain, man.
So
What are
many
you talking about,
skeletons and
Mitch?
zombies.
Yours still isn't done.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just
are
saying
not
the
allowed
model.
to feel your pain.
Hey, why is mine still not done? Because I converted every model. None of it was built out of the box. I wish I could have Vince's mentality intentionally.
of never leaving a thing undone.
So you always have something more to go back to.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I never leave an individual project, that is to say an individual group of models undone. But I always will so in my Tomb King's army, I still have I have probably, I don't know, in old 8th edition terms, 10 to 12,000 points of painted Tomb Kings.
Nice.
But I still have 3 chariots unpainted. I still have maybe 10 skeleton archers unpainted, an unpainted scorpion. Just a few little things here and there. that like if I get the urge to go back to that army, I can without needing to buy anything, right? Because sometimes you just with your armies, you just get an inkling, right? You look at them and you're like, man, I'd really like to paint something undead or something like that, right? Or at least I do. Maybe I'm a weird, but that's how I think.
Yeah, I think for me, like I'm trying to maybe paint a different forest every month, just so I can try to get a few of the armies I have painted. But at this point, I probably will take a week or two of October just to get everything mostly finished at least.
Well, I highly, I love to see a Slanesh force on the table, especially mono Slanesh. That is a beautiful, beautiful army, and I love it. I can't wait to see the whole army together.
All right. Well, I'll put for the PMP. I'll be putting about half of it up this week.
Nice.
So.
Excellent. I'm gonna start doing like Victor's been doing a couple of those like army videos lately. Have you guys watched Victor's like?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Force?
No,
First of
because
all-
they make me feel sad for the shit that I'm actually capable of.
Well,
He is amazing.
isn't it? And like his collection is so good.
Man, it makes me really jealous. There are certain times where I think I have like this huge collection, and then you see people like him, and it's like, oh, yeah. Because he just went like through all his 40K armies alone, and it's like half an hour.
Yeah.
His Bane blades and just everything. It's like, wow.
I love his accent too, and
Oh,
Yeah.
doesn't he have like the best voice?
he does. But
He really does. Victor, if you watch this, you have a great voice.
He
I
does.
put him on and I just get in a zone. It's
Yes.
like I could just paint with Victor speaking.
It's like that dude that passed that used to do the paintings back in like the 70s and 80s.
Bob Ross.
There you go, Bob Ross. Thank you.
Yes.
He's got the right inflection, the right yeah. But I will say that his last video on glowing eyes,
Yes.
when he said eye holes, I kept on.
Didn't you hear that too?
It was all assholes. So he was trying
Absolutely.
to he was sticking it in the assholes.
I heard the same thing. That was
All
so
right.
funny.
But
He put that in there on purpose. He's a
yeah, he probably
professional.
did. He was waiting for somebody to say something.
Yeah, exactly.
But he is gifted, man. He bangs that stuff out too in such quality so quickly. I have such jealousy. Oh my god.
Well, here's what I'll say, and I mean, this is nothing to take away from Victor, okay? He is absolutely very talented. But at the same time, I think saying that he's, and here's my only reason for pushback. Victor is an incredibly talented painter. But to say he's gifted almost takes away from him, and here's what I mean by that. He's
Put a lot of
more
work
than
into it.
Yes, exactly. He's more than gifted. He didn't just like land on being a great painter.
Right, he's
He
worked
worked
at it.
for years at it, and it shows. And that's, I think, the real key. The real key to being a better painter is you decide to be a better painter.
Oh, I understand. I agree with you. You have a great point. But I'm coming from a really low bar also of where when I first got into the hobby, I think I must have used an entire can of paint to paint my my Dark Angels green, and there was no paint left when I was done with that one, initial squad. You couldn't see the detail on the damn armor. I've come a long way. I understand what it means, but I came from a really, really, really low point.
Yeah, no, I just mean to say like, and I don't mean to say that like you just will to be better and suddenly you are. I'm not proposing like the secret as the method to being a better painter. I'm just saying like you have to have the will to improve and go out there. And there's lots of resources and you have to just do it a lot and practice.
What are you talking about, Vince?
You watch you watch shows like that. You watch shows like people who do paintisodes like this, or not like this, but in general.
You're not learning anything from
Well,
this.
I was just going to say, but
we
in
are
general,
teaching you nothing.
sometimes you guys talk about how-tos and stuff like that.
Sure.
But when you watch videos on how to do stuff, that's how you learn.
Yeah.
I don't know, Vince. I disagree with your theory because, I mean, when I just woke up one morning and told myself, you're going to take your sculpting to the next level today.
And you
then
did. Just
I
like that.
banged out I was just like, I'm doing it today, man. This shit's happening.
You woke up, you flipped on Eye of the Tiger. You know, it was like you were just
Oh,
shadow
no.
boxing your way out into the garage. And you just slapped some green stuff in that mold, and it was like dun 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 dun, dun and then boom, it became this perfect lizard
Because
man.
you had the genetic code for converting and painting.
Yeah.
You just had to awaken it.
Yeah. It was kind of weird how it happened, though, because I was like painting my Age of Sigmar stuff, and I was looking at all these lizard men. I'm like, I don't actually like any of these aesthetically. Like, I was painting my Soulless Warriors. I'm like, I fucking hate all of these. It's like, you know what? I'm going to make my own. So, yeah, it was kind of... And then it just turned into, like, a 3-day thing where I was just sculpting green stuff.
Nice. All right, so somebody asked a question on the Q&A thing, which, by the way, the Q&A thing is, like, on. You have to, like, click a button when you log in, but you can do it. And, like, please, people watching, ask questions. I would love to field questions, so that would be great.
People are actually watching this crap?
Oh, yeah. Like, hey, people need to pay, man. That's the whole idea. We're getting some models painted. The number of painted models in the world are increasing, and I love it.
Painted? What's this painting you speak of?
Yeah, indeed. Well, so then we're all painting, and also Mitch is gluing 4 pieces of plastic together in 3 hours.
Just on the fourth now. Just about to finish.
There it is. Look at that.
Let's hear that question.
All right, here's the question. He says, do you guys airbrush, and how did you branch into using airbrushes?
I hate airbrushes with a passion. I've never had a good experience with them, so I don't. So I'm going to sit this one out and let you guys take it.
I'm planning on it. I'm waiting for all you guys to beta test for me and then teach me all of your sorcerous ways.
Okay. Matt, any airbrushing?
No, I've never tried it, but I might at some point, although, I don't know. Maybe.
All right, that's a fair enough answer. So the answer is yes, I do airbrush quite a lot. So how did I branch into doing it? Okay, that's a great question. Well, first of all, I would recommend everybody out there who's if you're serious about modeling and hobbying and you paint a lot, then you should seriously consider getting an airbrush. Even if it's just for doing your priming and sort of like to lay down a base color. Even on that alone, you will make back your value on it quite quickly and easily. And if anybody's curious, just go to eBay, or not go to eBay, go to Amazon or something and search for like Master Airbrush all-in-one kit. It's the G22 or something like that. Comes with a very basic compressor, comes with a crappy airbrush manufactured in China, and everything you need. You can also buy like a nice little spray booth. If anybody's curious, I have an airbrushing video that I did with Paul some time ago where I have like the full list of everything you can buy to start airbrushing. If you go with like the full package, it's about $300 if you just bought everything for your starter kit. You don't need all that. You need $80 to get going. So it's actually a fairly cheap investment by the standards of, how much it's going to pay out. That airbrush is not good, but it's not terrible. It will work. It is a functional airbrush. And the reality is when you start airbrushing, it's like starting to drive. So that is to say, you don't go out and buy a BMW, like a top-of-the-line BMW, when you're 16. Because you don't know what you're doing, and chances are you're gonna wreck the car. So that's why I recommend starting this. You'll get the basics. It's a perfectly functional dual-action airbrush. Nothing wrong with it at all. It's and it will teach you like good maintenance and stuff like that. The other thing that I would say, if you're gonna make a big investment, I recommend these for people who are painting, brush painting, or airbrushing. But right there, your Game Air line of paints. These are simply the best freaking acrylic paints around. I'll stand behind them every day, any day. But good for brush painting, good for airbrushing. Okay.
Yeah, get the whole set. That's what I did.
Yes, and they're amazing, right?
Oh, they're fucking. When you're painting, you feel like you're doing a value drawing. It's insane.
Yeah. How well you can do layering and things with those, it's just going to shock you. Like just your paint will just escalate to the next level, even if you don't thin them at all or do anything or make tricky glazes or anything like that. Anyways, back to airbrushing. Okay, so the number one thing it's good for is priming, because rattle can priming is always going to obscure more detail than airbrush priming. The other thing that you can do very easily with an airbrush, not even talking about painting the model, is just zenithal highlighting, which will really help you in painting. So that's, you paint the whole model black, then you gray the model from a 45-degree angle, and then you white the model from a 90-degree angle. And that will create this natural gradation of the highlights. Then when you actually lay down your paint, you can follow that chart that your airbrush has created to create your realistic layers and highlights much easier. If you're particularly crafty, you can simply glaze over some of those highlights and get the colors with perfect blends. When you want to step, and so you'll play around with it. There's lots of good videos out there on it. You know, just watch videos on YouTube for like beginner airbrush stuff. There's great stuff. There's a guy who works with Badger all the time in the Minotaur paints, and he'll show you good stuff. When you're ready to go up and you've gotten everything you can out of the G22, this is what I would recommend. So this is sort of your next step, which is the Iwata Eclipse HPCS. This is about, I don't know, $80 to $100, something like that, on Amazon. This is a very good quality airbrush. It's not a great quality. There are certainly higher ends of this, but this is your next step. And that's when, and this will let you do some finer work and stuff like that. It's totally worth it. The speed you can achieve for even simple tasks is amazing. The blending you'll be able to do on things is fantastic. The first time you do a big monster and use an airbrush, you're going to be like, oh my god, how did I ever brush paint this giant monster? I was living in the dark ages. So that's sort of my overall answer. It's not the answer to everything. I have been sitting here the whole time we've been talking brush painting. Okay, you don't. It's not like you get an airbrush and it's a magic wand that you wave it over top and suddenly the model's painted.
That's what I heard, Vince.
Yes, clearly. You're still going to be doing tons of brush painting. It needs to be thought of like a tool in your toolbox of your hobby, like anything else. There you go. That's my answer. Good question.
I have a question.
Shoot.
Where the hell is Paul?
Where is Paul?
Where is Paul? Good question.
Paul dropped out of the hobby because everything in the hobby in his area died, and he got sad, and he decided to take a much like Madonna, he decided to have a holiday.
Yeah,
to get away.
I tried to contact him to get him on an unlocking, and he never answered. So I kind of assumed that probably was the case. Either that or I got hit by a bus, but I didn't hear anything horrible like that. But I'm sorry to hear that. But hopefully that means he could always return. He's.
Oh sure. If I doubt he is, if he's out of the hobby, he's probably trying to sort of avoid things like this. But Paul, buddy, we miss you.
That's right. And let's say this: next Wednesday, so yeah, the 30th, is Paul's birthday. So everybody, happy early birthday, Paul K. We miss you, buddy.
Happy birthday.
Everybody send
Happy
Paul
birthday, bud.
some happy birthday wishes on the 30th. All right, there we go. So
now, like, with his armies and stuff, he didn't put them on eBay or anything, right?
no, I don't believe he sold anything.
Okay.
He still loved his stuff. He had no problem with it.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of. He was willing to try different things, but kind of the hobby. The change sort of killed a lot of the hobby in his area. His area was very tournament driven.
If you don't have players to play with, I can understand it sucks.
Exactly, and it just kind of took the wind out of his sails, right? I feel bad for the guy. It's a shame. So,
a lot of the people I know have moved on to other games. I mean, they still have their armies, but they may play, but they may not.
My real recommend, like, if you've got a ton of armies and you're decided you want to take a break from the hobby, which, by the way, is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, people are going to come and go from the hobby. The community's not a static thing. It's a dynamic thing. That's fine. I've stopped and started playing this. There's been years where I played maybe one game of Warhammer in a year since 1997, and there are years where I played every weekend. Like, whatever. It happens, when you play that long. And that's true for all the games I play. Magic and
Yeah.
D&D and Rifts and anything.
Rifts.
Yeah, you missed it. We started it. Well, I don't know if you were watching, but we started the day, Caleb and I, with a lengthy Rifts conversation. So you can go back and watch the first half hour or so for a detailed, in-depth Rifts discussion.
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Sure, absolutely. But you know, you're gonna come and go, and that's all right. But really, I like if you have a couple armies. Let's say you got like 6 armies, and a couple of them you don't really like. That's fine. You want to sell those off, knock yourself out. It's not a great time to sell your armies, but if that's what you feel you got to do, fine. But I will tell you this: if you have armies you love, like if there are things that you really love, don't get rid of them. Just don't do it, because speaking as a man who has been on both sides of this coin, like when I got out of Magic the first time and was sure that I was never going to play Magic again, I was like, I am done with this game. I'm never coming back. And I sold/gave away my cards. In fact, most of my really good cards I gave away to Tom, who then sold them. And I hate him forever for it. So that's a real dick move on his part. And like, you know, I had put together like a full Arabian Nights set and all of that, and I miss all of those cards. All the time. All the time, I miss those cards. And on the flip side, when in the years when I really didn't play much Warhammer, I still kept my Skaven, you know. I had my original Skaven since '97. I kept them the whole time, and I knew they were always there for me, just waiting for me happily. And there's always something just so great about that. So, you know, if you got that army you love, keep it there. Just because you don't want to play it now, the person you know the least about is future you. I promise you. Future you is going to have very different wants and desires than current you. So, you know, keep that army. You never know where future you is going. That's all I'm saying. There you go. Vinny's life motivational lessons of the day. That's my
Completely agree.
Yeah.
All right. Progress. I believe it was my turn.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
And I think I'm kicking everybody's ass. So this tile right here, that's all put together.
Quality.
And then for the beginning of a building.
All right.
Very nice.
So that building, how are they getting in?
Well, what's actually going to happen? Okay, I'll let you know. So these are the tiles here, right? So it's going to line up like so. And so what I'm going to do is on the different tiles that are going to have buildings on them, they're going to have variation in platforms like this. So it's going to be a flat platform, and then the building will sit on top of it. And they'll be at like 1, 1.5, and 2 inches in height for the platform. That way the buildings are all at different heights. And then on top of that, I also got my little roadblocks done.
Nice.
Still got coffee.
Good work, sir.
Right. It's a good start, finally. I was only waiting for these molds for like 3 weeks.
Well, you know, at the same time, that can't be helped. You didn't, you know, once you had it, boom, you were on it, man.
Yeah, that's true. Considering they like got here today.
It's pretty good. For me, these guys, I'm sure they're not going to show, but
All right.
there you go.
Purple and green again?
No, these are all green and white.
Nice.
There you go. My latest batch of prosecutors. This is my final batch of prosecutors. This will bring me to 15.
15.
Oh, come on, Jance. You need more than that for that huge army formation there.
I know. I need 27 for the.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I have a question for you. So
Go.
you want this Phoenix mold?
Yes.
Why do you want more than one Phoenix? Just out of curiosity.
Because I want to say phoenixes.
I don't understand the question.
More is better.
Because
are they
it's going to
actually
be
good?
awesome.
Yeah, like I get it'll be awesome in that, but like, do
Yes.
they serve any actual purpose in the game, or do they just like base decorations?
Well, the knight venator, the guy who actually has the thing, who actually has the
Mhm.
phoenix, right?
Yeah.
The phoenix serves a purpose for him. For
Okay.
everybody else, no. Like, it would let me convert another knight venator if I wanted, but beyond that, I just want to put a bunch of sweet phoenixes on other models that have no business having them, just so like everybody's got some sweet birds following them around.
Me too.
Oh, I also heard that you like are pissed that there's like no Griffhound box.
Yes, that is correct. That is the true
That-
tragedy, because the phoenixes don't have a unit. The Phoeni do not have a unit. Them goddamn Griffhounds have a unit. Who can afford? There are 0 units of those in existence. Because to field a unit, you've got to spend $200 on characters to get 5 of these dumb dogs.
Okay, so did you want me to fix the dog problem too?
Hey, if you can fix the dog problem, you tell me what I need to get up your way, and I'll make it happen.
Okay.
As for me, I want a flight of phoenixes.
A flight.
A flight.
No, I am
I
more
want-
than happy to discuss fair trade with you over the Griffhound problem.
Okay. I don't know. I have to think about that one.
You think on it, and you tell me what you consider. What is the what's the going rate there? And I'm more than happy to make that trade.
I want mine for my
$300.
I want mine for my epic level Age of Sigmar fantasy game.
The phoenixes or the hounds?
The phoenixes. I want the phoenixes. I got plans for the phoenixes.
You're saying for like a War Master version,
Yes.
where it's
yes,
just like each
yes.
one of those represents an actual flame phoenix or something. Sure, it's like the 10mm version. Yeah, I got it.
I want the mini-me version of everything.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that when I get this fig, I need to make 2 molds, not just one? Is what you're saying?
Oh, I would love to have one of those. Are you kidding? I would absolutely love. Yes.
Okay, I'll make 2 molds then.
We'll
It's
work
gonna
out something.
It's going to cost you a source old blood, though. That is the price for the phoenix.
What is it going to cost?
The
A
source
source
old
old
blood.
blood.
That's the going rate. We know that.
Hmm.
I told you it was a source old blood.
Gonna have to work on that, man.
I'm gonna ship you just like an army of old 6th edition Saurus as well. Just like it's gonna rain old or 5th edition, like the old crappy Saurus from the.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna shower. You're gonna a box is gonna show up at your house. You're gonna be like, oh, what are these? Oh god damn it! Who sent me all these 5th edition Saurus?
And it's like spring loaded so that they like hit you in the face too,
Exactly.
it's just to add more
Wham.
insult to injury.
5th edition Saurus, take it. You own them now. Nothing you can do about it.
They're your problem now.
Exactly.
Actually, Mitch, it won't be a source old blood. The first one is usually free, so like I sent Vince out one, so just like email me your info there, and when I get it, I'll send you out the extra mold because it's not gonna do anything to.
We'll still work on getting it for you.
It's just extra time, man. It doesn't bother me. I got lots.
Cool. We'll have a conversation about some of that brick and cobblestone stuff you're making.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, if you need help or pointers or whatever on making your mold there, just let me know, and I'd be more than happy to help you out, man.
Yeah, because I got a lot of stuff that would work for Age of Sigmar, but I'm really looking to build it primarily for bolt action. Because as much as I'm wait, excuse me, I forgot to mention Mordheim, because everything that fits in Age of Sigmar and Mordheim is also going to fit for bolt action. They all work well together.
Yeah.
So yes, I should have included that. I stand corrected.
Better recognize the Mordheim.
Oh, are you kidding? I love the Mordheim. I'm trying to convince some of the local guys who are absolutely there's got to be like 15 or 18 guys that play Mordheim in my area. The league that just finished was all about. We played every war scroll to try and kind of play test it to see if they should include it in the next spring league. They're all crazy about Mordheim, and there's plenty of terrain, and I'm looking to donate some stuff, but they don't even really need it at that store, so it might not even happen. But I've already proposed the idea of bringing in Age of Sigmar stuff that Vince and Tom have been working on to play test. I just got to get past the idea of saying the words Age of Sigmar to them, because not all of them are really, some of them were 8th edition fans, but they just haven't made the move. Or some of them are not interested. Some of them are very butthurt, and a few are, I've played a couple of games with, but the idea of how it would work better for really improve their Mordheim experience. If I can get that across, I think I might have a whole bunch of people to try this out.
There was only like one thing that like I genuinely felt wasn't Mordheimish when I was playing the game, and that was at the beginning you don't actually like buy your own equipment and equip your guy with it. That is like the only thing that doesn't feel Mordheim about it, and that's because there's no cost to anything anyway. So why would you have to pay for weapons? Which makes it makes complete and total sense, but that is the only thing that didn't feel Mordheimish about it.
Right. Yeah, you're saying like the nature of like the fact that you don't have to get like a mace and a dagger or something for this guy. And,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Where it's like, what do you mean my old blood starts out with a great blade? Like what?
Right.
What is this?
Yeah, and it's like there's a lot of different obvious things that are sitting underneath that, right? That are the reasons for that. But there was a lot of conversation around that of like how is it truly Mordheim if you're not doing this equipment? Do we need to have like, if you're talking about actually buying equipment, what does that look like? And one of the challenges we ran into is obviously just that equipment doesn't really have much. That is to say, most standard equipment doesn't have much in the way of set characteristics in the Age of Sigmar. Like a sword doesn't necessarily mean anything because it's a sword, right? It's like a sword in the hands of an Empire swordsman does not have the same functionality as a sword in the hands of an Elvish swordmaster or whatever. Like it's the same weapon, but
different applications.
Yeah, and like the bonuses and penalties and to hit and to wound and rend and stuff can vary pretty greatly. And whereas if you go to like magical equipment and stuff like that we do have in there, like if you look in the chart, like the post-exploration chart, there's places where you can find like, an ancient Tomb King's dynastic great blade or something, right? Because that has like a set value to it. I can staple that on there and that means something. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in the end, we came down on that side. I'm certainly aware of that, and I would be keen for more feedback on that. It's just in the end, I feel like it's probably a challenge not worth solving. That is to say, like I completely agree with you that it is a break with the old school of Mordheim, but I think in the end, it's probably worth it just because. The opposite world is annoying and probably too complex to be any fun.
Yeah. I completely agree. Which is why I didn't have a problem with it. But my buddy that I was playing with was like, so it's Age of Sigmar and it's Mordheim. I'm like, yes, it is exactly 100% Mordheim and 100% Age of Sigmar. Now let's do this.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Let's see. So Lord Cypress asked a question. He asked it a little while ago. I'm sorry, Lord Cypress. Hopefully you're still there. And if not, I'll answer this question in the chat as well. But he didn't. He asked it on the comments, not the Q&A. But anyways, okay. So I have an all-spider goblin army, and I really want to replicate webbing under and around my spiders. I've tried packing gauze, pulled it apart, and tried to form webs. It looks okay, but I want something more stringy, like webs. Any ideas from you fellas?
This
Okay.
glue right here.
Yes. What type of glue do you have there? What is that?
This is Beacon Crafter's glue. It's just like a simple craft glue. But if you're not careful when you're using it for like anything else, when you pull away, it'll leave like a string, and that string will dry like that.
Yes.
So if you can actually get it to cross over a bunch of times, it's quite strong, like on its own, just that single strand. So if you could like put that underneath and then just sort of touch four corners sort of deal, and then hit it with a gloss varnish or any kind of varnish, just so that it has some extra added strength just in case shit happens. And it'll also give it that sort of beaded look as well on top of that. And then, bam, you're done. You got your spider webs.
Completely agreed. I would also recommend this guy right here. Nicely, this is still correct, even backwards. So this is Uhu glue, which you've got to order on eBay. You can very easily, this will do the stranding he's talking about automatically. If you just put this out in a pallet or something, and you take a toothpick, I don't know, like you take a toothpick, and you're just going to dip it in the end, and you're going to drag it, and you're going to touch it to a stick, touch it to the other side, touch it to a stick, touch it to the other side, and you're going to drag it back and forth. And each time you do and you touch it, it's going to leave a big sticky strand behind. And if you build it, this is really good stuff for doing, like when you see people do bloody drool, or like, drool coming out of a monster's mouth, or like bloody viscera hanging off claws. I guarantee you this is what they're using. Okay, or often, I wouldn't guarantee, but they're often using this. So Uhu glue, another good one. I don't know, like either one's probably fine. This is my choice, but both are I'm sure good at that.
Hey, another hobby tip. I'm putting together this Sylvaneth army, and I wanted to ask you guys a question. Unless there's more to that if you had another suggestion for the viewer.
I would also say if you're trying to do like a ball of something and you're finding you want something with a lot of tensile strength, like you want to do a ball of webbing, you could always do SOS pads. Like SOS pads will also, if you pull them apart, they're obviously, because it's like aluminum or steel or whatever SOS pads are made of, they're going to have a lot more tensile strength than cotton or gauze, and are a much heavier material. And you can just paint over them and then achieve the same thing you're looking for. So maybe try that too. All right, go ahead, Mitch.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm looking to decorate the bases, and I have lots of interesting flock material, but I've seen other stuff that people have put down that was like different types of leaves and things like that. And I'm looking for something simple, because if I take the time to put down little things like you had suggested at one point, like mushrooms and stuff, I'll be here forever doing it. But I'd like to, instead of just putting down the two different colors of flock that I have, and as well as some of the dirt and stone, I'm looking for something that's leaf-like. Now I know there's some kind of solution that had been suggested, but of course I didn't write it down. So is there some kind of an army builder or a pack or something like that that I can use to kind of just sprinkle on some of these bases that'll give it really a little bit more of that leaf dropping, or whatever the bottom of a forest feel. So I'm not just putting down a couple layers of flock.
Nope. Nothing like that exists. No, I'm just messing with you. Okay.
I know it exists. Because I know I've asked you this question and you've answered it. I just can't remember what it is.
Wouldn't that be a hilarious answer? All right. So.
I was fucking with you the first time.
Yeah. All right. Let's. Yeah. Sure. We got all sorts of options. Okay. So first of all, I would say this. I'll give a little plug here, as I just ordered some of this. Now I haven't got it yet, but I looked at it. I've seen it. I saw some models with it on there, and it looked amazing. So I fully believe it's going to look that great in reality. But the Dice Bag Lady, okay, so it's just the Dice Bag Lady, I think, .net, but if you Google search the Dice Bag Lady, she's over in the UK, and she has a great focus on realistic female miniatures and all this stuff. She's really great. You should follow her on Twitter and all that. I think she's at the Dice Bag Lady. But she has a whole section on her website of terrain and really amazing options of like different sized flocks and grasses and flower beds and stuff like that. So ordering stuff, and it's, by the way, it's very competitively priced, even in the conversion to pounds. Okay, because I mean, obviously you're buying it in British pounds or whatever. So even in that, it's still quite fairly priced, and you get a good amount of it. And I would say don't be afraid to luxuriate some time on these wood elves, homie. The great part about doing the basis on on a wood elf army, especially on the tree people, is that you can go nuts. In most bases, you feel bad if you're like if it's this overwhelming cornucopia of color and verdant life, but on tree bases, it's like hell, that's appropriate. All right, easier to grab things. Sure. So Army Painter Vine, and if you've seen Victor's display board where he has like the vine, kind of tucked in the corners of his big display board, this is what he's using. So this is just like poison ivy, is what it's called. It's just like basically little vine stuff. Very nice. Army Painter also does that one's mostly empty, but does this little flower pack. These are nice because you can just pull them apart and put little flowers on the bases. I very much like these. Like I said, Dice Bag Lady also makes these in a lot more colors. I'm a big fan of the Army Painter stuff. The Battlefield Tufts, or what is it? Not Tufts. Sorry, Summer Undergrowth. It's the mossy lichen. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
I have a bunch of that.
one.
I have a bunch of that also. Yeah.
All right, and but wait, there's more. So now let's get into so that's a lot of the different products out there. A lot of the stuff from Army Painter's fine. I've also got like some purple flower pack stuff from train sets, and you can like squeeze them and get the purple flowers off and just kind of drop it around. Okay. Now let's talk about the sneaky deaky stuff. All right, you ready? So here's the inside scoop I think you were looking for. All right, do you see this?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what that is?
Dirt?
It's
not dirt.
It's weed.
Tea. Tea.
I was fairly close.
Sure. Go raid
I've
like.
thought of weed too.
Yeah. I'm showing you weed. I live in Colorado. No, it's tea. Do you or your wife drink tea?
Yeah, we have tea. A lot more coffee than tea, but yes.
You can use coffee grounds too for like burnt ground, by the way. And none of it. I mean, those things don't rot. It's not, Here's my red tea, right? So you can see for like my autumn stuff. And here is my. What is that? Here it is. And here's my black tea, which is like black burnt leaves. Okay? So summer, autumn, fire, burnt stuff. Tea leaves. Go cut open some tea bags and go nuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna go teabagging.
There you go. Super cheap. Very distinct look. You just white glue it down, spray it. You'll want to you'll want to spray it down with some varnish afterward to get it all held in place and whatnot. But yeah.
I've been finding a lot of use for is the syringes with watered down PVC to just kind of put like a diluted PVC after the fact on stuff, and rather than just the brushing things on or even using. I've been finding some really with the applicator. The method of the applicator has been helping a lot, and I found these really cheap syringes, obviously with no needles. That I've been using that helps with that kind of stuff as well. But I just wanted to find the medium, the thing to put on the base that more than what I already have. Because I have two different. I have one very multicolored flocking thing that I put together from two different versions from the train sets, and then I have one that's very green. And I wanted to put that with different layers. But the little details of what you were talking about with the leaves is really what's going to help make things like that stand out. Look like the floor of a forest. Of a woodland.
Yes. Yeah, the key with them is really just a lot of different things, right? To just really mix it up.
And I've been considering putting some of the the some stuff on you know, and I'm not just painting all these little branches and stuff, but putting stuff on the model as well.
Oh, sure.
I don't know if that's gonna. I've seen some pictures of it done well, and I've seen some pictures of it done really poorly, and I'm wondering if I'm gonna wind up on the latter part if I try to take that
It
chance.
can go either way very,
Yeah.
very quickly. The trick
Yeah.
is to know when to stop.
Well, that's again story of my life.
All of my tree man doesn't have any extra junk on him, but all of my tree kin I did give them because I have like the Raging Heroes tree kin for my
the
wood
awesome
elves.
ones.
And yeah, yes, I mean, I don't know if I call them awesome, but they're certainly better than the junk old ones from G-Dub. From like, God, those models are so old.
The fine cast ones, the old those.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did remake them in fine cast at one point, but
They made
were,
them in
you know, I
metal
think
and they made them
advanced metal,
remade them in
yeah.
fine cast. I don't mind them as much.
Yeah.
I just think that you need to do something to them. You can't just make them as they are. You've got to dress them up.
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
or essentially just cover them up with something else to cover up the ugly.
Right. Yeah, they're not bad as long as you can't see the actual model. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not the best glowing review ever. This movie was great. I mean, I didn't watch it. I just played Candy Crush on my phone the whole time, but you know, that made it pretty good.
Durthu looks very much like the Avatar from 40K.
Yeah, the Avatar of Cain.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what I did with that sword, but that sword is way sticking out. Somebody's going to be shitting on me with saying that I'm modeling for advantage.
That's how the sword goes. It sticks out like that. That's how that arm is
Really?
modeled.
Is that how it goes? Because I was like,
Yeah.
I was trying to get him closer to his body, so it didn't kind of have that cheesy look at that reach. But
Nope.
hey, because
That is simply how the mod. You did it right. I mean, it's nothing
Oh.
else to it.
wow, Eureka by accident.
You're
All right.
you're just fine.
So now I'm going to go start on my final tree man, or rather, I should say my fourth tree man.
You know what I think you should do?
I'm all ears, man. I love suggestions.
You should totally like hack up a Citadel wood and like make him bigger, like your ancients and whatnot. Just since you're not using Durthu.
Oh, I am
Just
using
like
Durthu.
Oh, like literally Durthu?
I'm using. I made
rules-wise?
Durthu as Durthu, and then I'm making a second. I'm either making a second ancient or a second tree lord. I'm thinking of going with the ancient because he's a caster.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should totally like hack up one of those trees and like glue the bits onto him just to make him like fuck you huge.
As if they're not big enough already.
Oh,
But
man.
come on, tell me that's not one of the best models
I
that
love it.
G-Dub's produced.
Not only
It's
is it
fantastic.
not only is it amazing, I got to say, even with my my absolute snail's pace at putting together anything, because I take such time to like carve every little nook and cranny out of it before I do any kind of gluing. It actually is pretty quick to build, and it doesn't feel like it should be when you're building it. It
Yes.
just kind of sneaks up on you after you've pulled all the pieces that you finally can put it all together, and it's like, wow, I finished.
I have a tree man. Look at that. Yeah, no, I hear you. Andrew, how you doing, sir? Welcome.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for the invite, Vince.
Absolutely,
Hello.
sir. Glad to have you. So you said you had something. Andrew reached out to me and said that he had something he wanted to talk about. A new website, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm starting a little channel for Kings of War. My local area had, same as you guys, a lot of people leaving. A lot of people are trying new games. So I'm just trying to promote the game I'm playing a little bit. And, fan of you guys, so I've been watching Paintisodes and whatnot. So
Yeah, sure. Well, the hobby is universal, my friend. We don't.
Yeah.
We're game system agnostic. I don't care what you're paying.
Yeah,
40
and there's not been enough representation of Kings of War, so here I am.
There you go. All right,
yeah.
here to rep the KOW. That's
Yeah,
fine.
here I am. Have you guys actually had a chance to play? I know that Vince said that he bought the Kickstarter.
I did. Not like I would bet. There you go. So
Very
I would
nice.
bet that the answer, by the short answer is no. I haven't got a chance to play yet. I've been reading through, want to get a game in, but I've just been playing too many other games. But I'm certainly excited to give it a shot. That is to say, I haven't tried second edition. I played previous. Anyway.
All right. Well, I do have one battle report posted. I just did it. First time, so there's a little hiccups with the audio and stuff. So slide sharing, but you should guys check it out if you haven't actually had a game or seen it played yet. I got a few tournament players that I play with occasionally, and they've played against Skaven and AZ a few times. I'm from Tucson, so we travel up there.
Nice.
Yeah. So if you guys
How does he like it?
Skaven?
Yeah.
Based on the person that keeps in contact with the most in Tucson, he is considering selling all his armies.
I think he has. I think I've seen his armies on. I think I've seen his armies on eBay as of today.
So I don't think he's too enthused with it.
Yeah. What's his name again? What's his
Who, Skaven and AZ? It's Chris.
Yeah, it's Chris. No, okay, wrong guy. I thought it was Chris, but I wasn't sure.
I strongly encouraged him on Twitter to keep his Skaven. I don't care if he sells the rest of his stuff, but you can't sell the namesake. The Skaven need to. They're a beautiful army. They're the namesake. They need to be there waiting for him always, because like Al Pacino, he can get out, but something will keep drawing him back in.
Yeah, it wasn't his armies that I saw. But it's unfortunate that he's not. It didn't really catch him, Age of Sigmar, but maybe at some point he might catch the bug. But hey, if he's enjoying Kings of War, wonderful. I mean, I think the great thing about Kings of War is why not try it? That's the same thing I say for Age of Sigmar. If you have an army and it's compatible, why not give it a shot? There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be compartmentalized into one. As much as I'm all into Age of Sigmar now, I play other games, many other games, and I play them now, even now. But I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't try it. And one of the great things about it is that you got the army. You just need to adapt it to the rules.
Yeah, exactly. And just to say, the rules are something that you can easily pick up. It's, I would say, in between Age of Sigmar and 8th edition as far as complexity goes. You got a shared bank of special rules instead of the armies having all unique special rules for each. So there's not a lot to memorize. Once you memorize it once, you know all the armies. A fireball is a fireball. And as far as what you're saying, like every new person that comes into our store, we give the same pitch to, is that right now you buy fantasy models, you can play 4 different systems pretty much. You got 9th Age, you got 8th, you got Age of Sigmar, and Kings of War pretty much. So,
yeah, it's hilarious. I can't, like, a lot of people want to make camps out of all this, right, and say, like, this game sucks, this game's good, blah, 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 blah. I don't get it, because I can't think of another example. I was talking about this with Tom. I can't think of another example in gaming history where your one purchase, like ostensibly the significant purchase, the barrier of entry to the game, lets you play so many distinct games all at once. It's crazy. I don't know of any, like, you buy your Magic cards, you don't get to go play Pokemon for free, right? Like, sure, I can play EDH or regular Magic, but those are both just Magic, right? Like, it's just a weird world we find ourselves in, and we're very lucky to have so many options. Like, it sucks that people want to play different things, but just be respectful of other people's things, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like, we're not even talking about some of the other games that are coming up. Things that can use all the models, or models for all the models in that game can be used from other game systems. Like Frostgrave is a good example. I haven't even given that a shot yet, but I've been looking at it just because it seems like it's really easy to get into. What's the barrier of entry? 0. I have everything I need, barring the rules. Yeah. So this, some people have said, why are you putting some of your models on rounds? The models I'm putting on rounds are the ones that I won't use for other game systems. The stuff that I can use for Kings of War, for example, are staying on squares, and for 8th edition.
Realistically, with Kings of War, because your units are static, that is to say you don't pull models on casualty, it doesn't matter what your units are based on, because your units are going to effectively, in KOW, be dioramas. Like, 10 guys could be a horde of 40 if you diorama it up.
Yeah, that's another selling point. Yeah.
The single one thing I most like about Kings of War is that, because I cannot stand the setup and the breakdown between the competitive events. If you're into competitive, it makes it so much faster. I'm sure, Andrew, that's what you're about to say.
Army transportation, so much easier. Setup, not taking models off. The games go faster. Just in general. And again, for new players too, you spend $85 and you get a battle box, and you can make that 20-man regiment into maybe 2 by making diorama bases, putting unit filler in, bushes, and things like that. So it's not very expensive for even a new player compared to, I heard that Age of Sigmar, a lot of people are saying, oh, look, you only have to buy the starter set and you have a decent-sized army. Same thing with Kings. It's not like Warhammer where you would have to, paint 40-man regiment, 40-man, keep going and keep going. With Kings, just diorama base it. Just, get some plastic card, put some nice spacing on it, put a couple of units, models on there, and some nice terrain, and you got yourself a horde, regiment, legion, whatever you need. So
what's you said you work for a store, or you're at you have a place?
No, I just have a place that I frequent, and we had a very healthy 8th edition community. I would say we got like 12 people every Sunday, and then recently people have just been falling out of the hobby a little bit, and I started making these videos mostly for the people that are still at our store with Warhammer armies that just do not want to, they dead game. They're just putting it on the shelf and they're done playing pretty much. So hopefully, they can get them jazz them up for a little bit of Kings. I have a couple battle reports on the way. I've taken pictures. I already posted one, like I mentioned. So go check it out if you guys feel inclined.
I love it. And what I was gonna say is, I think a lot of the people who are like, I might not be actively playing Kings of War, but I like it, and my mouth is where my money's where my mouth is. As I bet a lot of people who are suddenly big fans of Kings of War, and by the way, Tom and I have been mentioning like the Kings of War Kickstarter and all that going way back on Warhammer Weekly, long before this 9th edition crap and Age and all that. And like he and I split a Tyrant, so that was like 10 armies in the Kickstarter.
Okay.
So
you'll be set for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I have a box behind me of just like that I'm just leaving until I know what I want to do with them. But I'm pretty excited because the one that I didn't get my hands on yet, that is the one I really, really want, is the Abyssals, man, and they haven't shipped the Abyssals yet. And God, I want those succubus so bad. Like they're gonna be my Khorne bloodletters for my all-female Khorne army. I love all those Abyssal models. I think they look really cool, and I can't wait to get my hands on them.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I would say on average the GW models are probably better looking, but there's some gems with the Mantic models. I really like all the new Goblin ones, the plastic ones that are coming out. I think they look awesome. I'm an Orc and Goblin player from 8th, so most of my battle reports are going to be Orcs and Goblins for Kings. There's not a combined faction in Kings of War. It's 2 separate ones, and you can ally with each other. So there's like an alignment system as well. They got like evil, neutral, and good factions that can ally, and it's pretty easy to ally. You just have to make sure it's lower than that 25% threshold for the points limit, and you can ally. So I've played probably about a dozen games of Kings so far, and I'm really enjoying it. Everybody that I've actually played has really liked it so far, and I don't know. I think that for a lot of people who didn't really like the rules minutia, as you would put it, for 8th edition, Kings is the perfect example of a game that keeps the flavor of 8th edition with the rank and flank style. You have the fantasy theming, but a much simpler, tighter game.
Which I am always a fan of. I am a big, as I'm sure anybody who regularly watches my videos has managed to infer, I am a big believer in the fact that anybody can make a complex game, but it takes a really good designer to make a simple game. I'm put in mind of like the Chinese sort of parable about the artist that went before the emperor, and the emperor was like, "Prove to me that you're the best artist. You're claimed to be the best artist in the kingdom. Prove to me, draw me something amazing or paint me something amazing." And the artist draws a perfect circle, right?
Yeah,
and like I'm always that's always what I think of, is that often the simplest things are the most amazing. Let me take just a second here to John Talby made 2 comments I wanted to touch on. So John said that he saw an old article where they used a tea bag. We were talking about using tea as cover stuff. A tea bag to make the camouflage cover for an anti-tank gun, and they used the tea itself for the foliage on the cover. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And
nice.
Yeah, so he said, Hail Caesar is a regiment's game. There's also another Osprey game, the makers of Osprey's the people who made Frostgrave. about medieval retinue combat. There is a fantasy version with like flyers and other such things called Dragon Rampant coming in December. Oh,
Nice.
pretty cool. So there you go. Looks like Osprey's jumping in pretty hard. That's neat. Thank you, John. Totally cool. That man is a wealth of knowledge on games. You gotta respect John Telby's war game knowledge. He has just an absolute abundance of game knowledge, and I love him for it.
I regret that John and I weren't able to like schedule the unlocking that we were trying to do because it was just tough to get the timing down. And John, you still have an open invitation, of course, if you want to do a follow-up.
He reminds me a lot of my buddy Eric. He's like this wealth of knowledge that is like totally obscure and you've like never heard of, but he just drops it on you and you're like, whoa.
Yes. Yes, exactly. That's John. So you've been playing Orcs and Goblins in KOW. What are your impressions of? Obviously, they have many of the similar sort of army experiences that people would be used to from fantasy. What's your impressions of the various armies? Like, what do you find to be really good? What have you found to be a little lacking as far as the current army selection right now?
Well, as far as unit choices, the Orcs have one range unit, and it's a 10-man unit that vanguards and has crappy attacks. So no war machines, nothing like that. So I guess the flavor of the Orcs is you're moving forward, you're trying to get around the sides and flank, pretty much. You have universal rules for crushing strength, which is pretty much makes it easier to wound. And on average, they have lower nerve value, which is kind of like the staying power of your horde or regiment or troop or whatever you're bringing. So it's kind of like the glass cannon. Well, not as weak as an elf as far as like nerve values usually, but they're easy to route, but they do a lot of damage. I played against the new Tomb Kings kind of PDF they released yesterday, and that was pretty fun. I mostly play against Dark Elves, just because the person that comes and kind of like is the center of our little Warhammer community plays Dark Elves, so got a lot of games in with them. They're a fun race too. They're more of a kind of reminds me of 8th edition, where you kind of they have a lot of attacks, but very weak, easy to wound, things like that. But they have ranged options, unlike the Orcs.
Cool. Very nice. Yeah. I will say that it's I mean, here's what ultimately I am forced to wonder. There's obviously a deeper conversation here that I really don't know how I want to tackle it. I think I want to make a dedicated video to this sometime, but I'll just kind of suss out some thoughts about this now because maybe it'll help me get it in mind to actually get this video together. Most of my videos that I do that are on anything serious I think about for a long time before I put them out, just because, want to make sure I'm actually making cogent points and not just putting out a bunch of crap. But I am very much forced to wonder how much... So, this was a big change for Warhammer. Certainly the biggest change in its history. Probably since 3rd edition. I'm not sure that the change in 1st and 2nd to 3rd edition wasn't equally big, because we tend to forget about it, but it really was a very different game then as well. It wouldn't we wouldn't recognize 1st and 2nd edition Warhammer, but the game has felt very much like the game for a long time, and then it had this very, very big change. And the trick was, when it made the change with 3rd edition, there wasn't really anything else around in the market like it. And I'm forced to look at this and wonder and worry. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just putting this out there as a thought, that I'm forced to wonder if do we have a D&D 3X Pathfinder, 4th ed situation here? So I don't know how familiar any of you are with that situation.
Very.
Not too big on RPGs, but I've kind of watched some of your videos, so I know kind of what you're talking about. So is this basically, the fan-made version split off versus the, established company split off?
Well, it's not fan-made, so that's the real key. Fan-made stuff, as good as it may be, okay, the reality is it always loses. All right.
Yeah.
Anytime that this split has happened in the history of games, where the established company then goes against a fan-made version, the fan-made version loses. I'm not saying no one plays it. There are niche communities for every game every version of D&D that's ever lived, down to the most weird minutia, has a niche community and boards out there, and people who are very actively engaged in it and love it, and more power to them. But they are a small niche community, okay? Like, you're not going to have big tournaments, you're not going to have big games. You got a couple people playing it every so often, maybe you get together at a tournament or something, right?
Yeah.
But the difference was when 4th edition came out. 4th edition D&D was a really radical departure in a lot of ways. So, like, the way the story was conducted, the way the game was played, the tone and tenor of the game, there are a lot of similarities there. It's its own animal, and it's not the same situation, but it's also not completely different. And when it came out, the problem was 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons operated under what's called the open game license. Okay, so the open game license was this thing spearheaded by Ryan Dancy in sort of 99, 2000, and then it launched in 2001, where it said that, look, all of the core rules of Dungeons & Dragons are open source, and you may use them freely to make whatever game you want, as long as it doesn't violate a few very simple moral codes. Like, that is to say, you couldn't have, like, grotesque rape be part of your game. Like, be a mechanic in your game. Okay, you can't rape your way up levels, all right, or something like that, something horrendous like that. And so as a result, when D&D changed over and stopped looking like what most people thought D&D looked like, there was a very legal other large company that was there and just said, fine, we'll keep publishing the game you got rid of, traditional D&D, in the form of Pathfinder. You can do whatever you do. And in the end, that worked out very poorly for Wizards. Now, they eventually basically sort of shuffled that edition off and made a new edition, which I think is the best one they've ever made. But their business was sort of irrevocably changed because they manufactured their worst nightmare, right? An equal competitor in the marketplace, whereas previously they had none. And so I'm forced to wonder here if you don't, because mechanics themselves can't be protected legally, if Kings of War isn't taking a similar invective on the Warhammer, situation. I don't know that that's the case, but I don't know that's not the case. So there you go. That's my ultimate thought on that. I don't know. I'm open to opinions.
Well, I definitely say that they are trying to pick up on those people who are upset with the Age of Sigmar change. It's completely obvious, and it's obvious with all the new PDFs they're coming out with. Every army that they didn't release in the rulebook that resembles a Warhammer army, they're coming out with a PDF for. So they're in full court blitz right now, like trying to pick up players. As far as, honestly, in my opinion, I don't know many fantasy players who are not playing, who are playing Age of Sigmar exclusively.
Right.
At least in my area. This is just personal. Just the people at my game store. We got some people who are new and they like the low model count or lower model count in general, and they're piecing together Age of Sigmar stuff, which is awesome. I'm all for it. Anybody that's buying fantasy models, especially because they're so interchangeable now, yeah, I think it's good for the hobby. But generally, I'd see that most of the people that I associate with, and I would consider myself more of a competitive player than someone who is just playing for fun every weekend. They're trying out Kings, they're trying out Ninth Age, but I kind of fall into the camp where I don't think a fan-made system is going to have any staying power as far as picking up new players and also appeasing all of the players who, a lot of these people, especially tournament players, they go out and they buy a list. Maybe they have a few interchangeable stuff, but they just go out and buy, an army. And as soon as you start saying, this isn't as good as this, or like, your Brolocks aren't as good anymore, they don't want to reinvest in picking up the Ninth Age quirks that make their armies more balanced. They're always going to try to get the most overpowered unit or the best list. So they're not very interested in Ninth Age. They don't want to play it. Why within Kings, they can use all the models they had and adapt it to a Kings list, and they're much more content in my estimation and my experiences so far. So at least that's my opinion as far as it. And just like I mentioned with the diorama bases, it gives them a little bit more liberty to mess around with, maybe you only had 40 witch elves or something. You could diorama base a few of them, and you could end up with like 2 hordes of them. So They got a lot more adjustability with what they can do, a lot more flexibility. So
all those unit fillers actually can be used. So is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, exactly. So like you have only a certain amount of models that you have, and you can put them on a diorama base. You don't even you could use your circular base things and put it on top of a plastic card base that has like trees and bushes and stuff. And as long as it is the size of a horde, it completely functions like a horde, and you don't take units off. So what's the difference?
Awesome. Because I made a crap ton of unit filler stuff. It's all scenery right now for Age of Sigmar, but if the idea of using it for 8th or for a living game like Kings of War is a great notion.
Yeah. So it's just, and there's pretty much as far as the barrier for entry, if you just look at it cost-wise, you pretty much just have to buy a rulebook if you already have miniatures, and the added fact that it is so much easier to learn. I can't stress that enough. It's like 8th edition is probably like 10 times more rules minutia than Kings. Like you can learn how to play a game of Kings pretty much 95% perfectly after one playthrough. There's not much you're going to mess up with. There's not much to be debated about. As far as rules go, you don't have to reference a lot of charts constantly. Like there's not going to be like a unique misfire table for a war machine or something. So. It's so much easier for new players to get into. We've already have a few people that picked up the book that weren't into fantasy previously, and they're playing with the best of us right now after just a few games. So I know I've tried Sigmar. I posted in Vince's couple comments. We have a couple Azure comp tournaments. There's a pretty healthy community playing it here in Tucson. I've tried it a few times. I just play Orcs and Goblins, though, and I don't like moving 100 models. I'm not going to lie.
You can still use your move-in trays.
Yeah,
I do.
Well,
I play. I've got 100 zombies and 100 skeletons. I got like 300 zombies, but yeah, and I'm keeping them on moving trays. But yes,
good for the first turn.
I see what you mean. Absolutely, I'm totally with you on this.
Oh, I will say that I have definitely gone to more elite armies often, just because, or picked more elite units.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my Rocks are seeing play now because of that.
Look at my last 2 battle reports. I'm putting out all the multi-wound models instead of like the 40 and 50 models in block formation. I hear you.
Oh, I have made a definite choice to leave the Skaven on the shelf recently. That being said, the Tomb Kings have come out often. That just means it's Ushabti and Snake Surfers to the rescue, baby. Those guys, let me tell you what, I heard Ushabti and Necrosphinxes are good, and I was like, well, I'm in for this game. I don't care anything else.
It's amazing that Mantic has taken such a great step in bolstering their stock and their player base by doing this, and I think that's great, them taking the opportunity. I imagine that they'll probably further advance the game, much quicker than they probably even planned with the influx of people that are looking for, even more evolution. I'm curious though, and I don't know, I have a lot of experience with Kings. I've kind of dabbled in. I saw a couple of battle reports. One of the things a lot of people have said is that there's no large monsters. Is that the kind of thing that you've been hearing? Is that true? And is that the kind of thing that you're hearing that may be changing with Kings?
Well, I guess they want to simplify as far as what. So a monster is always on a 50 by 50 millimeter base in Kings. I use my giants on a 50 by 100, and it has no, you just got to adjust for it if someone's flank charges you. But I would say 90% of the games it doesn't come into play. But there are no large monsters. You can't bring your Ragnarok, for instance. So I guess you could, but you'd have to play it as something else. But it's just. Some of these bigger monster bases, they're not going to work in Kings, pretty much.
Why not? Well, I'm curious why.
frontage is so important in Kings as far as like how big because you only need to have a sliver of a space available for a unit to charge in and hit there's like multi-charges, so you can charge, have 3 units charge 1 unit if they can fit in the front of that arc, so I guess if you want to be you could just play it as is, like you bring your Ragnarok and then you just say this 50 millimeter square is where you'll line up your adjust your units if you charge me or whatever, but you got big appendages and things like that are going to get in the way. I guess honestly, if you're just playing casually, I don't see it being that too big of a deal as long as you're conscious about it. And
do you think it could be added in with some adjustments in the rules?
All that you have to say is that monsters are on the base that they're on. They're not 50 by 50 millimeter, and you take some kind of hit by having bigger bases, like I said, because it would open you up to people charging you.
Right. Which they could always add a rule to counter that deficiency if they really wanted to.
If for each of the unit entries, if it's not, there's some monsters that are not on that rule. Like it will say like this actually is on a 50 by 100, but that's the only exceptions I've seen. I've never seen anything bigger than 50 millimeter frontage for like an exception to the rule. But yeah, all it would take is if they added, let's say, in a year from now, they add like a big monster pack for all of the different factions. All they'd have to say is this is on this base,
Because Reef and Martin had a video, which I'll be surprised if somebody here didn't see, where they were talking about the benefits and disadvantages of Kings of War versus Age of Sigmar for people that are moving on from 8th, and it was very much that PC versus Mac type feel, and I won't say who I think is PC or Mac, but I'm sure that's subjective. But the idea is that the one of the comments that Reef had made was, I like having monsters. I like having monstrous creatures. I like the dragons or whatever. And he said it obviously in his own words, but that the having the fantasy without the fantasy monsters is kind of a lost leader thing for him. But if they added in, I could see the Mantic really drawing in any of those people that might have been on the fence and had that as the reason why they weren't going that route.
Well, it's not like the battle report I just posted. I used a giant and a big spider guy. It's just the very big monsters. Like there's dragons. There's dragons, mounted dragons. There's honestly, Mantic has rules for models they don't produce yet. They have tons of rules. Yeah. So you could look through your book and see not a dozen, but probably about a half a dozen models that Mantic doesn't produce, and most of them are, like you said, monsters. So they are trying to accommodate the 8th edition crowd as much as possible. Like I would say 95% of the models you have will have little or no adjustment needed to go into Kings of War. It's just these. Go ahead.
What's your channel?
Excuse me?
What's your channel?
Right now, I just made it. It's just my name, Andrew Gale. I'll link it in.
Give you a plug. We're giving you a plug here.
Yeah, plug it up here.
Throw it in the comments, man.
Andrew Gale.
Yeah, we're giving you a plug. Well, I will subscribe to you when we're done here.
Okay, just I'll throw it in the comments afterwards. I already have a battle report posted. You're probably going to be expecting probably about 2 a week. Because that's the amount of games I get in, and you're not
far too low. You got to work harder.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying here. I'm trying here. But at the same time, one thing that I have noticed that a lot of people aren't doing is filming other people's battle reports. Because a lot of times I see someone filming their own games maybe a dozen times in a row, and they maybe only have 1 or 2 armies. I'm going to be filming everyone who plays in our store, pretty much. I'll probably have 1 game with myself, and then I'll go film 2 other people playing. Or take pictures of 2 other people playing and take notes for it. So you're going to see a lot of different armies. We have a lot of awesome collectors here too. One in particular who has literally every 8th edition army, every one of them. So those are all going to be transferred into Kings of War, where you'll see a lot of variety on my channel. So if you want to get a good sense of Kings of War, and I do a lot of color commentary as far as like what I think is like the tactics of the game. Because it is simpler, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of depth with how it's tournament balanced. getting like when to receive charges, and the objectives, the scenarios are a lot of fun, way better than 8th edition. A lot of them aren't just that battle line mentality where you're just running in and you're trying to kill as many people as possible. You have ones where you're trying to get loot tokens on the center of the board and bring them back to your side. There's ones that are hybrids where there's objectives and it counts into how many points you killed of your opponent's side. So I like the variety of the game a lot more. It's almost like they play tested their game. So it's I know I feel it's a lot more balanced, and you don't have those one-sided nasty games like you had in 8th, where someone flies to the side of your big horde and Purple Sun's in or whatever. Yeah, and then you're just like, I set this all up, and it doesn't have as many gotcha moments, or at least that's what I call them. It's where you have an inexperienced player, he comes and plays, he built up all his stuff, and then this guy, Purple Sun's you, or takes out your horde in one turn or whatever, and you're just sitting there thinking like, I had no idea that was even a rule, So, or Vince mentioned the challenges and how it could, you could play one game and you just don't know the rules minutia of how challenges work, and you'll lose an entire game because of it. So it's more based on the basic tactics of what made Warhammer Fantasy in previous editions too, which is, charge ranges and getting flanks, pretty much. Rank and flank.
There are some people that absolutely, that's what they want to play. They want to play. They don't want to play a game with even forget the rounds and squares. They don't want to play a game where it's a cluster or even any other kind of formation. They want the blocks. They want the units moving as if they, however they view what real war would be in this type of an environment in a fantasy world, using their notion of what historical battles were, whatever that might be, because that's in my opinion, a ridiculous concept anyway. They want block formations fighting block formations, and I can understand that. That's I did like that about 8th. I still like it, but
I just I don't subscribe to like this is more realistic. I don't care about that.
I don't get that argument.
I just find the tactics of rank and flank more intriguing than the tactics of Age of Sigmar. Which there are tactics in Age of Sigmar. I played probably about a dozen games of that as well. Just trying it out. I just don't enjoy the I guess the unit synergies for Age of Sigmar and deciding what order to activate things in, as much as I like the whole concept of trying to get around the sides, pretty much. I like I just think it's a little bit more engaging, and I also think that I know that they are coming out with scenarios for Age of Sigmar, and I've seen some and I've played some. I just think that the Kings of War ones are just a little bit more intriguing to me and a little bit more balanced, and you can have very engaging games over the entire battlefield. You don't have that whole clump up thing like in Sigmar.
It's not. Now you're starting with me.
Okay.
There is no clump up thing in the middle. That's bullshit.
Let me tell you.
Wait. I'm gonna. You said it. I'm gonna. Every time somebody says it, I am gonna throw down.
Okay.
I played that my first couple of games, and I fucked up myself the same way until I actually learned the game. Anybody who's just clumping up in the middle is playing it wrong.
The guy who's winning all of the Age of Sigmar tournaments at our area, and he's a good player. He is running pretty much like 150 goblins in a block with shooting 60 shots a time. So he's just not spreading around. So like maybe it's just in my meta. This is what's happening. Well, but
all right, I'll dial it back.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. I will take it back. That's just that's the Northeast
in lieu of a lack of a scenario with other objectives. That can happen in the game.
I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. It won't happen. I'm just saying that the rumor that that's the only way the game is played is ludicrous. Typically, the first way you play is, you're just running at the opponent because you're just trying to figure out the game. But once you start learning the game and you understand mobility and you have objectives and you have scenarios. And just by the way, there are many scenarios already released. There's 2 full books full of them already released. So there's plenty of scenarios already out there. I haven't even gone through all of them, and I've played over 30 games. So yes, and by the way, I applaud you for actually playing the game a number of times before you decided you didn't like it. You don't like it, I have no judgment. That's your better taste. But I really appreciate that you tried it before you said, I think this game sucks, because there's so many people out there that probably haven't put a friggin' model on the table before they say it.
Whoa, don't put words in his mouth. He didn't say it sucked. He said
Andrew,
the other games suited him better, which is
okay. I apologize. There's plenty of people that have said the game sucks.
In his mouth there.
No, there's plenty of people that say the game sucks and have never tried it. They just read 4 pages and walked the other way. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to praise you. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Okay. No, and I didn't take it like as an offense either. It doesn't really. Just again, it's all based on the games you play too and the people you play. I play with people who are just min-maxed. You know what I mean? They are trying to beat you any way they can within the rules. So that's why we had to adopt a comp pack pretty much straight out of the box. We had to go to Azure because people are playing nasty lists, and you get tabled in a turn or two, and that's just the nature of the scenario. And if I want to play competitively, it's just again, I don't want to find. You have the goblin swarms, you have the savages with 6 attacks each on the charge, and re-rolling to hit. But I bet you guys have experienced equally crazy things in your games if someone has brought crazy lists.
The nice thing is that they're all crazy.
Haven't.
They're all crazy. They're equally crazy.
That's fair. What I'll say is that here's what I'll say. I don't want to get into like a debate over that. Boy, oh boy, do I not want that. Okay, so like we can
Mitch will be ripping his shirt off and.
No. No one wants to see me ripping my shirt off.
It'll be
15 years ago, maybe,
all
not today.
over again.
Yes. What the attitude that I absolutely hew to on this channel is the following: both games have different strengths and weaknesses, and they are both supported by companies that I happen to like and respect and have given a large amount of money to, and I wouldn't say anything ill about them. I would encourage, as Mitch and Andrew said, people to try both of them. Play them with your friends, find out what your community likes and what you have a good time playing, and you know what? Do that thing. These are games. They're supposed to be a hobby. They're supposed to be something you enjoy. So if you're not having fun, then why are you doing it? This is a game.
Awesome.
Let's all have fun.
Exactly my point. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Well said. I support that statement.
Good. All right. So anyway, yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that I like about it, and what I think is really good about the point you made, and it's true in both games, is I am all for the rise of scenarios.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, me too.
And I think the reality is, a lot of people called for scenarios on 8th edition. It was this common thing that was on a lot of different people's channels, but I don't think 8th could withstand scenarios. I really don't. Like, not really good, complicated scenarios or interesting objectives and things like that. The game just didn't respond well to those kinds of things because it was so big and complex in corner case. And how many battle reports have you watched of 8th edition where there's a fairly complex scenario going on where you heard one of the two following things? You heard, we just ignored the scenario because it didn't really matter enough, and we killed each other. Like, I will go find you 10 battle reports where somebody who is a smart player says that. Or, I totally forgot about the scenario because we were focusing on the game. Because, like, look, I love, this is coming from somebody who loves 8th edition Warhammer 2 and played it freaking weekly, okay? So, like, I've got a bajillion armies around that are 8th edition armies. But the reality is that game was, like, it is very mentally taxing, and it really does require you to be dialed in to constantly be thinking of these corner cases. It doesn't leave a lot of extra headspace for also then doing other things, right?
Yeah.
And so I think both of these games have the right idea of, look, if we take things down and simplify the core, then we have the option to do other more interesting things on the table that create a lot of dynamism.
And going on that vein too, before you even mentioned, or I had heard that you were doing the Age of Sigmar to Mordheim combination thing.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I mentioned amongst my group of friends and players, is that this is what Sigmar should have been gearing towards. Is this more narrative-driven, simplify the rules to the point that we can pay attention to things like more complex scenarios and having more terrain on the board and things like that. Because honestly, I think the big hang-up with my group of players going to Sigmar is that we played a lot of different scenarios, but it's just not a game where we're playing as competitive, you know. And with Mordheim, it's perfect for a Mordheim Sigmar combination. I think it's just the perfect match made in heaven kind of thing. Because we play Mordheim, we're looking for like, does anyone really play Mordheim for the rules or for competitive play? Like,
yes.
No, yeah. So, and I don't think a lot of people who are drawn to Sigmar are going into Sigmar saying, I'm fully behind this because I want to, win tournaments and GTs, or I want to min-max and like you mentioned with these psychographic profiles or whatever.
Yes.
It does not speak to the Johnny and me or most of the players that I knew in 8th edition. It's just like I don't know. I would say half my time Warhammer related is thinking of lists and counters and like strategizing, and you can have that in Sigmar, but there's less of it.
Right.
And so
Much less.
yeah.
Yeah,
Much
they're
less.
really, which is both.
It's spur of the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, that is both, like, to a certain psychographic profile, right? That's a big advantage because they don't cotton to that or didn't like that, so that's a good thing to them. But to another psychographic profile, that's a negative because that, exactly as you said, you got a lot of positive psychological utility from doing that. It was a big way you engaged with the hobby.
Yeah.
I'm not one to tell you that your fun is wrong. Like, that's stupid.
And that's why I understand why people play Sigmar too. I've listed a lot of positives for this game, man. I think it's a good adaptation. I just don't think it's a successor to Warhammer in a sense.
No,
right.
it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
ultimately that's completely true. It was
different game.
such a different direction, right?
Yeah.
And, yeah, 100%. John Telby asked a question I want to touch on real quick. He said, what sort of things do people think is an appropriate scenario for an army-sized game? And by that I take it he means, like, what are the scenarios, what are the things we should be doing in scenarios for an army-sized game that are appropriate? Because, and again, this is where, like, the Mordheim adaptation, I've got all sorts of crazy stuff going on in scenarios. You know, you're searching powder houses and not waking up giants and stuff like that, and I can do that because I've got this smaller skirmish-sized game. I don't think these things are appropriate for army-sized games. So I'll throw that out to all of you. What are the kinds of things you think work well in army-sized game scenarios? You can keep it system agnostic or whatever. Just
let's start with holding table quarters and objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Area control. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I'll tell you, area control is one of those things that's so simple, but it's great because it's one great step to countering out the let's all meet in the center and have a punch-up, which it's not like even 8th edition was immune to let's all meet in the center and have a punch-up either, by the way. Like, that's just a very easy, popular default way to sort of play these games is let's have a punch-up in the middle. So anything like that, like table quarters that push you around, I think is good. Make you incentivized to go other places. Yep, agreed. What else you guys like?
Well, at least for Kings, that I think could be easily adapted, and it was in Mordheim as well, as controlling loot markers. So you go and you pick something up, and you have to bring it to a table quarter or a certain area. And in Kings as well, there's an invasion scenario where you're trying to get to your opponent's opposite table edge. You're trying to get past them, almost like an offense-defense thing.
Right.
All those things, but those kind of feed into that area control thing. Where they're trying to spread you out over the table, So.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I like control of markers, especially when those markers can move, and then the units can drop them and stuff like that. I think that's great because things like that are good to me because of the way that they incentivize other units that might not be as so. Like traditionally, if you're a unit that's fast but you're not worth much of a damn in combat, if the only point of the game is to kill your enemy, then that unit's fairly worthless, right? But the second that like grabbing something and running around the table has a high amount of value toward winning the game, whoa! Suddenly your stock is rising, number 2, right?
just go into maybe some of the specifics for kings for that loot scenario. Is there's 3 markers in the middle of the board, and if you end your movement on top of one, that unit picks it up, and it reduces the speed of that unit to 5, which is pretty much generic for infantry. And then the objective is to get that loot marker back to your side. So again, like what you said, the fast units are very good in that because they can feasibly get to the loot marker the first turn. You know, so
Right.
You have to build your army with all this stuff in mind. So you like the classic example I always use is, you know, if you're playing, you're playing 2,000 or 2,500 points of battle line in 8th. Dork gun lines are ridiculously strong because they don't move up, they don't have no need to move up, and they can build their army with that in mind. And in Kings, that stuff doesn't exist. You cannot so you know you might win with a gun line on one of the scenarios, but every other single one requires some kind of movement, some kind of picking something up, some like going to the other opponent's table edge, controlling this area. So you just don't have those kind of skew lists that exist in Kings. They just you have people that actually build balanced armies, where you have cavalry, monsters, you know, infantry, and war machines, and good, you know, a good balance of each of them. So
Yeah.
I think anything that gets units moving around the board, like things that stop other like gun line type armies from just castling up in a corner and sitting there the whole game, is aces in my book.
Yeah, so any system that promotes a battle line it bothers me. You know, because that fosters the idea that some armies with good shooting units can just sit there and do that. So I like the idea of any system that has that as part of the main goal. You know, that you can't just sit back and wait. I mean, it's the one thing that made it hard for me to get into the dwarves at one point.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that I wanted a mobile dwarf army, and prior to the revision to the anvil, you actually could adapt the way that anvil worked before they changed it to make a dwarf army much better, and move, actually, you know, go on the march.
Mm.
And then they fucked that up.
So John said, I'm not sure that collecting loot counters is appropriate for a game representing a clash of armies. Cattle rustling, getting objectives from the middle of the table back to the base edge sounds appropriate for a skirmish retinue game. Okay, so here's what I would say, John. I mean, I get what you mean, because there's sort of like, I think what he's pointing at is there's kind of a weird narrative dissonance of like, why is the whole army going out to get these things, right? So I would say 2 things to that. The first would be, well, there's always some amount of narrative dissonance here in the way that we play these games, right? Because once you get outside of historicals, where you're trying to really represent true combat, and so you want to hew closer to reality, I mean, we're always accepting some kind of weird level of abstractionism on this stuff. Now, that being said, I think it's just a matter of couching what it is you're supposed to be getting, right? Like, if it's a fantasy world, then those objectives represent, you know, magical things of power that are so good and so powerful that they could halt the entire war, but we need to get them under our control and away from here, because our whole goal is to get them off of this battlefield where we could be killed and taken, right? So, like, you can construct the narrative to be appropriate for you if that's a hang-up. I think that can be got around. That's what I would say. But I mean, I get what you're saying. When it's just sort of ambiguous, there is perhaps a bit of dissonance there.
Yeah, I see where he's coming from too, but at the same time, like if we're trying to make this like realistic warfare, even with a big game like Warhammer, you might have 200 models. That would be considered like a vanguard force. So you could easily make it seem like Vince mentioned, like the vanguard force goes onto the field. They're trying to grab these magical tokens to bring back to camp to cast like some major spell ending world thing or whatever. You can make your own narrative up, you know. But more importantly to me is the actual game. You can work the narrative around the gaming system, in my opinion. It's just anything that encourages something other than just like beat 'em up. I'm with, yeah. So
another one that I really like, I saw in one of Victor's Age of Sigmar games, was he did like a 4-game sort of 1-day tournament type of thing, and Victor Case's channel, and there were objectives on the table that had to be destroyed.
I like
And
that too.
so like they're in various places across the table, and I love the idea of like having not enemy things on the table to attack and kill that force you to get close to them and bring them down and stuff like that. I think that's cool stuff. Yeah, so even like grabbing markers and holding them, or having various locations on the take and hold as opposed to take, hold, and run, right? So his cattle rusting example. I'm also a fan of get out there and like, you know, we've got to take these 3 strategic points or something, right? I think that has a nice, the same sort of effect. Yeah, absolutely.
Question about Kings.
Sure.
How long does a game usually play? I mean, the tournament condenses that because of time constraints. But let's say you got together and you were playing a competitive casual game. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but
Oh no, that's basically what I play. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's competitive as in we're trying to win, but it's casual as in if like someone messes up and you're like, oh, you know, can I take that back? 95% of the time, we're good to go with that. You know, like we're trying to.
Wait. There's 5% of the time where you say no.
Well, because a lot of times the order you. Okay, let me hear me out though. A lot of times the order you do things in matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like. So in Sigmar, for instance, if this guy activates, you know, these things in this order, and then he realizes that he could have maximized his attacks some other way, which you like sometimes it's just like, hey man, you lost 5 attacks, I'm sorry, you know. But other times it's like, hey, I forgot my shooting with this guy last turn. And that's what I'm talking about. Like in a purely competitive environment, you know, I guess if I'm trying to win at all costs, I'm going to say screw you. You didn't say it. You know, you didn't shoot this phase or whatever. That's what I'm talking about. So
yeah, or like me in a tournament where I forgot to actually cast magic with Nagash.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, but so that's what I mean, like competitive casuals, like you know.
Yeah, and you know, real quick, this is a thing that like Magic. This is the sort of thing that like Magic the Gathering does really well, because they actually have levels of play of sort of like how much fudging is allowed. Okay, so like. If you are playing in a pre-release for a new set, then the general accepted line is if a person forgets something but sort of remembers it like in the same phase-ish, you allow them a take-back.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, yeah, like there's a looser level of competitive casual play. If you go to a pre-release and people like tap their mana and then start to do something but then realize, oh wait, I should have tapped it like this.
I would say most of the people I play with too are Johnnies or whatever, so they don't want to win because their opponent forgot something. You know what I mean? So they're I would say even most of the dialogue we're having, we're actually discussing strategy as we're playing, because you know it's the first dozen games, so it's not like we're playing completely cutthroat. We're just playing to try to maximize the units we have on the table, play as well as we can. You know. So, but to answer your original question, I would say a game of Kings lasts between, we play 2,000 points. I've seen most people playing like 1,500, but an hour and a half to 2.5 hours for a Kings game. And that would vary based on how well you know your units and, you know, the rules and whatnot. But I would say after about a dozen games, I can get a game done in about 2 hours at 2,000 points.
It's not that different from 8th edition.
I played a decent amount of 8th. I would say that it's not too much different. And maybe I would tack in about, like I said, about maybe 30 minutes to an hour. So if you're playing an 8th edition game, I would say 2,000 points of Kings of War is similar to 2,500 in Warhammer 8th edition, as far as the amount of units that are on the board. So, yeah, like I said, about an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, depending on how many. If you're playing a 2,000-point game and how fast you guys are at doing it.
And a lot less breakdown and setup. Sounds
so much better with that regard.
Also, just like we kind of touched on it, but I just want to really put a pin on it. Though the modeling opportunity for those diorama units, like if you're a nerd hobbyist like me who loves that idea, like man, that is a cornucopia of possibilities, right? Because you can model these big scenes happening on there and like know that it's going to remain consistent and coherent, and it's like that's the thing. That's pretty freaking cool. Like,
Some of the
That
pictures in the
might be
book
the
are
one thing that
beautiful.
get me into that game.
Some of the pictures in the book are beautiful because they actually have, like, the units look more fluid. So if you have a bunch of orcs with huge axes, they're not standing, shoulder to shoulder, so they couldn't even swing them in reality. So you could have a diorama base where they're spacing, they all look like they're marching forward. You got, maybe a standard bearer, like waving things in the front. There's lots of opportunities to,
you can have some daemonettes with some slaves behind them just being drug along and roasted over an open pit.
Absolutely.
Very
Absolutely.
important.
As gruesome as you want to get.
Yes. So William Page made a couple comments, and I want to touch on them. I won't. You're a bit more divisive than I want to get in your questions, William, but that's okay. I will answer. Like, basically, he's saying that certainly there are still Johnnies who can get enjoyment out of Age of Sigmar, and I completely agree. So, like, the key with these psychographic profiles is, and I didn't really get too deep into this in the video because I didn't want to get into hyper minutia, but these have a lot of subsets underneath them, right? Because, like, just saying I play to express something, that's a very broad generalization, right? And so that can be like the Johnny who expresses his intelligence through the cleverness of his list building and his synergy, and so wants to sort of have a plan that unfolds in a very clever way. So the traditional combo Magic player, right? Like the very easy, that's like your top line Johnny. That's why he got the unglued card or whatever. But at the same time, there are lots of Johnnies who operate in a lot of different spaces, and so I think the answer to I think the split of Johnny is where they lean more toward Spike or Timmy. So like your Johnny Timmies are going to honestly find Age of Sigmar to be right in their wheelhouse because there's all this synergy that happens on the table, but the things are fairly upfront and play in the way a Timmy would want to play, whereas more like Johnny Spikes, so that kind of split is going to be probably less served by what Age of Sigmar has to offer. They want more of that sort of like the cleverness and the dynamism and the expression of their intelligence or whatnot manifesting in victory or at least, really like hard-edged competitive play on the table. That's my take on it. I'm certainly not the expert on it, but I think your point is well taken. I think that's just how I would phrase it. So there you go. Psychographic profiles, they're a thing, huh? How about that? Jesus. Go watch that video I put up if you're curious as to what the hell I'm talking about. There you go. All right. Cool stuff. Yeah, I think that, so, one thing that got mentioned is the lack of, like, big monsters. So they do have some, like you said. They've got, that's another thing that was in my, we didn't just split the Tyrant pack. I also got the big dude on the dragon because I was like, yeah, I'll take a dude on a dragon. Yeah. So I got that coming too, but they haven't delivered those yet. So I'm looking forward to that because that's a really cool thing. And but I think that it's pretty obvious why they don't have the really big monsters. So what I'll say about Mantic's models is this: they have a couple gems, as you said. On the whole, Mantic's models, the quality of their sculpt, and I'm not trying to pick a fight here, okay?
None taken. I've already admitted they are not the quality of Games Workshop. It's simple as that. I'm not.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, that being said, okay, like they simply are. I went through. I put together some of my ogres because I got an ogre army too. Like, look, you're going to be spending a lot more time with things that don't fit quite as well. You're going to be scraping a lot more mold lines. The detail isn't going to be as high. All those things are true. That's not to say they're not good. They are still good models, like, and you can do great paint jobs on them. I've seen some of those ogre models people have painted up that are freaking stunning. Stunning. Okay, they look amazing. So, it's not like model complexity equals model, total model aesthetic. But I think that, that being said, the price is hard to argue with, right? So, like, yes, it's not the same quality, but it's also not the same price. When I go buy a Honda Civic, I don't expect a Lexus, right? So, like, I mean, and I don't mean to say, I'm not trying to make a direct analogy to GW and Mantic for Pete's sake. Please don't get angry, people. I'm simply saying that, like, the price differential is there, and to some degree, you get what you pay for, right? Like, there are other individual, very niche ranges of upper-end super models, and I guarantee you they're more expensive than GW. You go out there and buy Kabuki models or something, which are fucking amazing, or
rack 'em.
Old Rackham. I honestly don't like old Rackham models. They're all metal. And I think
I'm just talking about the price, man.
Oh, sure. I think old Rackham was overvalued because they were ahead of the curve. But if you go look at those now, they don't hold up. But anyway, that's a different fight. There are still many of them I love. But yeah, I think that like the Mantic stuff is hard to argue with the price. But I think why don't the big monsters exist? Because they don't have the technology or the capital to invest. Like, making those molds for those giant, incredibly complex, massive monsters, that costs a just truckload of money. Like, you gotta just back a dump truck of cash up and just let it go. Right? Just boop, 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 and just hundreds are falling out the back. Or whatever the equivalent is in pounds. I don't know.
How does the Kings of War community feel about proxies?
Mantic actually encourages it. The company itself.
I like the company, man. I really do like what they do. I like their mentality.
They say bring any models you can. If we don't offer them, use proxies. Just not Games Workshop ones. I have lots of people who have models from all over the place that they picked up. I don't know. It's like Rise of Caesar or Hail Caesar or something. I got one guy who's using like half his models from that collection. So they completely encourage it. The only thing that's why they have these standardized base sizes, say like, hey, you know, try to get it around this size for like a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter, for instance. So and that's just for gameplay reasons and simplicity. Like I said, like the unit frontage is a big deal in games as far as how the game plays. So having bigger monsters is actually bigger footprints is a disadvantage because more things can get into combat with you at once. So. But at the same time, I've seen lots of people do cool, like, you know, with dragons at least, they'll suspend them a little bit higher and still put them on the 50 millimeter. So it's just some of the really big monsters, like I said, like Arachnaroks. I don't know what the equivalents for other armies would be. They're just kind of hard to, you know, fit a square peg into a round hole with kings, kind of. It just but at the same time, you have things like chariot hordes. So if you want to just like, you know, get a little bit of imaginative, you could probably use bigger monsters and say like this represents this, you know. So
yeah, for the Arachnarok, you just clearly need to model him like climbing down something. So
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Walking down a building.
Yeah.
Like get a water tower and he's just walking down the side of something.
Yeah.
He's scarier that way anyways. Like, that's creepy.
Yeah. One thing I have to say about kings is a lot of people are, you know, proxying beasts that are very powerful within the game, but they do not look intimidating on the board itself because they're using like a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter from Games Workshop, which might be just like, you know, a little griffin or something, and it turns out it has a ton of attacks and just a beast in combat, and you're just like, oh man, those stat lines do not match how that monster looks. But again, these are all proxies, so it's kind of hard to say what Mantic is going to go.
That with the Abyssals, I was watching. I watched so Shadows in the North. If everybody knows that channel, they've been doing some Kings of War battle reports as well. And he was playing his Abyssals, and like he's like, I've got this big demon lord thing. I don't remember what it was called. I apologize because I don't know my Abyssal army yet. That's coming for me in a couple months. I've committed to not looking at it until I have the models in hand. I refuse. But he's like, yeah, this thing's gonna totally wreck whatever it hits, and it was some like weedy little thing.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
what the hell is that? And he just like, blah, is crushing units. I'm like, this is what? Yeah. Get something bigger on that base if it's that scary.
I will be
around a goblin that's gonna wreck a unit.
Can you? Is there guidelines for the proxy beyond just the base with that in mind? Because I can completely understand seeing this, you know, piddly little model. It looks like nothing, and then it's because, you know, it's like the friggin' rabbit from Monty Python, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You know.
One of the Empire players we play with, he is supposed to be, as far as the lore for Kings of War goes, it's like this elephant with like, you know, war machines on the back, and he's just using these little griffins on 50 millimeter bases, and you're just again. They're scary. You don't know until it happens. But they basically say you can use other size bases. Just you have to think of it like just, you know, mark off like a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter, and then play as if the rest of the base didn't exist. You know, that's kind of hard again with the really big models. Like 50 millimeter by 100 or even 100 by 100, you can probably get away with pretty easily. But once you start getting really big, it's you can't. In Kings, there's no minimum distance between your friendly units. You just have to have like a sliver. You don't have to have an inch away from all the friendly units. So you can have like very tightly packed battle lines. And if you have a monster that's much bigger than it's supposed to be, you're not going to be able to support it properly. Honestly, it's going to be.
I could see, like, say, taking some of the monstrous infantry or cavalry type models, and maybe you have, or even just some of the monsters, and like you were saying, maybe there's two of them, but they're occupying the equivalent of 350 mil bases, and you have some kind of a little more creativity on the base structure with diorama-wise, or it's a little story that you're telling with more bits and stuff. I could see something like that working. I mean, would that work? Would that be legal?
Yeah. Again, as long as it's just the sense that sometimes it's hard. Like if someone's trying to flank charge you and you're like visualizing it as smaller. Or you're combining a few together, it's just the mechanics of the game is going to take a little bit more to be like, hey, this is my actual flank, this is my actual frontage, but I think I'm just having this conversation for a little bit. I'm thinking that maybe I'm going to be trying to play my Arachnaroks and do what I've been saying, just visualize it a little smaller and see how the game runs. I don't foresee it being too much of an issue. Honestly, as long as your opponent knows that this is the actual footprint of this unit,
Weird that, as usual, one of the great secrets to having a good game is talk to your opponent.
Social contract.
Talk to the guy you're trying to have a good time with. Yes.
Yeah.
Weird that social games would require some bare minimum of social interaction.
It solves more problems than people give it credit, or most people give it credit.
Well, again, I talked about in the topic of the week video I threw up today. I talked about like the best and worst rules changes or whatever that you like, and mine was pre-measuring. And I think as I said in that, the thing I loved most about pre-measuring was it encouraged you to have that conversation when nothing was on the line, rather than when everything was on the line, right?
I can't tell you. I think Kings, as far as, or even 8th edition, you have to have that dialogue. I watched a Sustainable Center video a couple months ago where he was talking about that. Like, if you can't say, this is 12.5 inches away from your unit, and so you're barely at a charge distance, you're just going to have argument after discussion, or even if you're playing with the most friendly person in the world, you're just wasting time, pretty much, Yeah.
I played him a lot of times, and he's very good at giving that and getting that. That's part of his his regular routine, and it's a good way to play the game where it's just understood and then you get it out of the way.
Yeah, and I would say everybody I play with, there's a discussion happening the entire game. It's almost like you're narrating your own battle report while you're playing. Like, hey, I'm moving this here, I'm vanguarding this here, just so your opponent knows you're not trying to one-up them. You know that you're, trying to avoid these little conflicts where it's like, hey, can this see this? Kings does a good job about like simplifying line of sight rules for the most part, which I appreciate, because sometimes that is difficult. You're sitting there and you're both looking at it. You have to roll a dice, and it doesn't feel good for either player.
No laser pointer. No laser pointer.
Yeah, sometimes just to get those archetypes. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I mean, for the most part, it uses a height-based system, much like so. For people who play Malifaux, they're not going to find it that much different because Malifaux also has a set height system. Malifaux is a little more hard-edged than Kings because, like in Malifaux, your units have heights printed on them, and that then has other a model is height 1, height 2, height 3, height 4, right? And so, like, regardless of what's sitting there on the base, this thing has a printed height, and I know how tall it is, how it interacts with other terrain, because then the terrain can get stapled with that same height value, right? So, like, if I'm height 4 and I'm in front of a height 1 piece of terrain, no matter what the models look like, I know what the reality is of this thing.
It's similar to Kings, except that they're generic heights for types of units. So all infantry is 1 height. All cavalry is height 2. All monstrous infantry is height 3. And then you also agree with all the pieces of terrain on the board where you actually measure how high it is, and that's the actual height of the hill, forest, whatever. So it does, you're not measuring from like the dragon's eyes to see if it can actually breathe fire over this one unit, so it's a lot simpler, and I appreciate it. And there's a lot of it kind of adds some nice tactics when you can reliably say like this is, I can hide my wizard behind my infantry without, some very tall model looking straight over it. You can kind of, and you'll know which models can see over it. So you can make some informed decisions, which, the more information you have that's not subjective, a lot of times, the more engaging the game is tactically, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I would say that for me, it's any game mechanic that encourages an open dialogue with your opponent, okay, should generally be viewed favorably, because none of these. So I don't know if I've really. There's been a couple videos where I've danced around this, but I think I'll probably have. I'll at some point in the future. I keep like a running list of things to talk about at some point, but at some point I'll get to this. But nothing is free in game design. That is to say, I did mention this. I did have a previous video where I talked about this. Okay, this was good. I covered this. Nothing's free in game design. Everything has a cost. There's always an upside and downside, right? But I think this one's the upside is so big, I'd have to see a really hellacious downside to pay it off, right? Because that's what you want. You never want to encourage gotcha moments, right? Like you said, like it's just that's a way to immediately. One, that's going to give new players a hell of a shit time right away, right? Like you've guaranteed giving new players a bad time. That's terrible, right? Encourage your more experienced players to be talking to your newer players so that they learn while they're playing. Make it sneaky and part of the game, right? That hey, look, I'm just talking to you. We're talking about playing. I've accidentally taught you stuff, right? Doesn't feel like a class.
I can't imagine a game where one person is mostly silent, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about all this as if it's some kind of like a novelty. I mean, I get all these points, and you're absolutely right. And I've said these things too, to different degrees. But I can't imagine somebody who's such an introvert that they won't communicate. I mean, even when you're playing in a casual environment, you've got to kind of describe what you're doing. So that if there is any question of whether or not it's legal or not, or whatnot, the other person is aware of what you're trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
So I think that the game is about describing your moves as you're moving them. I don't think I've played any of these games where that doesn't happen.
Oh, let me just say, I've played plenty of games and tournaments and otherwise with people who are pretty damn close to silent as the game will allow them to be.
I guess I could see that in Magic.
Especially true in Magic, yeah. But
yeah.
like even I've seen it in Warhammer. My God, I have played. Yeah, sure. Like people are just like telling you the bare minimum, right? Like
it's the cloak and dagger of the thing. Like they try to disguise their moves by not talking about it. Like if they're in their head, they're in charge range, and in your head, you're outside of the arc or whatever, and they don't discuss it. They're just assuming they're right and you're wrong, and they just don't. Yeah, so again, but at least the horrible games, the worst games I've had is the people that don't talk. They try to just keep it close to the chest, and in order to have those gotcha moments, like that you didn't think that guy could see you, it does, and then you're, nasty games. So.
I guess you don't see that and I'm not like the champion of casual. I play plenty of competitive gaming, and I'm competitive in my casual play as well.
Yeah.
So, but I've done plenty of tournaments. I mean, obviously, not when I took my break between my ages of Warhammer, but even so, I'm a competitive player. But I can't see how somebody would do that in a casual game. And I don't want to start a casual versus competitive thing, but in any environment,
it's a false dichotomy anyway.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I can't imagine somebody playing the silent treatment game. I'd be sitting there pulling information out of them, asking them questions. They could not avoid me.
So William, by the way, said that he agrees pre-measuring is the best, and his worst was true line of sight, because it one eliminates the subjective while the other doesn't. Basically, true line of sight is this sort of thing that absolutely causes this sort of purely subjective thing to happen. Well, I can see your model. can you? You know,
Yeah,
it's just like, oh,
and-
Jesus.
Oh man, even in just friendly games, and this is not even arguments being had. It's just like general. Hey guys, come over here and see. Can this guy see this guy? You're calling people over from other tables, and it's just like, yeah, it's like, what's the point? Like, just like I said, like I play with competitive players, but we're all friendly, we're all casual. I would say, like we don't like. I'm not like prepping for a tournament every time I play Warhammer. I would.
You're not a dick.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. So it's just again, I think I think when people say casual or competitive, I think what really they mean is like kind of like the list building. I think that's what most people are referring to. I think a casual player is willing to dumb down his list, while a competitive player usually is trying to bring the best list he can. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think once both players get into the game, I don't think there's a casual player anymore. Like, like what are you casually measuring? Like, oh, this is 6 inches, but I'm just going to move it 7 because it's a friendly game, or I'm just like I'm not going to shoot this turn, or what you're trying to win. So yeah.
I'm not going to shoot this turn. No, again, I would place much more stock in like the psychographic profiles. That's what it boils down to, and I think that's the real thing, right? Like, I think what most people construct in their heads, the competitive player that we're talking about, what they really mean is Spike, right? That's the guy they're talking about, the person who wants to prove something in the game. And whereas whereas Johnny and Timmy get to play the role more often of like either where Timmy is often cast in the role. And by the way, these aren't true. Like I said, I think this is a false dichotomy. This isn't real. Timmy's can be just as competitive as Johnny's and Spike's and all that, but they tend to picture the kind of profile that Timmy is on average as the quote-unquote, casual player, right? Oh, he's got big, dumb monsters. He's not a serious player, right?
Yeah.
No, he's it's exactly what you said. When he shows up at the table, he's certainly trying to win. It's just different things are motivating him, and he's getting joy and fun out of other things besides just that.
Yeah, I know plenty of players that like a theme, like a style of play, and they will forego an optimal or better choice list type inclusion to stick to a certain theme because they like painting it or they think it looks cool, and even if it's not the best choice, that's what they'll take. But when they get to the table, they're rolling dice like everyone else, trying to destroy you.
Yeah.
But maybe they didn't bring the best tournament list or whatnot.
Just-
We haven't heard from Andrew.
What's that? Oh, yeah, we did. You mean Matt?
Yeah, sorry, Matt.
Sorry. No, I pretty much agree with you guys. I'm pretty tired.
Hooves of Doom.
Hooves of Doom. That's right.
I only identify you guys by your superhero names.
There you go. Yeah. No, I pretty much agree with what you guys are saying. I'm probably gonna log out here soon. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, me too, man.
It's been a lot of fun though. Thank you.
I actually finished putting the 2 arms in the head onto my tree man, and I think I've accomplished my goal for the night.
Oh, look out for you. Yeah, just a great example of what you're talking about, by the way, just to put a pin on that point, is when I went to Buckeye, there was a guy there who had like a 19.8 comp Sylvanet, basically what we would call a Sylvaneth list. It was 3 tree men and all dryads. Now this is 8th edition Warhammer, right? And that dude played very competitively on the table. Like, he was a tough dude playing a bunch of dumb, awful trees, right? And his opponents, I think he went 3-2 in the tournament. And good on you, bro. Like, that dude, he was a great player, and he played a list that he really loved that most people would be like, or that many people would be like, oh, that list is dumb.
The crazy thing is that's one of those lists that it's pretty damn good right now in AOS.
Oh, yeah. Sure, yeah. Yeah, his investment is paying off. He definitely made the right choice there. That long-term investment paid off. That's like my Ushabti investment. I knew I was just banking for the long term.
That was good.
Yeah, and even speaking to spikes or whatever, a lot of these guys, even though they're trying to prove that they're better at you than the game, they do sometimes put boundaries on themselves. They don't bring the win-at-all-cost list every time. Because in a sense, if they can prove they can beat you with Beastmen, it proves to them that they're the better player. Right. And why, like a lot of these have crossovers, a lot of them false dichotomies, like you said. But I don't know many players who play Warhammer that are basically just bringing the hardest list every time. You know, even in competitive environments, I don't think that it's frowned upon even there. Like, you know, because you have the people who will say like, oh, you know, he's bringing that nasty Dark Elf avoidance list, and if he wins all of his games, he might prove to himself that he's better, but to everybody else, you're just, you know, you're copying the net list. You know, you might play it all right, but does that really prove that you're a better player? So a lot of these spike players or whatever, they'll dumb down their list, you know, or bring a more themed army. It's really just, I would say almost if you're playing a game, you're competitive. Honestly, and unless you're just going in there and you're just throwing stuff down, you don't care about the rules. You're just like, again, just purely there to socialize. Then you're pretty much a competitive player to me. Otherwise, you would just be showing up at the game store and talking with people, right? You know.
I'm gonna sign off, guys. I'm gonna give you my animatronic Queen Elizabeth.
I think I got to sign off too.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks, guys. Nice meeting you, fellas.
Absolutely. If anybody else wants to join in, I'll probably keep it going for a little while here. So if there's anybody else out there, more than happy to bring in. So let's see. John Telby said, I don't think pre-measuring and true line of sight are opposite. I think they are different dimensions. I agree that abstracting line of sight and allowing pre-measuring is good. The huge upside of pre-measuring is that it reduces the perception of cheating. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I don't think I wanted to. I'm sorry if I said they were opposite. That wasn't my intention. I just meant to say that often their effects can be sort of very different in what they allow to happen, right? So,
yeah.
And I think if you look at most modern game design, it goes away from true line of sight. Most modern war game design, that is to say.
Yeah, I think just generally the idea that you're trying to simulate real experiences is kind of falling out of the way as far as game design is. Most of it's going towards abstraction, you know, like maybe why video games now, like a lot of video games that I like to play, like maybe Total War and some of these other strategy games, they go to more of the simulation. They take real world events and they try to boil it down and make it as complex and simulate the real world as much as possible. With these, you know, war games in general, you're having to memorize pages of rules. So the more abstraction, the better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that it's so. For me, you know, I've thought a lot about this. Okay, because the reality is this has been a huge deal in the RPG space a lot longer than it's been a big deal in the like sort of fantasy wargaming space. Okay, and I will say that like historicals have had this fight as well a lot more than fantasy wargaming, and that's because fantasy wargaming is a really, really niche of a niche market, right?
Yeah.
But RPGs have had this debate for a long time of what's the appropriate level of abstraction, right? You know, how much do we, because the reality is we're not computers, right? I can't perform 100,000 calculations in a second or whatever. So we know we're abstracting some. So where do you like? There is no game that is exact reality. I don't know if you ever saw the video or Paintisode where I showed Phoenix Command off.
I haven't.
Okay, Phoenix Command is my favorite RPG of all time that took it too far. Like it's the exact problem child of realism gone wild. Okay, so I've shared this before. I'll share it again. Give me just a moment to bring it up, because frankly, I love this too much not to keep sharing this, because it's the greatest thing in history. All right. I love that somebody wrote this and thought this was awesome. All right, let me bring it up here. Let's do a little share. Lock it on me. All right, can you see my screen there?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Phoenix Command artillery system. Sometimes when I review an RPG, I'll suggest the rules are overly complex, blah, blah, blah. All right, here is a real example. This is an excerpt from a forum post describing a single round. The part he's quoting is 1/10 of the total procedure needed to calculate a single round of gunfire. Here you go. My odds of putting the burst in the correct location are at 97%. I roll a 37. The burst is at the correct elevation, so I look up my Minimum arc, it's 0.7, so the burst has spread over 1.4 yards. My rate of fire is times 7, so I look up on another table and a chance of hitting with an ROF of 0.7 and an MA of 0.7. The full page table says I hit with 1 round. Now I roll for the hit location. I roll a 292, so how big is that table? On the side hit table, because I hit him in the side, and the bullet passes through the man's liver and stomach. Now I look up on one of the 64 plus damage tables. Yes, there is a specific table for a side hit to the hip socket, and find one for a side hit to the stomach liver.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Somebody wrote that. Like, I just...
So, what does a typical game look like? Is this like a 12-hour experience? Like, how many models are we looking at? I have questions. Like,
Holy
this is
crap. Yeah, exactly. Those rules raise more questions than they answer, which is ironic given how detailed they are.
Yeah, I don't think simulation to that effect has any merit in the wargaming space, or any kind of space where it's not being done by a computer. Like, I could maybe appreciate that in an actual, like, maybe war game, you know, where each of these offer a computer. So, like, you know, like, it has very complex ways the hits rat, and I'd probably be interested in that, but not in the sense that I don't even looking like I mentioned for 8th edition. I don't like looking up unique misfire charts for war machines. I don't like having to reference my codex or my army book constantly. Like, Kings kind of speaks to me on that level, where it tries to, you know, you got most of the rules you need, and all of them are interchangeable. There's not a lot of unique special rules. But on the flip side, just to, you know, be fair and balanced about this, it does kind of diminish some of the uniqueness from all of the armies.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that's exactly what that's exactly my constant point. That's why when people decry things and they're like, oh, this is bad because of X, I'm like, well, yeah, but it's also good because of X, right?
Yeah.
And that's a great example. So, you know, what you just said is exactly true. Like, one of my sort of laments with Age of Sigmar is that we got rid of French vanilla abilities. So in Magic card design, they're called French vanilla abilities, where they're, if you think of like something a step up from like First Strike. Okay, so like things where I have a keyword and it kind of means the same thing, but it gets implemented in slightly different ways. So it's a French vanilla ability. It's not completely vanilla, but I sort of lament in Age of Sigmar that those aren't there, because I happen to like those sorts of things, like being able to say First Strike or Radiant, you know, things like this, right? Where even if the effect isn't always exactly the same, I can still point toward a similar mechanic.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, I also appreciate that what that buys us is the ability to make every unit have really its own weird, distinct way it acts, which means that each unit very much feels like that thing, good and bad, right? I mean, that's just it. So there's not a right answer where it's like, oh, well, clearly this is just the one. Let me let you in on a secret, right? Like all the people out there, the world, if there was a right answer, you'd be playing that game, because it would be the only game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's a spectrum. Like, you know, like I said, like for, you know, Kings, and I'm not sure how I feel about this in this sense, is that there is not a lot of unique rules for each of the armies. And if there's a unique rule, it usually references back to a shared pool of rules, like the French vanilla, you know, where it has maybe a certain twist. But at the same time, you know, if it gives you crushing strength in this situation, you know what crushing strength does. You know what the keyword does. And as far as Sigmar goes, a lot of times, like, if people talk about the complexity, I don't think it's not a complex game, because there's a lot you have to memorize. Like, there's a lot of synergies between the units and things like that. I have, like, when I was playing, I had like a list. Like, this is what my command ability does, plus the formation bonus, plus the bonuses from that war scroll, plus the terrain. You know, so you have to reference maybe 4 different parts of the book to get what happens in that instance sometimes. You know, so there's a lot of complexity there. It's just, but a lot of times that's not maybe the complexity I prefer sometimes. Like, I don't like I mentioned, I don't like having to look up a unique war machine chart, you know. But at the same time, I would just definitely say, and this has been a complaint with a lot of people that have been playing Kings, and it's easy to remedy, is that there's just a lot of the armies, they have a certain feel, they play a certain way based on what units are available to you, but there is not a lot of flavor to the army. Like you're not, having you can pretty much interchange any of these armies, and it's easy to pick up, which is good. But at the same time, crushing strength is crushing strength.
Right.
Yeah. So.
By the way, John, I did send you an invite. If anybody else wants in, just shoot me a note, post a QA, comment on the video, whatever, something. Not that I mind. I'm happy to. Perfectly good conversation, Andrew. Just more people. Fine.
More the merrier. Three's a party, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's exactly it. I think you're dead on there. That we can't. It's very hard to point at these things and go, oh yeah, cool. That's all upside. That's all a good thing. It's funny to think of like. I think the real. It's funny because I think people see. So like to go back to Ninth Age real quick.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people maybe feel like the enemy of Ninth Age is Age of Sigmar. I don't think that's true. I don't like they're not really competing in the same space or for the same players. People who are not a lot. There's no overlap there. It's just there's not a lot of overlap.
I see what you're saying though. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the real enemy, the thing that I think ultimately makes the Ninth Age project probably have the most challenge is Kings of War. The fact that Kings of War exists and provides a fairly similar play experience to what the people who would want to stay on 8th edition in a very direct way. I think that's, if there's anything that's going to prevent, Ninth Age from being like gangbuster successful in the long run, it's that. It's not Age of Sigmar. It's Kings of War.
I completely
you got a big company support.
Yeah, and I honestly, in my opinion, what's really competing with Sigmar is other skirmish games.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the real enemy, the thing that. Oh, John, we can hear the echo. Everybody always has their not headphones on. Put your headphones on, John. Kings of War. The fact that Kings of War. He's gonna hear me in like a minute. Yeah. A fairly similar experience to John, you'll hear me say I'm muting you in about 10 seconds. Okay. He can unmute himself when he either turns down his volume or puts in headphones because he hears me say, John, put headphones on.
Yeah, and that's something I think a lot of people share. Like, as far as people, I guess a new player coming into a store and looking at Sigmar, what they're not looking at, Kings of War versus Sigmar. They're looking at Age of Sigmar versus Infinity and Malifaux and 40K and all of these other games that are War Machine. That's what I think their main competitor are, and those are bigger markets for the most part. At least War Machine and 40K are. And if they can just even, I would say that I think a lot of people have mentioned that if every 8th edition player picked up Kings of War or Ninth Age, it still wouldn't be as profitable as Games Workshop is looking for out of a game. And I agree with that completely. So
yeah, it's got to grow. And that's the thing. Like maybe. There's the oh, hello, Skeleton said, what time is it over where you guys are? It's 8 in the morning here in Sweden, so I imagine it'd be pretty late. Well, it's 2 a.m. where I am. You're what, West Coast, Andrew?
I am Mountain Time. Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time, so it's 11 right. Here. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So yes, right now you're on West Coast time, but soon you won't be. And John, it's middle of the day over there, right?
6 o'clock at night.
Oh, there you go. All right. So yeah, nice night. Just dinner time or whatnot. Sitting down for a nice, comfortable evening in the Paintisode. How you doing today, John?
Yeah, good. Good. And I've been interesting listening to you guys talk about Kings of War, and I've got a copy on order coming, and one of my other kind of regular Warhammer players, who's probably like one of the leaders of the local community, is getting a copy. Both of us have noted one thing that we feel could be potentially frustrating with Kings of War, and this is from watching several games of it on the outside, but without having played a game yet, is the fact that it feels very like War Machine, where when it's not your turn, you do nothing other than just mark hitboxes off your models as they get damaged. Whereas in Warhammer, in the magic phase, you got Dispel. In the hand-to-hand combat phases, you were rolling dice and fighting back and inflicting damage back. So whether that's a fair perception looking at it from the outside or not, but it's certainly something that has a potential to reduce the interactivity between players during the game.
Nothing. You don't really do anything on your opponent's turn in Kings of War. Everything is happening. There's no interactivity. There's no dispelling. There's no, you get to attack back. I would just say, to counter that, though, the rounds in Kings of War are a lot faster. And at least for when I play personally, I'm probably in the think tank, my opponent's turn, because every move he makes is setting up what I'm having to have to do next turn, So as he's moving his units, I'm thinking, like, can I charge? Can I get a flank on this side? Am I going to be able to kill this in one round? And I've already posted my battle report. I do a lot of color commentary on that, and basically what I'm thinking as my opponent's moving, because Kings of War, I would say, it's a lot more devastating as far as when units hit each other. Things most of the time, like, you're taking it out in a round or two. So, and you're having lots of combats versus, I would say, in 8th, where you might have, maybe 3 or 4 major engagements, probably. In Kings of War, it's happening from the first turn on. Things are dying, things are going off the table, things are moving around the side. So, but you're right, it's not interactive on your opponent's turn. You're basically just strategizing for your own turn.
Sounds like a conversation where you're listening to the other person to stop talking so that you can start talking again.
Yeah, pretty much. But at the same time, it's not like, I guess, I mentioned this already in my point, but it's just, again, everything he does is influenced. Like, you cannot have your turn, you take your turn, and your opponent starts going, and you already have made up what you're going to do on your next turn. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just not interactive. I do like that part about Sigmar. I think that was probably the best addition, where you're taking turns activating units. I really like that concept where, both of you are playing pretty much, there's not really a real turn, but again, with Kings, everything's happening on your side. I mean, on your turn. Like, you don't damage back. You don't have, you have to wait till your turn to make your moves, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, definitely one of my favorite upsides of Age in the play is the flip selection of combat. Man, I can't say how much I love that. And I know that's, again, not like a new innovation, because a lot of other types of games use this. I think of, like, bolt action and the order dice and the way those spill out, right? Which is a mechanic I'm a big fan of. And again, bolt action's not the first game or only game to use that. It's just the one that comes to mind. There are many that do.
Well, that whole bolt action family, and there's also Future War Commander, Blitzkrieg Commander, Cold War Commander, all use a command mechanism which feels very much like War Master, where basically your general has to pass a leadership test to issue an order, and each time they go to issue more orders, leadership goes down by 1. And if you have to shout a really long way because the unit's far away, it's harder to pass the leadership test. And that gives you a real uncertainty about how many units or models you're actually going to get to activate in a turn. And after playing some more kind of interactive games, I kind of like that. But I guess going back to one of Vince's personality types, what I'd call the control freak personality type, the one who wants to take any element of randomness out of the game. Oh, I don't like random deployment in this scenario because it might screw me. Okay, well, we'll take that out. Oh, I don't like random game length because it might be random. We'll take that out. Those kind of people, I can see why that drives them berserk, because they just don't have the certainty of control. again, Kings of War looks like a game which doesn't have that kind of command and control mechanism in it, but nothing stops you grafting it on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, I have. It's so funny you mentioned that, John, because I have such a beef on this. Like, this is one of my big things. I like believe to the core of my being as a game designer that and this goes kind of like to the suspense and surprise video that I did, where like I really truly believe that the best games are the games that force you to often make decisions under circumstances of incomplete knowledge, right? So where you, like you're talking about like your orders, you don't know how many you're going to get to issue, right? That's a situation of incomplete knowledge. You don't know what that is. Now, I don't like it when it can cause disagreements with your opponent, right? So that's because one might say, well, but Vince, you just said something like pre-measuring isn't random, you know, isn't not pre-measuring decisions under incomplete knowledge. Yes, but it's that can often cause an argument. So these things, and that's the whole point, these things aren't free. You always got to consider the consequences. But something like that, the random order mechanism, you're not having a fight with your opponent about it. You either do it or you don't, right? Like the dice, you come up, you fail, you can issue no more orders, whatever the case is, you're done, you move on. That's not a discussion, that's not an argument. It just is. And I love stuff like that. Because I think that's what causes you to come back to a game. If a game is calculatable from the first moment, you're never going to play it again. It's the worst game ever.
Yeah, people find a good example of this is that has some random elements, but my uncles and stuff, they play Axis and Allies. I've never, if you played that game before, but you can pretty much map the correct thing to do from turn one on. You know, even though there's random dice rolls, you know exactly what the optimum thing to do from the start of the game is, you know, to the end. So I play Orcs and Goblins, so I obviously err on the side of I like random elements in the game. I think it makes it more interesting. I like calculating the odds of things. You know, like
sure.
You know, yeah. So I think that it's a skill in itself. Like, you know, Vince plays Magic. I dabble in Hearthstone. There's a lot of random elements in that, but there's not to say that the people who make the right decision more often are going to win on average more games. You know. And I also like the fact that the randomness sometimes allows maybe like newer players who are less experienced to take games off more experienced players, and that brings them back too, because you know, like some random thing can happen, and they can win the game because of a great Magic phase, or you know, they roll well on a nerd check in Kings or whatever. I think that's good for the game.
Yeah, Mark Rosewater has a famous. Oh, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
I was going to say nothing like a equivalent of a critical hit mechanism to be a great leveler, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
100%. You know, Rosewater was famous. So a lot of people asked over if you've played Magic, you're familiar with it. If you've played Magic kind of at all, you're probably familiar with the concept of mana screw. The idea that you get your opening hand and it doesn't have enough mana in it, and you got to go back and fish you get a smaller hand or whatever, and you can still get mana screwed. So people have asked him, why do you have mulliganing, or why don't you just let people sort of do this forever? Why is mana screw a thing? Why haven't you solved this problem? Why don't you just let people start with a certain number of lands in their hand or something like that, right? And his answer was because it makes the game better. Yes, it happens, but it also keeps even very, very good players can have a game where they get mana screwed. Right, and it's exactly what you said. The lesser skilled player can take out that higher skilled player because they had some bad luck. You don't want that to happen. And there's a magic to this, right? It's like putting a spice into a meal or into a stew, right? If you got too much, it overwhelms everything. The whole stew goes to shit. But if you have just enough of that cayenne in there or whatever, molto bene, right? It's perfect. It's right where you want it. So it's just enough flavor. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a spectrum. Like, there's a thing is too random too. Like, you know, if the game comes down to coin flips, you know, every turn, you know, like either this happens or this happens. And this is like an oversimplification, but obvious. Like, no one's going to play that game. Like the people, that's why people don't play war for card games. It's, you just pull over, whoever has the highest wins, right? There's no strategy involved. There's nothing you can do to influence outcomes. But some randomness, you playing the odds is fun. People like to gamble. It speaks to certain people's psychographic profiles, where they like the odds of something massive might happen, something mediocre might happen, and something really bad could happen with each decision you make. So,
yeah, but I don't think those people are wargamers in any sense, though.
Yeah,
Back when I was playing fairly serious tournament circuit 40k, so sort of 3rd edition type games, Chaos Dreadnoughts, they had a rule that every turn you rolled a dice, and on a 6 they rampaged forward, and on a 1 they fired twice. And people just wouldn't take them because going into a tournament that one turn, first turn of the game, your plasma cannon toting Chaos Dreadnought rolls a 1, fires twice into the nearest unit, which happens to be your unit of Terminators, blows them up, you're 500 points down. So you kind of auto-lose one game because of this Dreadnought. However, having said that, the Dreadnought might just do something crazy at the right time and move double speed into assault range or something that it couldn't otherwise have hit the last turn of the game, rout them off the objective because it was double attacks, because it was crazed, and win you a game. So you either would want to take an absolute lot of them to kind of maximize the chance of somebody doing the right thing at the right time, or not take them at all. And most people erred on the idea of not taking them at all to mitigate the risk of a spectacular friendly fire incident or going berserk and rushing off the objective that you had controlled.
Yeah, I think that comes down to the spectrum, though. You know what I mean? Like, here's an example where I think it went too far, is Animosity in 8th edition. I like the concept of Animosity, something, you roll a 1 and something really good could happen or something really bad could happen. But it has to be, the risk versus reward has to be there. It has to be, Animosity, overwhelming amount of times is going to be bad for you. And in the case of your Chaos Dreadnought, people have just decided the benefit of maybe getting that rampage is not worth the drawback, But there's that spectrum where if you hit that sweet spot, like Vince said, it's just an awesome mechanic, and then you can start, like I said, you calculate the odds. Like, I know that this is going to happen so many times in the game. It's going to be worth it if, and then you try to mitigate what the bad thing that happens and try to put yourself in a position where if the good things happen, you're able to follow up on, And I think wargamers, if you're playing this game and you're rolling dice to see what's going to get hit, you basically submitted to the fact that not the best player is going to win every game. Over time, if you're a good player, you'll win more often, but you're not going to have guaranteed victories or losses based on your decisions every game. It's probably the wrong hobby for you if you're completely against that.
Right.
There's plenty of other games like StarCraft or whatever where you can get your strategy fix and there is no random elements. Besides maybe where you get positioned on a map or something. Very limited.
Yep, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that, and I think that the concern with that is there's a real nuance and art to designing randomness. So a good example of that is that I really love is the Skaven randomness in Age of Sigmar. So almost all the Skaven have weird random things you can do that basically work on a 2-up. Okay? Like the Warlock Engineer can do his overcharge, and these guys can take extra shots, and it's all on a 2-up. Which is funny because when you look at it, you're like, oh, well, I'm totally going to do that. I'll do that every time. You know what I mean? When you look at any one of the, and of course the downsides are usually pretty cataclysmic. Like they involve that model getting severely injured or killed if you roll that 1. But the trick is that's really clever design because most people think, oh, well, it's only on a 1? I won't roll a 1. Yeah, you're right. For that one unit, you probably won't roll a 1, right? But across the army, you're probably rolling a 1 every turn if you've got enough of those things. So that means that at least once a turn, something spectacularly hideous happens to a unit you own. But the other 5 or whatever all do great, cool things.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful balance. It hits that exact sweet spot to me for randomness, where the incentive is, for most players, is to just always push the button.
Yeah.
Knowing that something's going to blow up, which is what Skaven should be doing, right? That's what you want. That's how, to me, that's how I want a Skaven army to play. I don't ever want to not do the random thing because the odds aren't stacked quite right? I'm playing Skaven because I want to be, like, when I think of how Skaven would work in the world, their random stuff should be working most of the time and be pretty devastating. But when it doesn't, boy, should it be hilarious. Right?
Yeah.
That's how I want my Skaven to go.
I think Vince, you've got to watch that though, because again, I've played against a skilled player using a Skaven army, and it feels like whatever you do as the opponent doesn't matter. You might as well just roll a dice, and on a 3-up, the Skaven player's toys work, and you just take your models off, and on a 1 or a 2, sufficient of them fail catastrophically in the early turns that they explode, and you win. And the actual game of Warhammer is, to me, diluted and devalued because of the insanely random variable performance of several Skaven components.
I think that's fair. Are you speaking specifically like in a more 8th edition context, or are you speaking more Age of Sigmar?
No.
Okay.
Seventh. Well, the Skaven book that has been going for the last 10 years,
forever. Yeah,
promotes a very number of random units, where, as you say, that amount to, on a 2-up, your unit performs double its power rating, and on a 1 it dies, and kind of thing. And on a Skaven player, you see all of that perspective, and you see the one game in 6 or something where all of your toys roll a 1 in the first turn and all fall over dead, but your opponents in general don't. And the thing your opponents remember is the time that you landed the Doom Rocket on their unit, and this happened to me, right? Turn 1, Dark Elf, playing my Dark Elf army, Skaven player lands their Doom Rocket on my Spearman, takes out 80% of the unit fails its leadership test, and the survivor's route, taking my level 4 sorceress off the table. Okay, I'm 500 points down before I've even had a chance to sniff, and there was nothing I could have done about that other than I could have positioned myself so I was, I don't know, in BSB range or something silly like that. So that's the kind of experience I remember. I don't remember the fact that your 25.1 use magic item stuffed up and kind of, oh look, it only killed 5 of me this game or something like that.
Sure.
And that's where it feels like, as the other player, there's kind of no skill, there's nothing you can do to counter that kind of OTT power.
I would just say that just goes back to my spectrum thing, where like I feel like animosity errors on the side that mostly it's too negative, there's not enough positive. In that case, there's too much positive and not enough drawback for the guy. So, you know, if 5 out of 6 times it's just going to be absolutely devastating, like you said, it's probably not balanced. It's not that sweet spot. But I don't completely disagree with the fact. I mean, I disagree with the fact that that's just generally you don't want to have units that good and bad things can happen to on a dice roll, because that is the game. You know, you could charge in your huge block of witch elves and roll 1s to, or well, they get to re-roll. Forget always strikes forced, but you know you could.
Sure.
You could
Which ruins everything, as we know.
Yeah. Okay. True elves.
It's fantastic.
But still, like, you're playing a game where it's possible that you could just, by chances, just lose, no matter if you made the right decision or not. And sometimes it skews too hard. Maybe in that case for Skaven, where most of the time it's absolutely devastating, and then once in a while they'll lose a game, or you know. But there's a lot of units that do have that sweet spot. You know, like for instance, my Doom Divers for Orcs and Goblins. Like, you know, I misfire. There's a chance that something absolutely terrible happens, but most of the time it does, an above average to great job at what it's supposed to do, So I don't like the huge swing. I don't like what you said with
like one of the best things ever.
Yeah,
so
I think Doom Divers would be up there with, I guess, they'd be on the podium for best war machine in all of Warhammer 8th.
Yeah, well, there's no other way for, I don't know. Orcs is not the most competitive army, but we're kind of getting off track here. So I think they do need stuff like that. But still, the idea being that I don't like the huge swings. Like you mentioned, on a 1 it dies, and on a 6 it absolutely destroys everything in its path. I think it needs to be more subtle than that. Like, where you roll well and it works above average or what it's supposed to, and if you roll poorly, it works below average. But if it has these massive swings, then I just don't think it's engaging for me. Like, it's not. Again, it's just preference, and there's a sweet spot for everybody. And I don't think that's something everyone's going to agree with where that sweet spot is for each unit or for each army or whatever.
Well, interestingly, Hail Caesar has a mechanism for command issuing orders a bit like War Master, and one of their troop categorizations is levies, which is essentially -1 leadership to issue them an order.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not massively worse, but they are a bit worse, but you get a points discount.
Yeah.
So if you have 4 units of levies or 4 units of normal infantry, you might get 5 units of levy, on the risk that every now and again you'll fail to order one of them when normal infantry would have passed.
Yeah. Again, that's like the sweet spot argument. Like it's, you're giving up a little bit more randomness and you're getting a points discount for it, and you feel like that's fair. And that's the
way I see animosity, right? And orcs and goblins are, certainly in GW lore, renowned for kind of factional infighting and squabbling and stuff during the battle. So I have no problem with orcs and goblins being a bit cheaper than the corresponding of equivalent fighting power, because every now and again the orcs will lose it and decide fighting amongst themselves is more fun than fighting the other.
Yeah, I like the flavor of the rule. I think that's an awesome idea. It's just, again, that sweet spot for me isn't there. I think the drawback of maybe not being able to charge or cast or something, like if you notice the most competitive Orcs and Goblins list, they completely minimize animosity. They take, goblins on, like single goblins on wolves instead of wolf riders. They'll take, put black orcs in their caster units, So they try to minimize that as much as possible, and I think that's part of the strategy as well. Like there's drawbacks. You have to spend extra points to get rid of some of the drawbacks to the randomness, like you mentioned.
Guys, in the first place, you should be able to roughly spend equal points to buy off that disadvantage in some way. And you're right. I've seen people who've based their Orc and Goblins army out of troll hordes, squigs, snotling pump wagons, all this kind of stuff that
Simple
doesn't.
models,
Yeah, well, the idea of taking ranked units of Orc infantry beyond the obligatory horde of savage Orc brigands, which is kind of a plus for Orc and Goblin armies in 8, is that seems to be the way most people have gone. And again, it's probably because people felt that the disadvantages of the unpredictability were not outweighed by the advantage. Either a points break wasn't sufficient, or the potential upsides of the animosity weren't sufficient.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't think I am obviously biased, so I always will err probably on the side of that it's not, not that sweet spot like I mentioned before. But what do you have to say about it, Vince?
I think animosity was overtly harsh. That's what I think. I think the idea of the thing is awesome, and it needs to be there. Like, I honestly miss that animosity doesn't have as much of a thing in Age of Sigmar, because it's always an idea that I've loved, because the orcs are just sort of this force of fighting that is so barely contained, right? That it often erupts in little mini. It's like a volcano. It just kind of there's little mini eruptions, right? And so, but I think you have to handle an idea like that very, very carefully.
Yeah.
I think the universe are things like beastmen not subject to an equivalent rule, right? Beastmen are equally, irregular. They don't sit around doing formal training, marching in ranks, right? You imagine the Slaaneshi Beastman Horde doing the Slaaneshi two-step down, I don't see
I
them.
would like to see the Beastman training regimen. That'd probably be a pretty good time.
So, Chaos Warriors in general, a unit of Khorne Warriors parked next to a unit of Slaaneshi or Tzeentch Warriors or something like that, why aren't they taking leadership tests to turn and attack them?
See, I think, something like Frenzy, I think, is an awesome rule and kind of encapsulates what I mean, like the risk versus reward, where it gives you a benefit of +1 attacks, but you have to, once in a while, you're going to fail your leadership and you're going to, run out across your line. I think animosity needs to resemble that a little bit more, where there's a reason you kind of want the animosity. Maybe that, on a 4-up, you'll get an extra attack or you'll charge forward or whatever, instead of just making it so rare that something positive happens from animosity that it's just, honestly, it's just a complete drawback. It's not a risk versus reward. It's just a straight penalty for the most part. You have 1 in 36 chance of something positive happening. So it's people are obviously going to try to mitigate that as much as possible if they do the math in their head. But at the same time, let's say you roll a 1 and on a 4-up they charge forward, and then on a 1, 2, and 3, they can't cast. I think a lot more people would be open to animosity at that point. I'd even say that a lot of people would run things like Gorbab that adds 1 to the animosity rolls, so you can kind of play around. I don't know. You're able to use animosity and maybe do something positive with it versus just it being a pure drawback. Because right now that's what it, and in my eyes, that's what it is. There should be a lot of drawback to animosity, but there should be some positives. Like, I like the idea that the other goblins or orcs are screaming at the one unit that fails the animosity test, and to prove that they're tougher than the rest, they go and charge an enemy. Like, sometimes that's not even positive. Sometimes you don't want them to charge the closest enemy. So it's I don't know. Again, it's just that sweet spot argument.
Well, I mean, the other side to that is certainly that if you're not going to go for reinforcing the positive, which is certainly one way you could go, and I don't think that's a bad choice, then the other argument is you better be getting a hell of a savings for such a drastic negative.
Yeah.
And that clearly wasn't there, right? Like, Orcish troops weren't significantly cheaper than anybody else's stuff because of that. I mean, it's not like they were really they weren't really recognizing those cost savings.
Yeah, definitely not. But,
Not when you've got leadership 10 with a reroll Skaven slaves at 2 points a guy.
Leadership 10, what's that?
Hey, look, don't hate, participate, okay? Look, we can't help it that we can't help being the best. I mean, that's what it was. Yes, the age of the leadership 10 unbreakable Skaven slave horde. What a great, ridiculous world that was. That the one of the most rock solid, unmovable units in the game was a unit of the weakest cowards that are on leadership 2.
Yeah.
Like, what a complete misalignment with the fluff that was. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure pretty much every army I fielded of Skaven in 8th edition had 2 units of 50 plus Skaven slaves in it. But hey, to be fair, I only used 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to say you weren't trying very hard. I thought they were 3+ minimum.
Right.
Skaven army.
Look, I wanted to be fair, so I only took 2, okay? That's all.
Showing some restraint, man.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Right. I, for one, think I should be commended, frankly. I mean, that's really... I also always gave them shields. How about that?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think was awesome. I was all about Skaven Slaves with shields. Do you know how much? And here's why I like Skaven Slaves with shields. And I'm sure, like Chris would throw a fit at me saying this, but I don't care. I know, I don't care. Here's why. Here's the secret that I think you're underestimating, Chris, or we're underestimating. You know how frustrated people get when you make parry saves with Skaven Slaves? There is nothing more defeating than them coming in with some elite troops and doing, like, let's say 6 wounds to your Skaven Slaves or something, and you roll out of the box and get like 2 or 3 parry saves. They will lose their goddamn minds because they're like, like, it's the most insulting. You have spit in your opponent's face by deflecting their wounds with that 6-up save. It is the worst, and you take them right off their game. You're playing the psychological warfare by making that ward save.
Yeah, but that's what makes those games, though. I love those moments. Just either, well, I don't like them happening to me, but but at the same time, it's rolling above average or even sometimes below for your opponent or whatever. It's just sometimes you just have to laugh. I don't know how many times with those savages on those 5+, people will charge in, do like 20-something wounds, and I save 15 of them.
Right.
And they're tearing out their hair there too. Trust me.
Oh my God, that shrunken head, absolutely. You couldn't kill that guy fast enough. Like, God forbid that shaman be anywhere near. I was throwing Bretonnian lords with heroic killing blow against that guy as fast as I could. Just drop that dude down. My God, get rid of him.
Yeah, averages don't mean anything once you've experienced one of those rounds. Then it's just in your head from then on. Just like I can't deal with this.
Right.
So,
what do you guys think of troop type matchups affecting the combat?
Give me an example of what you mean.
Okay, so for a recent example, I've been recruited to the position of park manager for this family game of Jurassic World. Now, in the Jurassic World game, you have every now and again you send out a team of 3 dinosaurs to fight the opponent's 3 dinosaurs or the game's 3 dinosaurs. Now, that has a air, earth, fire, water type system where a dinosaur, a carnivore is better than a herbivore, which is better than a petrosaur, which is better than an amphibian, which is better than a carnivore. So if you can engineer the right matchup, you can get an advantage. And when I used to play Ancients wargaming, you would look at it and you would say, yeah, this unit, elephants are good against cavalry, okay against infantry, and bad against light infantry, skirmishing foot with javelins and stuff like this. So trying to get the right matchup is a big part of that game. Because if I can get my elephants in against your knights, my elephant's going to kick them all over the park and rout them off the table. But if you get your crappy little guy with a javelin in there jabbing my elephant in the eye and spearing the mahout off the table, then I'm in trouble and I'm on my bike.
I have an opinion about this, actually. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. This is basically, I play a lot of Total War, and a lot of on the forums, all of the really competitive players talk about this. The difference between hard counters and soft counters. Hard counters being the rock, paper, scissors thing. Like, this unit is super effective against this unit, always beats this one. This one beats this unit, versus the soft counters where this unit is generally more effective, but it has a general role as well. I tend to favor that kind of system. I think that, like maybe, for instance, like if, any block of spearmen can take out any block of cavalry no matter what, I think that's a poor system, But if spearmen have an advantage versus cavalry, I think that's like a softer counter thing, then that's a system I favor. I guess like rock, paper, scissors, I always think of Pokemon, where the fire always, water beats fire, or earth beats this, and there's no decision-making process, really. It's just, this counters this, and it always happens that way, So
Well, in Jurassic World, that's exactly what happens, right? If you've engineered the right matchup, your dinosaur gets an advantage in its attacks. You
and
still
it's so
have
dramatic. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's not an automatic. I turn up with an amphibian, so your carnivore falls over dead.
Okay.
I still have to then play out the fight, and I have an advantage. But if I choose to attack at the wrong time, or I don't use my shield when you bite me, then I can still end up in two pieces. And so I think it's more of a soft counter mechanism. So I go into the fight setting up the right matchup. So I've selected my spearmen to fight your cavalry, and spears, reputed to have an advantage against cavalry, but it's not a guaranteed win.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at something like a skull crusher or a demigryph, for example, it's just fantastic against everything, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
It's not like you say, okay, a skull crusher is good against other knights, but light horse can take it out because they can tire them out, or this kind of thing. You know, it's just fantastic, and it's always just fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just don't. I favor that. I like the soft counter approach. I don't like the hard counter approach. I know StarCraft, the game designers, they post regularly about that as well. When they try to, with StarCraft at least, they try to do a soft counter approach where there's maybe more right answers, but there's multiple units. Like, if they get Zerglings, you don't necessarily have to get this one specific unit to counter Zerglings. There's not, there's different, you can think of it more abstractly. Like, maybe I want to just get units that do AoE damage, and there's a few to choose from. You know what I mean? And then they're also good at maybe a specialized role in addition to that. So you can kind of customize, and you don't have this whole rock, paper, scissors thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, having said that, right, a rock, paper, scissors at a strategic level is very good for ensuring combined armies, right? If you have a simple game where, horse beats shot, shot beats foot, foot beats horse, then you need all three of those types in your army, and you want to be engineering the right matchup.
Yeah. But I also like the idea of themed armies well. Like, I think that things like horse armies should have a place in a game. If you want to have, half horse archers and half a third of light cab and a little bit of heavy cab, and that should be a possibility, and you're just playing to, maybe the heavy cab is going to deal with the stuff that's usually traditionally good against cavalry, and you can have like a themed army. Yeah. Yeah.
And I've got no problem with that, because you look at historically, there were armies like Parthians or Mongols who were noble cavalry armies with high percentages of cavalry, and their infantry, if they had any at all, was second rate at best.
Yeah.
Now those armies did fantastic in the open field, but they struggle in any kind of take and hold type game.
Yeah.
And this is where it comes back to what kind of scenarios are good for an army scale game, right?
Yeah.
Cattle rustling, stealing the pigs off the middle of the table, that feels to me appropriate for a skirmish or noble and retinue scale game. But if you're saying, actually, my army represents 30, 50,000, 100,000 men, like at Gargamella, then having half a dozen pigs and the golden pigs in the middle of the table doesn't feel like an appropriate mission for that scale of army.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Those could be some sweet pigs. I don't know, man. This could be super sweet pigs.
Well, heck, if I put my Dark Elf hat on, they're probably Bretonnian slaves, but rather than pigs, because they're more valuable. Or I don't know, maybe one of them's a dwarf slave, because they're about 100 times as valuable as an average Bretonnian. But
well, here's what I'll say. I will appeal to you on a pseudo-historical level, John. All right? How about this? Sometimes it's worth taking your entire nation to war when Helen of Troy gets kidnapped.
Yep.
So, you know, you gotta take and hold her, or you gotta take it, you gotta cattle rustle her right off the table. You know, I'm just saying, if Paris lays his hands on her, he's not sticking around. He's
Yeah.
grabbing her and getting out of here.
And that's, but there wasn't Helen, and that's a good campaign motivation, right?
Yeah, she's not on the table for us to actually grab her. Sure.
That's it. It's not like my light cavalry race to the middle of the table, grab Helen or grab Joan of Arc from the stake, and have to race her back to the, my own deployment zone to work.
That's true, but let me give you a second example. How about this? How about Alexander the Great's second battle with Xerxes or whatever, where he broke through their lines and captured Xerxes' harem.
His mother, yeah.
Yep. Well, I think killing the king is an acceptable, realistic, in inverted commas, mission for army-style game. You look at any of the, especially in a civil war scenario, however many games in English medieval history, the War of the Roses, right? Oh, look, my king is dead. There's no point fighting anymore. We just cave in and we'll run away. So killing the enemy commander is, I think, a perfectly acceptable mission for an army-style game, as is probably an attrition strategy, as is probably get them out the way, so by getting units off the table via their table edge, and those kind of things. And you could run even back to like a model like 2nd edition 40k, where you give people 4 or 5 or 6, just because it's easy, scenario just that they're trying to do, and the opponent can have a different one. So I might be trying to get units off your table edge because I want to cut you off from your supplies, and you need to bring me to battle quickly, so you're taking an attrition mission. Think that's unrealistic? That's Austerlitz.
I like all the ideas you mentioned. Just for a loot example, I agree with you. I can level with you that having the loot markers in the center of the board kind of takes away from, maybe the idea of it. But like, let's say there's a loot marker on your opponent's side of the board, and that represents his base camp or his that kind of thing. Then I could
I'm on a tradition of light horse, yes.
Yeah. So I could easily see, you can manufacture scenarios where the idea of picking up a counter and moving it back to your side of the board is, narratively driven. But I kind of err on the side that I like the scenarios that make the game more intriguing. And I can kind of go past the whole narration part, because honestly, I played a lot of those Kings games where you do put the 3 loot tokens in the middle of the board and you go and grab them. They offer up a lot of strategy, basically, and it also forces people to have to adapt their army to that mission, in case it happens. So it does add something to the game that I enjoy. But at the same time, I can level with you. It's probably just the 3 loot tokens at the center of the board, and you're trying to grab them and run off, and you don't care about the other person's army. Yeah, I think I'd prefer if they'd had something. They have hybrid scenarios where there's things where you have to grab objectives, and it matters when you kill your opponent. You get 200 points, for instance, for being near this objective. But at the same time, for every point you kill, you get points as well of your enemies. So there's some combos in Kings that I enjoy as well. So,
well, I thought you made an excellent point earlier, Andrew, where you said if the way to win is solely about killing your opponents, as it has been for Fantasy VIII, you only evaluate unit choices on their ability to do that task.
Yeah.
And if you fight those kind of meat grinder battles, then mobility is not relevant. Suddenly, if you are getting points from getting units off the enemy table edge, or looting their baggage cam, or that kind of thing, and that's how you win the game, or getting to this objective and holding it, if that's how you win the game, then suddenly the ecological niches your army units need to fill are so much more varied and so much more complex, and then units like cavalry, that kind of thing, come into their own. You know, those units aren't line of battle combat units, right?
Yeah, I always joke about the watchtower scenario in 8th edition where, you know, let's say you're actually rolling on the chart to see, you know, what we're going to play, and you hit watchtower and your opponent immediately says, well, I'm not going to play this one. So that doesn't happen in Kings, which I really enjoy, because I honestly, even some of the scenarios in 8th edition, which basically just dividing the board differently, and maybe like your reinforcements come on randomly or something. We just play Battle Line pretty much.
Right.
Sometimes. So
yeah, really, can I hit on two? I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to take two.
Oh no, absolutely. Go ahead.
Completely agreed. The problem with Watchtower, I love Watchtower as a scenario idea. It's maligned because the building rules were shit. Right?
They are horrible. Yeah.
That was the problem. The idea of Watchtower is one of my favorite ideas for a scenario, because I love the idea that the game, you could have one model left and not have killed a single enemy unit, but if you hold that tower at the end, you win. One of my favorite games of 40K I ever played was one of my first games, if not maybe my first game of 40K I played, and I played with Schaefer's Last Chancers, which was like 12 guys against an army. It was meant to represent the Dirty Dozen, and I played like a whole Dark Elf army, okay? And, which, by the way, if anybody remembers Schaefer's Last Chancers from when these guys existed, my sniper killed the Dark Elf, whatever their lord is named, at the top of whatever turn he showed his dumb head, because I shot him and he had the 2-up invulnerable save against all wounds until he failed, which he promptly then failed, and I blew him off the table, which made me laugh because he rolled 1 and died. Stupid Dark Elves. Or Eldar, sorry, whatever. Take that.
Yeah.
Anyway, at the end of the game, I had my sniper left because he was way on the edge of the table, and Schaefer himself, who stood alone on the objective and held it at the end of the last turn. And then I won the game as all these Dark Elves are creeping in, and I could just see my guy like being carried away on a helicopter, just being like, "You, yeah," and just winning the game. And I was like, "This is amazing." That's how game should be played.
You prompted something that I think needs to be added, even though it's really hard to implement in games, is asymmetrical stuff. I definitely think that Sigmar tried to do that and succeeded on some levels and not on others. I don't, because it's just so hard to balance. Because you know, no one wants to show up and think like, you know, man, the chances of me winning this is nothing because it's so the sides are so skewed one way or the other. But when asymmetrical is done right, it is awesome. Like defense and offense scenarios, maybe, you know, elite units versus massive armies, but you have maybe, I don't know, static defenses, like, you know, maybe like you control 2 watchtowers on your team that have archers immediately, but you have 500 less points or something. I really like the idea of that kind of those scenarios. I just don't. I think Kings kind of avoided it because it is hard to balance, and you know, you're always going to have the people that, you know, just group thinking like this is the side that wins more often, and then, you know, once that's in people's heads, they don't want to play those asymmetrical scenarios anymore.
Right, so, it's just the truth.
That it makes a huge staple, and they've even got tables where they say in an attacker defender scenario, a infantry company is always the defender, and tank companies and stuff like that end up attacking them. So you can design your army with that sort of model going into it, knowing, hey, yeah, I'm going to be the defender more often than not. And they've got stuff exactly as you said. You know, in this scenario, the defender gets some fortifications, the attacker gets a preliminary bombardment, the defender's reserves are coming on in dribs and drabs, and they take that to tournaments. You know, it's just not like it can't be done. It's not like there's good examples out there that other games can steal. And like you say, in a fantasy setting, maybe it is, here's the border watchtower, and I've brought my army up, and maybe we play long ways down the table, and I got to get the watchtower and silence it, and your reserves are coming on, and that kind of thing. I mean, it's easy. It's easy to do if you want to look for it.
Yeah, and there's examples of being done. I just think people kind of shy away from it because it is harder to balance. Like that, but at the same time, when it's done right, some of the most fun I've had, wargaming or otherwise, in video games or whatever, are asymmetrical scenarios where it's offense and defense, or elite versus non-elite, or I know I follow mini wargaming, even though I don't play 40K very often. I'll sometimes watch their battle reports or their narrative campaigns, and the ones they recently did have very interesting asymmetrical, very unique objectives, and I like the idea of that. And I think that can be brought to wargaming, and it doesn't have to be so complex. Honestly, you can make it. I don't know. I think some engineer, game designer can make some formula to, make sure it's pretty balanced at least, and people won't shy away from these scenarios at least.
All right, William. We'll do a little test. Unmute yourself. We'll see if it echoes.
Hello?
All right. Oh, hey. All right. See? No echo at all. Crystal clear.
Don't do what I do and had the show going in another tab in the browser when you click on the link. And then you've got it going in 2 tabs in the browser at once. And then my browser stopped working and I couldn't actually switch the thing off. So I'm like, arg.
Do I get some kind of award for first time on here and not doing this?
Absolutely. Awesome. I like your headset, by the way. What headset do you have?
I do not know. Let me see.
I have no idea what I'm using or what's on my head. It's cool. It's very futuristic. It's blue. You can always tell futuristic.
Afterglow, right here.
Afterglow. All right.
Afterglow. This is like I swear it's like 10 years old and still holding up. So.
It's awesome. Futuristic things are always blue.
That's what I use. The blue snowball.
Oh, there you go. Look at you. Dude, you're so professional with that microphone. Look at you, man.
I'm jealous.
Is that an anti-spit mask in front of the blue ball?
Yeah, it's to make sure that my P's and T's and S's don't pop.
Yes, you're like, you could record an album over there. Like is that what you're doing on the side, William? Are you secretly like a recording star that we don't know about? Is that what's going on? You're recording under your rap name?
He's famous in some small country, like Hasselhoff in Germany.
Exactly.
Well, Germany's Hasselhoff, but whatever. Yeah.
Haha, take that, Germans. Here first. Go to his channel and tell him why.
Sing.
Oh God! As long as they subscribe, you can leave whatever nasty comments you want.
So, William, how you doing this evening?
Oh, I had been having a long day. I was up for 27 hours because of work. So.
Wow. All right. Well, good for you. I saw you just uploaded another. I was just real quickly resolving things on my phone. And I saw you did another AOS close-up there. They just got uploaded.
Yeah, I just got that. I had that recorded already, and I was just saving it. I'm going to try to release things like that on a regular basis, kind of like your show. So that's the plan.
I liked it. I watched the first one with Chaos Warriors. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, I'm really copying. Cool. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I usually get a lot of inspiration from other podcasts and stuff like that. And there's a show called Comics Explained. I never really read comics when I was a kid, so I'm catching up on them. And by cheating, just watching YouTube videos, and it's kind of like around his format.
Well, look, let me say this. That's fine that you didn't read comics. You didn't miss much. Let me let you in on the secret. It's a lot of crap, and this is coming from somebody who read comics and loves comics. Let me warn you right now: 98% crap. Now, the best of the best is the best. It's so good, but a lot of crap.
Well, I mean, it's also expensive. It's pretty expensive, I saw. So I just prefer the free route by just listening to this guy on YouTube.
Seems like a pretty clever deal there. You got the right plan. Stupid flying guys. All right. Yeah. No, I'm totally familiar with Comics Explained. Yes. If you're into that sort of thing and liking comics, and you're listening to some podcasts. Are you familiar with the Weekly Planet?
I'm sorry, I haven't had jets flying over my house all night, and now like 3 of them just flew by, so I didn't.
No, that's fine. Yes, now the entire like I don't know a division name. 81st, that's the thing, right? The 81st Airborne. They're probably not out of Hawaii. I don't know. A lot of people are taking off.
Okay.
I was trying to give a good reference, but I just don't know enough. I'm sorry. Anyway, The Weekly Planet is a really cool podcast. We got about 100 episodes in the kitty. It's these 2 guys out of Australia. As I have mentioned before, I am convinced I was probably born in the wrong country. I like everything about Australian sensibilities. No offense, John. I'm sorry, but I think I'm truly an Australian at heart. They seem full of all the right types of piss and vinegar, and they just have this wonderful I don't give a shit attitude that I really love. And as a people, I think their sense of humor is right on where I'm at. So there we go. It's a great thing, and it's sort of the official podcast of comicbookmovie.com, if you know that website. And so they're absolutely hilarious. They do great stuff, and they really know their comics and go into a lot of detail and depth on a lot of stuff. So worth checking out. There you go.
Yeah, I had to quit that Warhammer Weekly thing though. It was just a lot of homework. When everybody was playing 8th edition, it was not really homework because I was enjoying watching everybody's battle reports from every channel. But then when everything changed, I don't know. Then I felt like I was just watching things as a chore. Like I was just trying to watch stuff so I knew what was going on, so that I could put like a 10-second blurb about their show.
Oh yeah, your Warhammer rap. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I respect the hell out of you for doing as much as you did. When you started that, I was like, oh boy, that is going to be a hard thing to keep up, because just like the amount of effort that clearly took, not small. From the first moment you did that, I was like, boy, this is going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it wasn't an issue when I was watching everything everybody was doing, but as soon as things started to change for everyone, and that became the issue.
Yeah, it's changed a lot, even just in 6 months. Obviously, I kind of just got into the YouTube, started watching, Vince and Sustainable Center and everybody just I don't know, about half a year ago, and just the amount of content that's coming out. Vince, you're like our last stronghold of people.
There was many of the sort of. It's funny because there's a lot of. I think there really is a lot of people who are up and coming who are still making, or who are making good new content, and I think that's just the nature of the community. Like I didn't always exist. It's shifted before. It will shift again. I'm glad that William's been around making content since before I was, Yeah, exactly, absolutely. William's still making great stuff, and I think that that's always going to change. I don't do this because, so let me just say something about why I do this. I don't do this because nothing I have is monetized. I'm not saying I never will. I don't care.
Yeah.
It seems like this is how little I care about it. There's some amount of effort to monetizing your videos. Like I have to go configure something. Okay? I don't know what that is. It's something. Yeah. That amount of effort is too much. I'm like, not worth whatever.
I refuse to check this checkbox. I refuse.
Right, yeah, like that. Let's assume it's going to a page and saying yes.
It's like a tab to get to the checkbox.
Right, like that is way more effort than I'm willing to do.
Well, on any kind of hourly rate basis, the effort that it would take you to check the checkbox to earn 1 cent of income from monetizing the videos for the kind of subscribers that most wargaming channels have, it's not worth it.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't. I do this because I really love the community. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, and I kind of I've noticed this too. Just honestly, maybe I just kind of assume everybody has the same path to wargaming I have, but I think a lot of people do watch these videos before they go out and maybe make their big purchase or whatever. They want to see what the game is like. They want to kind of, I don't know. I know some people that just buy their little starter box and paint it up and they show it up at the game store. But a lot of people, they like to watch these videos. Like they might, for instance, for me with 40K, I was playing Dawn of War and I was just like, hey, maybe I'll just watch something on YouTube. And then that kind of, after months and months and months of watching, I finally made the purchase. So I think just having a community where people can log on, they can actually watch battle reports and see people talking about the game just helps immensely. You know, just getting new people in and keeping the people who are already interested. Because some people mentioned this, a lot of times wargaming is a solitary thing where you're alone in your room painting models, and you might get one game a weekend, maybe once a month for some people. So it's nice to have. Yeah.
I don't monetize my videos because I feel like there's going to be an obligation once you start doing that, and I just don't want to be held to any obligation.
So you wouldn't want to say start a weekly show where you like every Wednesday at 8 p.m. you're there with a guest that you scheduled with an agenda and content. That's not what you would want to do.
See, if I was doing something like that, then I would probably monetize my videos, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like it very much, and it's funny because I think that it's funny you mentioned that. I've never even considered that as a path in. Like it's like that just because when I started doing all this, I mean, there was no such thing. The internet was barely a thing, let alone YouTube, right? So like when I started playing Magic, there was the internet really was legitimately not a thing because I started playing Magic in '94. So I mean, it's not that the internet didn't exist; it did. I know, but there wasn't even AOL in that sense. I couldn't net deck. That wasn't even a thing. There was no such place. Right? I guess we could net deck by mail. We could mail deck where we could all just mail each other our lists back and forth. And just a few years later, so when I started playing Warhammer in college in '97. The internet was certainly a thing. I was playing UO at the time, Ultima Online, but there was the way we communicated in Ultima Online was by having ICQ installed, and that was some super sweet technology. We're not in the game separately. We're talking to each other, and we had no idea of let's go on message boards. No, we were all just playing whatever the hell we were playing badly. So just the quickness of the evolution. My road into this community was through Reef. Okay, I don't know. Reef was the man who brought me in here. I don't remember how I stumbled on one of Reef's videos. I don't remember what I was searching for, but this video came up with this strange bald Welshman, and I watched it, and I thought, fuck yeah, this guy. I like this guy. I like the cut of this man's jib, and I watched just all of his shows. I went back the playlist, man. I've watched a ton of Reef, and he kept mentioning Malorian over and over again. And I was like, who the hell is Malorian? So I went and looked up Malorian, and then that led into, sort of all this, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I was thinking about getting into the hobby, just do quick YouTube searches. I saw Malorian's channel, I saw Sustainable Center, then through the grapevine, got all you guys, but again, it's just a lot. It's a big investment getting into, especially a big mass battle game like this. So I don't think no one goes out there and it's just hey, man, I'm just going to spend, $500 on an army and I hope it's good.
Right.
It doesn't happen. Even if they're not trying to get the best army or the net list, they want to know that, for instance, hey, man, maybe you shouldn't go out and buy 25 Borroys if you're going to start an orc army for the first time,
Or just they want to know how it plays. That's this is how I think of this army, but does it actually match that? You mentioned Orcs and Goblins in 8th edition. When I think of Orcs and Goblins in my head, I think of like that. Just
reality, you're lots of war machines, gun line.
Right.
If you're trying to win at least, but still, it's.
But even then, it was hard to do. It was really hard to play that style of army in 8th edition.
It is.
See, let's just run across the table like madmen. Didn't have to. There were other ways. The green gun line was certainly the most effective tournament build, but there were lots of shades in between that.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It was, very, very different than what you might expect if you're just sort of coming in with a conception of orcs and how you think of orcs from other media, right?
Yeah. But, again, I mentioned this before, I don't really think there's a competitive and casual thing. Everybody likes to win. And some people are willing to just pick the net list. Other ones want to win in their own style or in their own flavor, with their own theme. But at the same time, if you show, you buy a bunch of orc boys and then, a bunch of,
boar boys or whatever, and you show up to a table and you're playing even someone with a mediocre list, you're in for a surprise.
Right.
And I just don't think people are willing to make a huge purchase like that without any knowledge. They want to see how the game plays. They want to see how the units work. They want to see what people have to say about them. So, and there's not like a huge wealth of people in real life where you just stop down at the game store and be like, hey, you want to bullshit about this very specific niche hobby, and then even more specific, my 1 out of 12 factions that I want to bullshit with you.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's nice to have a big wealth of people, or it used to be, where like lots of people posting. So I'm trying to contribute a little bit to that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be weird to stop into your local game store and be like, excuse me, random person who seems to have interest in Warhammer.
Yeah.
Could you please give me 50 to 100 examples of how orcs and goblins play on the table with turn-by-turn descriptions? Go ahead. I've got it. I'll take notes. But yet that's what you can easily get out of multiple channels.
Yeah, exactly. You can piece together a good idea of what it's going to be like, how your army's going to play, or just generally what like the hobby's about. Just painting tips too. Like I can't tell you like how much my shit's improved since watching just random people giving painting tips. So
oh, absolutely.
Wealth of information now. So
The Mauryan magic wash.
oh yeah, liquid skill. I learned about that. Well, actually,
I think the world of painting in general has improved. That is to say, like the general game of the hobbyists out there who are really like your top of your game mini painters. I think their skill has come up so much because of not completely, but also largely because of information sharing. And it's no different than like armor craft in the sort of later medieval period in Europe, right, where the guilds of these smiths would often share informations and techniques, and so like armor starts rocketing ahead in its effectiveness very quick, right?
How can you get good at anything in a vacuum? Honestly,
Yep. Exactly.
Like, it's the same thing with the guy who only plays one other person, and he has all these opinions about what's good and what's not good. It's very hard to have a fair assessment, or again, the bigger a wealth of knowledge, the more experience, the more diversity you have, the better painting or playing the game. I bet people get better. Like 8th edition really didn't change that much from when it first came out to the end, or well before end times. But still, like the just watching Malorian's videos about his assessment on units when it first came out versus what people 4 or 5 years later decided this was actually good. It's crazy. Like people.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Go back and watch Once Bitten's early, like who is an amazing player and a truly amazing guy. Go back and watch his stuff from the beginning of 8th edition.
Yeah.
It doesn't look anything like the 8th edition that a year later, right? Because that stuff had to evolve. So much of it wasn't there written in the rules.
Mm-hmm.
I think chaff is
I think you also put people off.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Will.
I was just gonna say I think chaff is like a product of the internet. I never heard of it before the internet, like before I was watching other people's battle reports, and I always came across people when I got more involved in the internet that had no idea how that could work in the game. And I think had it not been for YouTube, I think a majority of players would never play chaff like it became second nature.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, chaff is 100% a product of knowledge sharing in YouTube. Yeah, like if there's ever an example of something where like somebody had a good idea and it spread like wildfire, right? Because there's not like, and I mentioned this in a video, like there's nowhere in that book where you're going to see a mention of chaff. That's not a unit type. It's not a thing. You don't see an example of it. No, it's just somebody realized that was a byproduct. It's an emergent property, right, of many game rules coming together, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
So is
I
that
love it.
What's that, John?
I say, is that a tactic, or is that a rules mechanism exploit?
Tactic.
Second one.
I think it's a tactic. I use a lot of chaff though.
I mean, I do it, but I think it's just a garbage.
I get the
I think it's just a
skirmishing.
garbage mechanic.
Sure.
So I get skirmishing with enemy units and harassing them and stuff, that to me, that's a tactic, right? Delaying the army in one place.
Is screening a tactic?
Parking your unit 90 degrees so that their flank is towards the enemy, but when they charge, because of the Warhammer rules, they have to swing 90 degrees round and close the door to you, exposing their flank to your next unit. That's not a tactic to me. That's a rules exploit.
And the double fleet, I think, is a rules exploit too, because there just happened to be a mechanic in the game that said you could only charge twice.
Yeah, yep. I can agree with that. I didn't even consider it from just the redirect standpoint. I was thinking more, okay, so like Kings, a lot of these 8th edition players that are coming over, they're trying to use chaff like you did in 8th edition, and it doesn't work like that. You don't have throwaway units that you're just using to redirect someone and expose a flank. But at the same time, there is screening forces. You have things that are moving forward to absorb maybe like a charge the first turn to guarantee that you get the charge on the unit you actually want to. I think there's a lot of tactics in that, but again, I think maybe chaff and screening I'm kind of using interchangeably when it shouldn't be. But like if you watch my battle report later on, I have a few units of vanguarded orc archers, and I was explaining how in Kings, if you have the same footprint for your front for a unit, you can move it right behind that unit, and they're unable to charge the unit they actually want to and have to hit your cheaper, chaff unit or screening force. So I think there's a lot of tactics in that, but as far as just, looping big hordes around in circles, yeah, that's an exploit. There's not really any tactics to that in the sense that it's, and even then, I hate saying this, but it's not realistic. It doesn't really mimic or anything that you would think of in a battle, All
right.
And
You ready for my answer? Here's my answer. Yes. There you go. Because the problem with what the question posed, is it tactic or is it a rules exploit, is that you just defined the term by using the term. That's what tactics are. So this is I think a solid definition of tactics, and I'm just pulling this straight out of the Wikipedia, and I agree with it. Tactics then are isolated actions or events that take advantage of opportunities offered by the gaps within a given strategic system, although the tactician never holds onto these advantages. Tactics cut across a strategic field, exploiting gaps in it to generate novel and inventive outcomes. Tactics are usually used to spoil the running context. Shorter definition, tactics are exploits, period. Tactics are exploitations of given rule systems. That's what tactics are.
Trying to get an advantage in some way. Yeah.
Correct. There is a rules construct. It allows whatever. Tactics are you're trying to achieve a specific objective, so you use whatever potential gaps in that system, in that rule system exist. These can be very straightforward things, like you think of tactics in the traditional military sense, like what we've talked about with I've got light horse, they have an exposed flank, I'm going to go around. That's a gap in the existing system. They have an open flank, I have a unit that capitalizes. That's tactical. But in a game context, a rules construct is the same thing. And exploiting gaps within it, there's no line to be found.
I think there's definitely a difference, though, between a structural, loophole and a procedural one, that's a development of the game being played between two people, and then that one that's just a structure of the rule system. I think obviously I'm holding up one of those to be a higher tactical value than the other.
Sure, you're saying one that evolves on the field because of whatever, right? They have made a choice, and I will take tactical advantage of that.
Because they left the flank open, I'm using that exploitation to win the game, rather than being I'm a lawyer, I figured out how these rules worked, and I'm now using that.
Sure, and I get that.
And there's no rules in real warfare, but outflanking an enemy and cutting off their lines of supply, looting their baggage camp, outflanking them and hitting people in the flank and attacking them from the rear, are all tactics that people used in real war. Therefore, if our games are a simulation of that, then tactics that worked in real war should work and be rewarded in our games. In real war, if you stuck 20 Roman legionaries with their flank towards 4,000 Germans, the Germans wouldn't charge them and swing around and leave their flank exposed to the rest of their legion. That feels, to quote William's point, that feels cheap compared to a maneuver that you would have seen potentially in a real battle.
I think one point to make is kind of just going with Will and John, is that I think the way that the chaff was working, I don't think the game designers wanted that to be a tactic. Why they do want flanking and exploiting things like like maybe your opponent's decisions, they were intending that to happen. Flanking a unit is supposed to give you some benefit. I don't think they were thinking like, oh, everybody's going to be running these like single models and moving it right next to the horde to make sure that it swings out this way, and then they're going to move another one and it swings that way. I don't think that was something that, if Game Workshop playtest their games, I don't think they were thinking of that. As far as yeah.
And
so
it was a reality game, and I exploited it. But
yeah, exactly. So that comes down to the rules lawyer and being the rules minutia. It's like the guy who's sitting there reading the rule book realizes, hey, this doesn't simulate anything that I think that Games Workshop is trying to do. But in this case, I can, by the letter of the law, But to Vince's point, it is, I guess, a tactic. You see, you're working within a frame of rules. You know what I mean? Even if it's unintended and it's not realistic and it doesn't, simulate war or whatever, it's still a tactic. It's a cheap tactic maybe, or one that's not intended and one that's not very fun. But
But if this is going to be an immersive hobby where we're going to, want to imagine ourselves as historical generals or characters in a Warhammer storybook, and we're kind of writing our own chapter in our own adventures, then having rules,
breaking the immersion for you.
Yeah. It's breaking the fourth wall. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will devil's advocate you here, John, and for something I don't really believe. Let me
just bring up Vince's point where he always says, it really irritates me that I couldn't see, my giant can't see the guy just to the right of me.
Correct.
That breaks the immersion for him. He thinks it's stupid because it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my real point of view, chaff is stupid. Those kind of vision things are stupid. Where like a single model can't just crush the guy standing right next to him. Hate it all. Whatever. Moving on. Okay, so now let me devil's advocate you. Okay, that's neat. That's cool, John, that you want to feel that way. I highly encourage you to do that. And if you don't get that out of Warhammer, I would encourage you to go play Napoleon or something like that. That's based more on being a historic general. But I came here for Warhammer Fantasy, and in Warhammer Fantasy, I like the set of rules that construct movement to be done this way because it creates a very immersive, for me, movement phase where I have to be very, very forward-thinking, almost like a chess match, and I have to be several moves ahead of knowing how my unit's going to move, then yours, and how that's going to then spill out to allow my other unit to move here and hit. And I find that immersive. So, again, I'm playing devil's advocate, but I don't think that that's wrong. I don't think if somebody pushed back on you with that point of view, I'd say, well, they're crazy. I would say, yeah, that's fine.
I agree with what you're saying, Vince. And yeah, my army and my battle line moving up towards your battle line, and if I slide my battle line a little bit to one side, can I overlap you on one side? And if I echelon it, how does that work? That I think is great, and that I think you can see reflected in Warhammer games. But I don't see that often. I don't see that's the way the rules encourage you to play. I think you can play that way, but I don't think you're encouraged to play that way.
I think that's fairly true. I think especially in I think especially in Warhammer 8, it was constructed with a certain set of with a certain conceit, right? And that conceit was that that things needed to move cleanly. So when you look at a lot of the way the rules are set up, it was constructed so that things, all sort of corner case situations, were resolved according to this very clean method. So it didn't matter if I ran 4,000 guys into 1 or 4,000 guys into 4,000 guys. Things move cleanly, right? Like X hits Y in a certain predictable fashion, right? And so all the rules were constructed to suit that, so that that phase of the game, which they had spent a lot of time in many editions refining, worked in this way that was very predictable and knowable and that kind of thing. And so it became a huge sub-tactic of the game. And obviously people, that like a lot of people really love that phase of the game. And I think that to me, I think you're exactly right that for a certain set of people who want a particular set of experiences, that's going to completely fall flat, right? Because it's so easy for that to fall off kilter with sort of, I don't know, what we might call common sense or expectations, right? When compared to a real-world basis. The single warlock engineer that you boot out of a unit to send the frenzied block of witch elves shooting off into the wrong direction and then they never get back in the fight. Like, no, they just obviously murder that guy at a sprint. He doesn't, like, you don't even see it happen. You just see these crazy naked jumping chicks, like, overtake that rat and then a mist come out the backside, right? Like, we all know that's how that should play out. Like, nobody, even the people who enjoy that movement, would go, yeah, of course that's what is happening within the world. But it doesn't matter. This rules context and the sanctity of the nature of that rules construct is what makes the game valuable to me, right? And I like that I can do these things and act in these ways and so on and so forth. So again, I hate to spend 5 minutes to end on different strokes for different folks. For say what a pedantic and banal final point. But I would say that that's true. So yes.
No, I see what you're saying, and I think that's fair. I mean, I think anybody. The thing about the whole conversation that irks me is the value put on it. The whole, going back to what you're saying, that they like the chess aspect of thinking a few moves ahead. I think that's like hyperbolic. I don't think it's that intelligent.
Yeah, you can have that aspect and not have chat.
That you don't know about, then you know about it, and then everybody does it. It's not that complex, and I think that's where I get irked about it. I'm like, it's not. It's like, fine, you want to play it that way. That's cool. That's neat. But it's just a cute little hat. It's like a little cute trick. It's not anything more than that. But that's my value of it. I think it's cute.
You look at people and go, this is a hobby, right? And
that's what I've heard. Although the level of seriousness that many people seem to want to get into visceral arguments about on it would tell me that apparently we're curing cancer. But I don't know. So I'm confused on that point. Twitter, many Twitter discussions seem to say that this is seemingly more important than just a hobby.
Well, we posted a while ago, there was some discussions about the idea of, players having a social contract with each other.
Yes.
Ant, I think, started it when he gave up his Nurgle Purple Sun Demon plinths because he said, well, either I can have fun or my opponent can have fun, but we can't both have fun. And I think if I'm playing a game where I want, block hammer, if you like, and my idea of a fun game is we have 3 or 4 big beefy units of infantry and we kind of maneuver them together and slam them into each other in the latter half of the game.
We have a punch up.
And we have a punch up in the middle of the table, like, yeah, that's a thing. And your idea is, no, I'm going to pick 75% archers and 25% of these annoying little chaff units, and I'm going to feed you one and keep turning you around, so you have to stop and reform and da. Well, every turn the missile barrage comes in. Again, one of us is having fun, and one of us is not. And the best times I've had with wargaming groups was when the group agreed that playing a certain way was how we wanted to play it, and that was fun for us.
Yeah. Well, I just kind of like the difference between people have accepted chaff as something a part of the game, but I know a lot of people that, conga lines or whatever, reforming to make really long, taking objectives and stuff. I don't know many players, competitive or not, that accept that. That they think, like, I don't know. I've seen Paul mention it a few times, and some other battle reports where he's at a tournament and then someone pulls out the conga line and everybody's just like, oh, well, what are you doing? You're kind of breaking my immersion. You're playing by the letter of the law, but at the same time, it's not like, this is not good for Warhammer. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how certain exploitations people are okay with, and I guess they're immersed enough that they don't care. But at the same time, we did agree on other things that are within the letter of the rules, but are even amongst competitive settings, people don't do. So it just,
one of the things that got regarded as too dirty, even for tournament players in New Zealand fairly quickly, was the idea of a swift reform into the watchtower.
Okay, yeah.
Because technically, you do a swift reform, you take your block, turn it into a long column.
Yeah.
And then the front guy tags it, and the 50 witch elves magically get sucked into the building, and that's like.
Well, you didn't know that all watchtowers have magic. Like, it's like the door to the watchtower is actually like the thing from Portal. It just instantly, like, you should go right through.
It's not a door, it's a Stargate, right? As soon as you touch it, you're sucked through into this other universe. Well, I've seen some watchtowers, and they're like on a 4x4 little tower, and the door opens, and 30 Chaos Warriors comes flying out like little clowns out of a clown car.
Absolutely. I think we can all agree that the building rules of 8th edition are an abomination unto man, and should be widely held up as one of the great failures of all editions of Warhammer. So there you go.
We can also agree that Age of Sigmar solves that whole Wood Elf problem. If I see that you're bringing the ambush army, I no longer am stuck with my list of static units that have to face it. I can be like, oh, you want to play that way? I can also bring a similar army.
Oh, I truly love the. So, like, one of the things I was talking about forever, and again, this goes back to I've played Magic for more years than I played Warhammer, especially like competitive Magic. That I was talking about the sideboard, months and months ago, right? I was trying to figure out a way to have a sideboard, and I think John, you and I mentioned this, and you mentioned having some extra stuff on the side in like extra number of points or something in one of the games. Extra selections, and I freaking have always loved the idea of sideboards, and what I do love is that like the pool choice tournament setups for AOS that give you you have 30 choices or whatever, and 20 is what you play in a match. And I just saw like a tweet today where some guy was like, my tournament list is 20 awful choices that are terrible. That's what I'm going to play every time, but I'm going to bring 10 choices that are total filth that I'll never actually use, so when I hand my opponent my list, it'll just scare the shit out of them, and then I'm actually going to put down a bunch of crap just to softball them. Yeah. And it's like, that's the best tactic ever. You're just submarining them. They're going to be like, oh my god, what is this monstrosity? You're horrible. And then, but then when you actually don't play your worst stuff, you're going to get best sportsman every game. You could have played Nagash. But he didn't and the 10 other horrible things, but he didn't. He played all this soft crap. That is aces for the soft scores.
I go you one better, right, with that. Back in the old early 2000s, one of our wargaming buddies was playing DBM Ancients, and that's a real match-up rock, paper, scissors game, right? And he said, okay, so last year everybody won the wanted to take the national title were playing knights. So this year, everybody's going to think they'll take bow armies, which are really good against knights. So I'll take an auxiliary army, which is really good against bow. And kind of I'll outthink them and I'll be one step ahead. The problem with that was auxiliary were really crap against knights.
And everybody just kept playing the same thing from last year.
Yeah. So if the preposition of his logical would be taking bow armies because they thought people would take knight armies, it overlooked the fact that meant people were going to be taking knight armies and you were going to get the sharp end of the stick. So a real case of outthinking themselves.
Sure.
And William's right, and I agree with what he said. I think the variable make it up when you get to the table list selection idea from Age of Sigmar overcomes this whole blindsided by a list you didn't see coming, something in the list that you can't cope with type stuff, which Warhammer was subject to. And interestingly, War Machine gets over that because it says, well, you can take 2 or 3 lists,
right,
and you list check in each other to decide which one you're dropping. So you can take a list which is, say, good against blocks, or you could take a list which is good against skirmishing, or you could take a list which is optimized for avoidance and one which is optimized for grabbing and holding a building, and then decide which one to drop on the basis of what the opponent's got and what the mission is, and not be stuck with no means to counter an avoidance wood elf list.
I completely agree. I honestly think that's one of the best parts of Sigmar is just being able to maybe adjust. And I play a lot of Total War as well, just online versus people, not just the campaigns. And that's a big issue too. It's just the whole idea of the skew list. I know that's a problem in 40K as well, where you maybe take all horse archers or take all armor or whatever, and you have a balanced army, let's say, and you don't have enough tools to deal with someone who skews that heavy that way. In Sigmar, you can add more units to, okay, so you're bringing all of these, I'll bring this that's good against that to help with that. At the same time, just playing devil's advocate, playing not comp to Age of Sigmar, because of that, it turns into what I call like the Warhammer arms race, where it's just, you put down something and I put down something to counter that, and you put something down to counter that, and then it just, it goes back and forth until one guy, if he really wants to win, is just like, oh, here's my entire army. I'm going to fill it up on the board, model to model.
Or you see what happens during the Cold War and it becomes a world of peace.
Yeah.
You just decide not to fight.
We just put all our models on the table, stare at each other, and then first guy to move loses. Hit the nuke button.
Exactly.
But I would argue that that's exactly what's happening with all the people going, no, I'm not going to put my models on the table at all. So we have the perfect Cold War era for Age of Sigmar with no.
Yeah.
Age of Sigmar has truly ushered in an age of peace in our time. Thank you, Age of Sigmar. Much like nuclear weapons, you're very controversial, but in the end, you brought about the peace we sought for so long. The Pax Sigmarica. We are in the golden age. Here we are. You didn't even know. I'm excited. I like it.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of the comp systems go around that while still maintaining the whole, sideboard or whatever you want to call it, being able to vary your list a bit, while still not making it so outrageous where it gets to the point where I'm talking about, where it's just like, hey, if we're just, if we're trying to play within the bounds of the rules and I'm trying to win based on the models I have more than you. So,
right.
But yeah, so.
No,
I'm also just
big fan of a lot of those comp rule choices things. I don't like. I'm not things that add hard points. Like anybody trying to actually reinstitute a true points cost.
Yeah, Azir kind of does that though, and I played a few tournaments with it, and it was all right. But again, I think that it's just with these community-made systems, they can't test for all these fringe cases, and you have the guys like I don't know if you guys were listening when I was talking about this. The dude that brought in Azir comp, you can bring 1 point is for 10 goblins, and he saw that and immediately was like, oh, I'm just going to you know, build this to the maximum. And he's bringing, like, he has like 70 shots a turn, blah, 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 you know?
Right.
So I don't like the points either, because I think it takes away from what Sigmar's trying to do.
Right.
Really. Yeah,
I think
so,
Azir's the best of them. Like,
Yeah,
because
I agree.
Azir is more of like a soft points. It's not like cool points. But
Is
yeah,
the
like
comp-
I really like Clash Comp.
Is there a comp where, like, I envision, and I don't do any research, but where you just kind of bring like a list of 15 scrolls and or agree only to play 8?
Yes. So like Clash Comp is my favorite comp. So if you look that up, that's Mo Channel 4 at Channel 4 News. I think is his actual full handle on Twitter. But he ran a tournament called Clash of Swords, and Clash Comp things are just sort of worth. Your scrolls are kind of individual things. They're worth a certain number of pool choices, but that's it. And most of the common stuff is just like scroll equals pool choice, and then that kind of thing. And Hobby Killer also had one of these, but a lot of these are like that. And I mean, your choices are just, you know, they're what that is. And you have, I think the way Clash of Swords was you had 30 pool choices total in your army, but you only ever could field 20. And you could choose to field less, but you could never field more than 20.
I think that's the perfect.
Yeah. Just to ask a question, because I like that idea, but at the same time, is it just you know, you have a pool choice and it's just the minimum amount from that war scroll? Say,
Right.
You know, like, okay. The problem I have with that is all these war scrolls are not created equal, and they're meaningfully not created equal for a reason. You know, like 10 goblins is not worth 10, I don't know, black orcs, but they're the same pool choice. You know what I mean? And
Sure.
the same amount of models. So one is obviously.
The same
Go ahead.
pool choices. Some effectively you'd have an inferior pool choice, which is say half a choice for your 10 goblins, an average one which is 1, which is say 10 humans with spear, and a superior one which is 10 chaos warriors.
So
And
does
they
it
might be
divide?
half, right?
Does it
And
divide
that's-
them into quality though? Because if you start dividing it into quality, you're basically assigning point values. You're saying this is. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
There was a bit of that in some of the conversations I've seen. Certainly, people have been talking about. But to get over the fact that, as you say, 10, even within an army, 10 wood elf, whatever the things that were the rare ones, versus 10 Glade Guard.
Yeah.
Why would you ever take Glade Guard if God, what were the assassin scout guy things called? The ones that came out of the red Glade Watchers or something like that, whatever they were called, right? Why would you ever take an average guy if an elite guy who's better costs you the same pool
choice? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Go ahead.
points-
I would like, because I know there's probably ways to work around this. I just would like to hear what the comp systems have done to do something about that.
I wouldn't even worry about unit sizes, because I feel like there's going to be a point where there's a diminishing return. You can make a unit of like 100 Sigmarine Liberators, but they can't all attack at the same time. So I just feel like just let people just have the comp where you bring 20 War Scrolls, you play 15, and if somebody wants to bring 100 Liberators, I mean that's.
Oh, okay. So it's not the minimum amount. Okay. So with the pool choice, you can bring as little or as many units as you can. You know, so like if I want to bring a goblins, it will be one of my slots, and I could bring 10 or I could bring 100.
That's how I would do it. I mean, I
All
don't
right.
really care about unit
Can you
size.
see this?
All right. So this is okay. This is what I'm talking about, though, Vince. This is basically a point system.
Yes.
Even
Now
though,
this it's pretty soft, because when you look at it, a lot of it is pretty much 1 to minimum War Scroll, right? But not like you look at all this. It's what are the models per, and so on and so forth. You're absolutely right. You're still getting at that thing, right? There's and by the way, there are several others out there that do this in other ways as well. And I have seen them as well, William, that pretty much are exactly what you're talking about, where it's just like more or less scroll equals pool choice, go. You know, like there's, and then like Wargaming for Fun uses, their system is like total wounds. You assign it by total wounds. You play some percentage of that, and then they cap keywords: hero, wizard, monster, priest, totem.
See,
And they just cap the number of those that can occur in the army. Beyond that, whatever.
See, I would have no reason to play this over Azir because it's basically okay. So if you're going to give points to unit, it needs to be a reflection of how good the unit is comparatively to other ones. You know, so if this is worth 1.5 slots and this is worth 1, you know, you're basically, like I said, assigning point values. But if you try to boil it down so it's so simple, you're maybe not giving as accurate of a reflection of how good that minimum war scroll is, you know, versus Azir, who's like, at least there's some, you know, trying to bounce, like, you know, these 10 goblins are not worth these 10 black orcs, you know, and they're both 10 models, you know, and so if you're only bringing minimum war scrolls with each slot or whatever, it's just it leaves some room for massive skews. And the problem I had with the first few games, at least, I think you guys probably played a dozen or so games, so you've gotten over this, is that I don't know what's good or not half the time, you know? So you could feasibly sometimes run onto an Age of Sigmar table and have an even number of wounds or whatever, but one army is just vastly superior to the other. And it's hard to tell until after you played the game.
Sure.
100 wounds of Skaven slaves is not the same as 100 wounds of Blackguard.
And one of the experiences I've had is that if you're just going purely by a wound system, monsters are insanely cost-effective for the amount of wounds they have versus regular infantry. So I saw a lot of people bring like Arachnaroks and stuff that were, you know, maybe like 13 wounds, but vastly superior than any other 13 wounds you could get from other places, you know. So, and also go ahead.
They degrade the same way as an infantry block. I think monsters have gotten more interesting in Age of Sigmar than ever they were in Warhammer 8, because a dragon on 1 wound left is still as good as a dragon on full wounds. A dragon on 1 wound left in Age of Sigmar is muted, right? It's staggering around on life support, and
you ever say you don't know funny until you've watched a steam tank on like 1 or 2 wounds in Age of Sigmar. That shit is hilarious. It's like trotting around like D3 inches. Its cannonball just goes like plop, like out of the end of the barrel. It's the funniest thing. I almost don't want to kill it just because it's so hilarious to watch them have to roll those dice every round to try to use this model. That engineers just furiously working trying to get a wound back every turn.
Let's also not forget, though, that despite how good an Arachnarok is compared to everything else, you shouldn't be playing this game as a meet up in the middle and kill each other thing. It should always be a mission. So I feel like that really undermines bringing 100 wound scrolls or bringing all monsters, because the games I've played, they usually determine a winner by turn 3 because of mission objectives. Mm-hmm. You could have like the best stuff on the table that could kill things unparalleled to anything else, but if you're not playing the mission, it doesn't matter. And you use an inferior unit to accomplish accomplish the mission, even if your army you're against is all Ragnaroks.
Yeah. Well, I would just to counterpoint that, and I agree with what you're saying. I would say being able to kill stuff helps you win 100% of those missions, though. You know what I mean? Even if it's objective controls or whatever, if you have something that's taking less wounds and doing more on average, it's going to benefit you even if you're doing scenarios, you know? But
if you're Arachnaroks in a tower and you have 3 Arachnaroks on the table and all I have to do is by turn 3 kill the 1 Arachnarok on the tower, I don't really care that you brought 3 Arachnaroks. Yeah.
Well, so when you're doing wound matching, you guys still play model count too for the sudden death? Because the thing about Sigmar is everybody seems to have a different way they're playing the game. I think some people are playing straight up, like no comp. We're just going to have a real discussion where we're going to sit down and we're going to try to make an even list together, which is, you know, awesome. But I personally, I don't know that much about Age of Sigmar that I can sit down with somebody and say like, hey, these are fair and balanced lists between them, unless we're just like, you pick a war machine, I pick a war machine. You pick a monster, I pick a monster. You know, like, So I know some people are playing comp systems where they don't do sudden objective and they just play, you know, like allotments for scrolls. all the Sigmar experiences I think people have are just so different. Like the 12 games I played are probably been a lot different than what you played, Will, or what Vince has played, or anybody else. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like the thing to keep in mind with the Clash comp is it's a pretty simple system, but it was a system to lay over the top to let them run the tournament and to give people a framework to operate by.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of people suddenly found, hey, wait a minute. Once I've got some kind of like choice point method, I'm totally into this. And the reaction to Clash of Swords was really positive. So I think that's encouraging because people just wanted something for that tournament setting, and also they've used it in their private game sometimes to just know they can show up with their buddy and have a game that's going to be roughly aligned. They weren't concerned with like perfect balance in it. They were trying. The goal was to have a framework, not a perfect framework or even a great framework, just a good framework, right?
Yeah.
What I've used is more the wargaming for fun method, which is like X wounds is what we're going to play. Don't have more than Y number of these special words apply. Beyond that, I don't give a crap. Bring whatever you want. And in general, most of our games have been really, really competitive, like coming down to, very close control of whatever the hell we're trying to do at that moment, right? Whether that be kill the enemy or take an objective or whatever. It's just on that kind of a simple thing, it's tended to balance pretty straightforwardly. Now, I will also say that the group of gamers I have are good guys who are all like, we have all been playing for fucking 20 years almost. So, like we all know each other well. We're none of us are going for the throat. We're playing the stuff we like and that kind of thing. So.
Yeah. And
Noob.
What's that, John?
You're such a noob. Only 20 years under your belt.
Exactly. Man, I'll tell you what. Woo! Young whippersnappers.
School in the 90s, man. I mean, that was like,
Yeah. Yes, I was in high school in the 90s. That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, I just always have questions with Sigmar because I feel like I've had good games where like I maybe played my opponent one time and we saw that one list was better than the other, whatever. And then we adjusted and had another game and it was very close and, had a fun time. The scenario added a lot to it. But again, it's so variable until I have the experience under my belt. I feel like I'd have to play hundreds of games of Age of Sigmar where I could sit down from a random opponent and say like, yeah, this list is not going to beat this list or this, because there's not a lot of structure to the game, and purposely so. So the range of possibilities is so much greater. Unless you go ahead.
I was like, do you really think that the difference between the units is that great? I feel like even in a game that's structured like 8th edition was, you had a point system, you had a whole way to construct your army, but clearly armies were still not balanced.
And Vince has made this point too. Yeah,
it just takes away the notion that points actually do anything and gives you more freedom.
Well, points do things when things are appropriately costed, and obviously that's the fine balance thing. Yeah, well, I think that's why there's this huge push for the Kings, which is basically they tried to homogenize a lot of the units and make them a lot similar, and in 9th Age where they're rebalancing the point costs with all the units in an effort to make them appropriately costed. But at the same time, every comp pack I see is pretty much just adding points values to these because I think that, back to the original question, I think that there is a huge difference between a 10-man scroll for certain units and a 10-man scroll for other units that might have the exact same amount of wounds. Yes, undoubtedly from the experience I had. Like, I don't know. Like, 10 Savage Orcs is much better than 10 Goblins. And they're if you're just playing purely wounds, it's almost undoubtable, Like, and I don't know all the other armies as well, so maybe, like, just what the armies you collect, you're just like, oh, yeah, there's really not much difference between this, and this, But in my experience, there is, yeah.
Right?
Go ahead.
10 Savage Orcs are better than 10 Goblins with a club. No.
Yeah, it should be, right? Like if you're like going for the immersion, yeah.
But and that's fine. But if those 10 Goblins have got a bow, now when the Savage Orcs run over to the Goblin, the Goblins fire at them, and even if it's 5-on-5, that's still killing one, killing one or two a turn, and by the time you're, if the goblins move and can do something, by the time the Savage Orcs get there, there's like 3 of them, and 3 Savage Orcs versus 10 goblins with bow in hand-to-hand combat might be much closer to a fair fight.
Well, interesting case. So the orcs, and I do think part of the interesting thing here is in the nature of the orcs and goblins war scrolls, which are singularly strange. So like obviously Tom and I spent a lot of time reviewing war scrolls when we did more time, and the orcs and goblins have a really unusual set of war scrolls because of the size and the variety of their units, right? Like you've got orcs in so many different incarnations, right? You got orcs and orc armor boys and ruglugs armored orcs and savage orcs and black orcs, and it's like, holy shite, how many different ways do I need to represent the same thing, which is orcs? And then at the same time, I also have to fit in, trolls and giants and goblins of 17 different varieties too, by the way. And I think this is one of the reasons Kings of War just threw up their hands and went, you know what, screw it, these are 2 different armies, because it's just too much.
Yeah.
We can't fit all these in one thing. It's always been an overstuffed army book. And it's weird because in other armies, they managed to make this distinction in a lot finer way. So if you take, let's take High Elves, for example, because it's another easy one. So if you compare, Elvish Spearmen, orcs, or whatever, right? Or goblins in this case, I guess, their version of goblins, you get 10 of those for 1. Compare that to Phoenix Guard, I guess, a version of a more elite thing, right? You get 5 of them for 1.
Yeah.
And the problem, John, is that hilariously all Savage Orcs have bows now, or not all Savage Orcs, but Savage Orcs can all have bows now as well. So they could be shooting back as they're getting their way across there. They don't all automatically have them. Goblins do have bows as well.
Yeah. I kind of don't even want to speak specifically to each unit. I just the general principle that there's some scrolls that are better than other ones at the minimum. I know Will doesn't agree with that. He thinks that pretty much they're all, similar. You get 10 goblins, 10 spearmen, 10 even between armies. Like a slot for a minimum scroll is about equally costed, or equally effective as any other, choice you could make in that slot. And I don't think that's true. That's just my opinion. I don't, even Black Orcs, you only get 5 for
1, yeah.
5 for 1, But I would say most of the time, those 5 Black Orcs is probably better in the whole army than say 10 goblins, or whatever. You just apply that to your different armies,
Well, I am playing Chaos Warriors versus Liberators a lot, and they're roughly the same.
Okay. See, but I think
guys are pretty equivalent.
Yeah, and I think you can get to that point where you know that your war scroll is about equal to your enemies, and your infantry is about equal to your enemy's infantry, and after a few games, you get a good sense of how to make a balanced game, and those can be fun. I agree with that, but I just don't think, just like I said, with the lack of structure, the variability is huge. I've seen lists that are 80 wounds that cannot hold a candle to other lists that are 80 wounds, and that happened in 8th edition. It happens in a lot of other games, but at least there's an attempt by the game designers, by putting point costs there, to say, hey, we know that these are, there's a disparity in strength between the same number of models, so
here's my thought on this, because I have a special hate for the points, okay, but in the fine sense of how they've been used traditionally.
Okay.
Here's what I think is really happening, okay? I think that the idea that points are in any way an approximation of the unit's value is predicated on a myth, but it is a valuable myth for doing one thing. So here's what it's predicated on. It's predicated on the idea that you can ever judge the value of a unit. Well, that means that I need to be able to make a calculation, right? Somewhere at the end comes the final calculation when I take into account points needs to be quality. Let's say it's a rating 1 to 10. I don't give a crap what the output is, but I need to be able to calculate that output, right? And that's what points are somewhat supposed to be based off of. This thing that came out at a 1 is low costed. This thing that came out at a 10 is high costed, right? Something like that. The problem is, to perform that calculation, I have to be able to consider the thing in its total value. And that should be impossible because of everything we've talked about already with, like, some units should be better in scenario A and not in scenario B, and how often do those scenarios come up? Well, criminy, I'd never be able to calculate all that.
Yes.
That's like how exactly it's the drop of water on the back of the hand in Jurassic Park, right? It's chaos theory. So there's just too many variables. So that's why I think points are a myth. Now, that being said, I think they're a valuable myth because what they actually do is, in reality, most people's games tend to get played in one way. So if we go back to like 8th edition Warhammer, it tended to be, like you said, line up, have a punch up, battle line, right? Whatever. And you kind of know roughly what the situation is. Points were a way to tell you, ignore this much of your army book. There are a lot of choices, and the reality is what points did is say they helped you figure out what you're talking about you'd have to find out organically in Age of Sigmar, right? In Age of Sigmar, because I don't have the points, I've got to sit there and really, like, basically do some sort of research. I'm like performing a sort of scientific method thing where I play them in situation A and B and C, scenario A and B and C, against unit A and B and C. And over time, I build a true sort of consensus of what these things are good against. And in real military history, right, we've absorbed this. This has happened, right, over thousands of years of military evolution. We figured out where are horse good, and when we made tanks for, like, what are tanks good against. And, you know, I think of, like, I think of World War II, like, what was it, Verdun or whatever, where, like, the Nazis tried to use planes to, like, kill the Allies off the beach because they wanted to, like, the people were fleeing, but the planes are really crappy at this purpose, and it wasn't a good alignment of forces, and most of the Allies escaped because planes are bad at doing what they were trying to do with them, especially planes in that time period. They didn't have the knowledge built up yet, and they couldn't look at the points cost of World War II fighter jets and go, this isn't the appropriate choice in this scenario, right? They were like, oh, these planes are overcosted or whatever, you know, like, they really liked airplanes. So, where in fact, points let you shortcut all that research. Right? They let you shortcut all that research and go, oh, well, look, a Gorgon on 275 is garbage. There's no, like, just from what I know about the game, he's never going to earn that back. I can just immediately shuffle this thing off and forget I ever read it, and I don't even have to worry about it. And so instead what happens is you get this sort of sweet middle where, like, you know, questing knights are crap and Gorgons are crap, and you know demogryphs are way too good. Well, cool, I'll use them every time. But, like, that middle ground of, like, how worth it are, whatever, Knights of the Realm or Daemonettes or whatever, you know, your middle, and that's what actually the research ends up involving. It lessens the subset of things I need to give a crap about and research, right? And then that small middle is what the meta turns on, right? It's just this chunk. Because literally, how much of every army book in it wasn't used? I mean, it had to be an amazing.
Oh, just from personal experience, I didn't use most of my army book.
Right.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's true, but I don't want to be limited to what's considered good in a meta. I want to be able to bring whatever I want to bring, and through this scientific process, I now know that I can now run whatever spawn in my army, and I'll get X a number against you. I no longer have to worry about somebody saying, well, you have to fit X amount of points in 2,000 points. I'm not going to let you play 2,500 points just because you want to bring spawn.
Right. Sure. So. No, I hear you. There is a, like, as we were talking about earlier, right? There's a good and a bad, and this is one of those things that has both in it, right? Like, there is a useful thing going on here. That's why I said it's a myth, but it's a useful myth, right? Because it does something. It's not just there for no reason. If it was there for no reason, it did nothing. We wouldn't do it. We would have shuffled it off to the ash bin of history a long time ago. There's, like, there are a cadre of brilliant game designers who have spent, despite what the internet says, who have spent decades refining their craft, and it is a really tough skill to master. Because here's the thing, you want to go learn about engineering or science or physics or chemistry, I don't give a crap. Pick any scientific pursuit you want, even art, even more artistic liberal arts. If you want to go learn about that junk, I can point you toward 10 knowledge repositories of scholars in the field who have invested their knowledge out there into the world, right? Like if I want to learn about chemistry or even softer arts, art history, I can go read 1,000 articles on art history and how to judge that crap. I don't give a hoot about it, but if I wanted to, I could. I could learn a bunch of it right now. If I want to go learn about game design, there is not a single repository of knowledge for like what works in game design and what are the consequences of making these choices and how do incentives work in game design and what's the impact of certain economic choices and like it just doesn't exist. There are blogs and individual articles and people talking about it, but it's really fucking scattershot. And so new designers who come up learn by apprenticeship, basically.
So
What's that, John?
Undergraduate degree in game design.
Yeah, like video game design, maybe. Like, but that's more like actual computer tech, less like how to make a really compelling game.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but the game, even a computer game has rules to it.
And values assigned to units. I can't think of one strategy game, honestly, that doesn't have some kind of value. Either you have to spend this many resources to build this, or this is cost this much gold to recruit, or
just time, even just time, right?
Or time, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a big, yeah. So and again, I think that's I agree with Vince. It's like almost impossible to get it right, you know. And I also heard other. Go ahead.
I just want to say, let's create a think tank, Vince. Let's get ahead of it. Field of science.
Yeah.
It's something I've thought about on many occasions. I actually brought it up. So like I brought it up to like this group of game designer community I was in. I was like, hey, why doesn't this thing exist? You know, wouldn't it be neat if it did? And everybody was like, yeah, that'd be sweet. I'm not doing it, right? Because I mean, it would just be like a catastrophic effort. Yeah, I'm like, boy, I don't know. I don't think I'm the man to do it, but it'd be neat if it did. That'd be pretty sweet.
Here's another thing I'm going to pose. Even in uncomped Age of Sigmar, there is a pseudo point system with the sudden death. Each model is a point. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so you're still judging based on, hey, if I bring one Arachnarok, it's only one model counting towards my sudden death versus bringing 10. You know what I mean? So you're still weighing the value of these things based on a point. It's just they've simplified it to the point that everything just costs 1 point per model. You know, and now you are just building within that frame. All I'm arguing is that I don't think that's the most effective way to do a point system. Is saying that every model is 1 point, and based on that, a single model should be as good as all these other ones. Because
I think if there's one whiff in the Age of Sigmar rules, like one thing that I think well, that's not true. There's two big whiffs. But the other one being measuring model to model, which I truly hate.
Oh,
but like for so many reasons. But the one whiff to me is the way that sudden death was implemented. And the funny thing is how many people are just like, look, we don't even need that. Let's just like amongst my group, I know we've just forgotten that rule exists. Like we play, like I said, a fairly super loose comp, but we have just literally forgotten that thing was written on the tape. Yeah. Like that is. We could take that paragraph and I could blackline it, just redact it, and we would never miss it, right?
Yeah.
That's fine, and we're not feeling like we're missing anything. We like I said, the game's been very close. We've been very happy with it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the only point I'm making. It doesn't irritate me or anything, but I just don't agree with the idea that there is no point system in Age of Sigmar, even uncomped. There is. There's a point system. It's 1 point per model, and if you're playing with sudden death rules, that you're basically valuing each model on a certain basis based on that. But then you can take sudden death out and that kind of, then I think that's why there's so many comp systems. There's a lot of people agree with me, and a lot of people are thinking that, if we're going to have a point system, why don't we at least try to accurately reflect the value of that unit versus, yeah, okay, so And I think that eventually, after about I don't know, year, 2 years, if Sigmar's doing strong by then, people are going to have a consensus comp system, pretty much. I see that's the way it's going, because even the most casual of fluff players in Sigmar that I've seen come into the game, they don't play by the rules Age of Sigmar. They usually play wound caps without sudden death, or they do what I was talking about before, like you bring a monster, I bring a monster, don't bring so many wizards, don't bring over this cap of keywords, in an effort to try to balance it. And I think that's probably the easiest and probably the way most people do it, from what I've seen on the internet, is the wounds cap. We're playing, I know Mini Wargaming does that, Guerrilla Miniature Games does that, all the really big mini channels that are doing Sigmar are just doing maximum counts of wounds, and they're limiting the amount of war scrolls with certain keywords.
Yep.
So
I think that's perfectly fine. The other thing I will say is this. I will say that and I think this is a place where William and I probably will be in alignment, and that is that I am a big fan of sort of the market economics experiment that is going on here of like, let's just, of them just take, they took out the top-down control, like the Politburo has released control of this economics, and they've said, look, we're just going to let the market decide what the right way to play is, right? And they've just thrown it out to the laboratory of the players and said, no, you do it. Now, they could have massaged the messaging better. That was the miss. The thing is not bad. The problem is they should have come out as part of the communication with it and said what I'm saying. Like, hey guys, look, we know that a lot of people weren't happy with the point systems and the way we've sort of organized this in the past. We think this is a great game, but the reality is, as much as we would play test, we'd never be able to get it exactly the way you want to play. And ultimately, we want you to have the most fun possible with our game. So we're going to make this as light as possible. And what we want you to do is go nuts. Make some compacts. Make some lists. Decide the way you want to play. And do that. And if you're doing it and you're having fun, guess what? You're doing it the right way, guys. And that's what we want to see. And you know what? We're going to set up a thing where you can submit your stuff back to. And we'll post the coolest ones up on our website so that everybody else can see it. Holy shit. It's going to be amazing. Like, that would have been, like, that little change would have completely altered the message, right?
And that's true. That's true. I agree with that all the way. I didn't think about that. It's also, but now that you mention it, it's amazing to me how many people want to be told what to do.
Have you seen, like, American politics? Yeah, man. Everybody wants to be told what to do. It's way easier. Are you serious?
Yes. So far removed from that.
Living out there in Hawaii, Yeah, I mean, it's just...
I agree, but at the same time, there is a limited amount of people who buy a game and decide, like, hey, I'm going to go do all this work to make it fair and balanced and fun for me. Most people, they buy the game and they want to be entertained by that game. They don't want to have to do all this extra work to, like, adjust the values and blah, blah, blah. Like, again, I posted this before, but I'm not a game designer, so I'm not going to sit there and say I know what's appropriately costed for each unit. That's what you're supposed to do for me. You're making the game that I'm buying,
Yep. So no, that's fair.
Yeah, and the second thing is, go ahead.
Downloading the 4-page PDF for free, and then I'm complaining that it wasn't more pages.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'm necessarily complaining. I'm just saying that I
don't know you personally, but I mean, I agree. I'll tell you another thing that's interesting. Been watching a few Mech Warrior online videos. The thing you do when you're lying at home feverish, I guess.
That's the universal cure. It's like Sprite, chicken soup, Mech Warrior videos. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm familiar with that age-old cure. That'll solve.
Yeah, so they don't have points values per se now, but they've got mechs, some of which are small and fast, and some of which are great big huge battleship stompy things. Now, if we were trying to design that for a war game, you'd be sitting here going, well, actually, so many points per ton, and this, and armor cost to this, and this weapon cost to that, and and that you'd need a computer program to work out the point value of your specific design of mech. So, but MechWarrior Online has done away with all that, and it's just take 12 guys, your 12 guys versus their 12 guys, go. And you have a punch-up. And the way the rules work seems to it's not like, well, everybody just takes 12 great big heavy assault mechs and dong around. Because there seems to be, and heck, I'm not at all an expert at it, but it seems to be from watching the games, there's a place for every different kind of mech that's in there, all for supposedly a 12th of your army points.
Well, I understand what you're saying, basically, that, if you don't necessarily have to have, if there's roles involved, like, you have your fast guys, the guys that are long range, your guys that are good in close range, all of these things that you don't necessarily have to give points values if you're just assigning roles. Like I'm thinking like Team Fortress, like a group of 12 heavies is not the best combination of, it's not going to win you games. I understand that. But at the same time, there's a limited amount of slots, and when you're talking about units that fulfill the same role, which is what I was kind of getting to, like, 10 goblins with spears, or, 5 black orcs versus orcs who are,
But you're finding along the same, you are assuming that they are filling in the same role. And you're right.
I think he's saying, like, that in a game like Warhammer, that is the case, right? There are going to be things that do the same thing. Like, that's just going to be the emergent nature of it.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not that points values. I don't think appropriate costing. I keep doing air quotes every time I say that, but appropriate costing is the hardest thing to do. Everybody wants to have a huge balance of units, be able to take whatever they want, but at the same time, if it doesn't play on the table as effectively, they're going to, through time, probably shift away from it, as we've seen. When's the last time you saw a group of orc boys on an 8th edition table? It happens. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not, is that an actual unit in the book? I'm not familiar with it. No, that's a lie. I did see
have
when
like
I played. I'll tell you when the last time. I can actually tell you exactly when. I'm being a bit facetious. When I was down in Texas and I played Demonic Orchard, so Randy down there, he had a big old unit of orc boys against me.
Very nice, very nice.
He also lost to a bunch of chariots with them, so there you go.
The only reason he'd take orc boys over Biggins is because he wanted to save the 80 points to buy another chariot.
And he did have a lot of chariots and snarling pump wagons that all exploded to the Casket of Souls, but that's less relevant. Look, the point of it is that he had a lot of chariots. My God, so many snarling, but there was all the snarling pump wagons. How many of those can you take in that army? My God, crazy little things just running around. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, sure, like, to go back to your point of, like, not everybody wants to do that, again, totally agreed. And I think of, like, the board game craze, right? So, like, board games are a great example of, and this is the competitive marketplace that war games find themselves in. I mean, let's not think for a second that just because a board game is a different type of play experience, it's not vying for some of the same market share, because it's all time. Right, it's nerds' time, the most valuable resource, and there's a lot. Like, as a nerd, it is a great time to be alive because
I'm a big board game player.
I agree. My time, right, between my phone and my computer and my RPGs and my CCGs and my tabletop games, they have all got a suggestion for how I could spend my time, and they would all like a little more of it. But like, if you bought a board game and the rules weren't all there, you'd be like, "What? Am I missing a page?" You'd write the company, you know. So, like, there's a different set of expectations, certainly, with a board game than with this game. No disagreement. But the popularity of those board games, I think, speaks highly to the kinds of things that are going like gangbusters, right? Like people like that experience. It's short, it's simple, it's all there. I can play it, I can put it on the shelf, I can forget about it. We'll do it for a month and we'll go. War games are, the very nature of a war game is tough in this market right now because people don't want, I'm going to make a long-term investment for 6 months in something that I'm going to play for 5 years. That's not your hot seller, right? People are like, why doesn't Hasbro or some big company like that buy Games Workshop? Why would they?
Yeah, it takes a certain type of person to want to. I don't know. I know a lot of people play with unpainted models and they don't care about that. But you know, you're basically, you buy everything and then you're not playing that game for months maybe, or you may get 1 or 2 games in until you're actually finished and then you start playing more. So that's kind of hard sell for the instant gratification that you can get from like a video game. You know, at the same time, go ahead.
You can drop, like you said before, right? $500.
Yeah.
I mean, investment. I could. That'd buy me an awful lot of in-game purchases on, you know, Jurassic World or whatever, right?
Farmville.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just want to make one, as far as points values, kind of arguing with myself, and one thing I don't like about Kings.
Sure.
But this is a good example though. Is in the effort to make it so a unit is as, like Will was saying, like, you know, you take a war scroll and it's about as good as every other 10-man scroll. There's a lot of Kings kind of does that, where, you know, your anvil unit for each army is probably very similarly costed. It only has a little bit of a stat difference, and there's a lot of homogenation. Like, they just homogenize everything in order to make it easier to bounce. So like I said, with like, okay, let's just make every model 1 point, you know, or let's just make every horde unit 200 points or around that. And that's something I don't like. That's something that I think that is was a great thing about it, is that every army had a really distinct flavor, and there might be huge varying points costs, and there might be winners and losers as far as points go. But there's nothing you can't say is that my army doesn't feel very unique compared to every other army. And in Kings, in order to keep that bounce or whatever, or even in Sigmar, I guess if you're thinking if you subscribe to the, you know, each model is 1 point pretty much if you're playing with sudden death, they had to homogenize a lot of the strength of, you know, the war scrolls. Like, this war scroll has to be comparable to this one and this one and this one. And what Vince's point is, you can't look at these things in a vacuum a lot of times. You know, like, you can't compare things without taking the scenario into account and all the other units you have in your army. So it's hard to look at these things in a vacuum and assign points value. And that's why it's so hard. But so like every decision in game design that Vince is making points, like constant point, there's trade-offs for this. I just kind of favor the more structure because I don't like the idea that I have to seriously. Ideally, I would not like to have to restrain myself when list building at all. I would like to have the idea where I can just bring anything I want, like Will said, and it's going to be semi-competitive on the table. It's going to have its own role. It's going to be good in certain objectives and not good in other scenarios. But again, that's not the case in any game. You know, there's going to be winners and losers. It's just really to the extent, like, how good is the game designer at assigning these values to these units. So I have hard choices where I'm like, okay, do I want the slightly faster anvil unit? Do I want the one with like slightly more HP? Do I want one that's good against cavalry versus not? You know, like, those are the interesting decisions to me. When I can look at a war scroll and immediately say, like, yeah, this is not as good as this, you know, and it eliminates the choice in my pool immediately if I want to try to play competitively, I think that's bad game design. You know, that's not something I'm drawn to, at least, you know. So
I think you're being a bit disingenuous there, because many of the units that have less impressive stat line for the model have boosts available to them in a typical unit size. Take, for example, skeleton spearmen, right? 10 skeleton spearmen are patently not as good as 10 graveguard. but 30 skeleton spearmen who are getting bonus attacks, so they're getting like 90 attacks or something out of the unit, is way better than an equivalent number of scrolls of Graveguard who don't get that scale up boost.
Yeah,
so
and
you're right.
I'm
And
looking at this in the
ones-
vacuum of orcs and goblins too, because almost every one of my units has that kind of bonus, where if you bring a certain amount, you get a bonus. You know,
Right.
so so it's yeah. But if we're just comparing apples to apples, you know, like we could just say we can change the minimum scroll to 30 for each, you know, like 30 skeleton warriors are equivalent to 30 goblins, which are equivalent to 30 savages, which are equivalent to, you know, that's so that's the point I'm trying to say, is that in order to make it so that, you know, the equivalent 30-man unit is about the same, they have to homogenize the rules in a sense. They have to make it so bringing 30 guys is going to be a benefit for all of these. You know, why in 8th edition they really didn't subscribe to that. You know, like you didn't. There was a lot more uniqueness as far as that goes. And in Kings, I'm saying the game that I'm playing a lot of right now goes that route too. It's the simplest way to do this is to homogenize it, make it so there's lots of similar rules for each of the. I guess in Sigmar, like War Scrolls, you know, a lot of them have that bonus. If you bring a certain amount of units, you get a bonus. You know. So it just go ahead.
Bonuses you get different bonuses happening across different units, and then the one thing that I really like about Sigmar in the way that the old fantasy armies were conducted was the way you got the battalion scrolls. So like in the Dark Elf one, there's the one that looks like, if you take something that looks like a noble and his retinue, you know, some spearmen and some crossbowmen and a dark riders and a chariot or some knights, then they all get this extra bonus.
Yeah.
So suddenly you're incentivized to take what in War Machines would be called tier lists. You know, you can take a dolly mixture of anything you like,
Mm-hmm.
but if you take a tier list, you'll get an additional bonus. And
Okay.
Can I also
I
say that
a great step forward from the 8th edition army books, which were just like each unit is its own individual thing.
Okay.
Can I also say that this is how I kind of envision how a game works? It's not about building your list beforehand and worrying about will this be balanced against something equal. It's more like, okay, here I am at the table. I'm going to put down 10 Chaos Warriors. My opponent sees I put down 10 Chaos Warriors, and he's like, okay, across from that, I'm going to put my Lord Celestant, because I know that that's pretty good. I see him put down the Lord Celestant. I go, oh, that's a pretty tough model. I better deploy my X monster, and I play that, and we go back and forth until we're both kind of pleased about what we have. And the only bad scenario that will come from that is the fear that somebody with the most money, with the most units, will keep on going over and above. But I mean, that's not, to me, a real life fear, because if you do come across that type of person, just be like, hey, don't be a dick. Here we are. We're going back and forth. There's going to be a point in which we both recognize, if you have any sort of common sense, that we have a pretty legitimate force on the table. If you're going that step further after you know that I've used all I brought today, and you're going to go overboard on it, at that point you reevaluate who you're playing. Like, who are you? Like, what kind of person are you now?
Yeah, and that works. It works in a social setting where you're going to be playing that same person again and again.
Right.
But I'll say to you two points to counter that, William. One, common sense isn't that common. And two, you put a prize on the table or a medal in front of 50 guys, and they'll climb over the broken bodies of their grandparents to get it.
And Will, I completely agree with you. But again, I think I made this point earlier, that the perfect game to me is one where I don't have to show restraint, where I don't have to basically say, like, I'm going to hold back. Like, you know, perfectly in a perfect game, I could try to win at all costs, and it wouldn't affect my opponent. You know, he's trying to win at all costs. I'm trying to win at all costs, and within the structure of these rules, we have fairly balanced armies. And obviously, that's an ideal situation. It doesn't exist, but the more I have to do it, the more, I guess, you know, like for instance, like if I'm sitting here and I'm trying to, you know, friendly game with my buddy, we, you know, we're competitive, we like to beat each other, we like to talk shit after we win, you know. If he sits there and after the game he goes like, oh well, I could have won if I just brought this unit, or if you know, I held back because I could have brought these 2 monsters, you know, and that would have crushed you, and then it just extrapolate that. You know, it makes the wins less meaningful for me versus the guy that's like, hey man, like, you know, we went unit for unit, we're putting him down. We came to like you know, there's structure in the game, so we know that there's, you know, like a max number of wounds or, you know, max number of wizards or something like that. You know, both players can go away from the game thinking like, you know, I won based on my play and my decisions and not based on why I restrained myself. You know?
I don't understand. I guess I don't understand that mindset. I feel like you can still say I won by my decisions, even in the way I described.
Well,
but I mean,
maybe I just have a bunch of people making excuses after their games.
I mean, I just don't really care about that. I mean,
including myself, yeah.
I think William's got a far more liberal society where there's...
Yeah, he's an optimist while I'm a pessimist. I think people will do the worst things. No, I'm just kidding. Like most of the guys I play with friendly are with, but maybe it's just, again, the psychographic profiles. I like to win and show that I'm like winning because I'm making the right decisions, and I'm doing this and this and that, and it's not because I'm putting artificial in the sense that I'm putting boundaries on myself that don't exist in the game in order to make the game fair and balanced.
You know,
You know what I mean?
Sure. Let me see if I can take this out of the current context. That is emotionally. This has like, with the iron's a bit hot. Okay. So let me take this out of this context. All right. So I don't. Have any of you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Any version of therein?
I played a computer version, but go ahead.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm just trying to make sure we have some conception of the things I'm talking about. Like if I say fighters and things like that, you'll be like, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, I'm good to go on that. Yeah.
Okay. So obviously D&D has also had many editions, as I mentioned earlier, that have had big changes. Let's take 2 very simple scenarios. So the 3rd edition of Dungeons and Dragons was a very rules-focused thing. The power largely, and this happened more in 4th as well, but we'll leave that out of this for a moment. So 3rd edition was very focused on the player using a very large and complex set of mechanics to build the exact character they want. It was Johnny's Wonderland because you could very much express your intelligence through your character's build. Okay? Like you had a lot of control. You were taking all these feats and all these rules and choosing backgrounds and prestige classes and multi-classing and all these. There are just thousands of little choice points, okay, that are all building into this one massive outcome, namely your character, right? And the best characters, this is a cooperative game, but it often isn't played like that. The best characters were the ones that made the right choice, the most synergistic choice at every point along that line, right? Okay, fine. Compared to 2nd edition or an older edition, where you had much fewer choice points, and in reality, most of what made up your character and what made them memorable or good or whatever you want to say were things that you got during the game, more or less at the behest of the GM, because he decided to hand this thing out to you. Okay? So in situation 1, 3rd edition, you had control and the safety of knowing that there's this established rule set up that even though we all know it's not fair, right? Like, we all know that it doesn't produce equivalent outcomes. Guy A, who's playing the crazy druid that can shape change and do all these things and who's better than the whole rest of the party, okay? It doesn't matter, because we all could have played that druid. We all could have taken that thing, made those choices. We all had equal opportunity to get that thing. And that big rules construct makes us feel safe in that if I didn't choose that, it's because whatever. There's a type of player that very much likes that. that likes feeling like they've done something smart, unique, expression of themselves, whatever, by making those 1,000 choices. And there's a whole section of characters that are like, no, I don't want to screw with any of that. I want to play whatever I want to play under a very loose mechanic, right? And just have the story unfold and inform the development of my character. And who I am and what's memorable is largely out of my control. That is to say, it's more emergent property of the scenarios I get into, the narrative that unfolds and all that. I think there's very much the same paradigm there. Neither of those are the best edition of D&D, right? That's not a thing. But both of those are very much appealing to different parts of you, right? And to me, this is just the same. It's the same thing, just in a like the psychology behind it is the same in both cases, right? It's part of the experience you want.
Don't disagree with anything you had to say, honestly. And just you said we were getting a little heated, but honestly, I am cool and collected. I am not.
Oh no.
Okay.
I just, no, I didn't mean that you guys were getting.
Okay.
I just meant like, there's all I meant by that is like, because we all have some kind of investment in that, and so like it's harder to step outside of whatever the point of view is. That's all.
Yeah,
Nothing more than that. Everybody's cool as a cucumber, homie.
Yeah, I understand where Will's coming from too, and again, I think it's all based on the people you play. Like, I wouldn't even have to, I just, like he said, like, just don't play a dick, But at the same time, like, if me and my buddies have fun playing, competitively or whatever, or trying to win, like within the rules and outsmart each other or whatever, we don't like things that. Like we don't like I call them like artificial restraints, where you're having to say like I could do this, but I'm not going to, even though it's within the rules. Like the whole chaff discussion we had, or conga lines or all this. The less there is of that stuff, the better it is for me. That's all I was making the point of.
But if the Age of Sigmar offers you no restraint whatsoever, why aren't you super excited about it?
Oh, I was, and I just like Kings better. I like the tactics behind. I like Sigmar, and I'm not saying there's not tactics and decisions to be made. And I think the best points of Sigmar are the parts you brought up, being able to change your list as you're playing. Also, like the unit activations, I really like that. I think there's a lot of tactics with like you go, you go, you go, you go. I like the variable list, like I said before, but I just kind of like the simulation of flanking and having blocks of infantry. I just kind of, it just reminds me of what I grew up, not grew up, but like what I learned to play war games with,
Sure.
So it's complete preference, and I'm not insulting Sigmar players because I play occasionally. I posted on Vince's channel that when they have a Sigmar tournament, I'll show up, I'll bring my models, I'll play. It's just not the, I'm just saying my ideal scenario is one where there is structure and there's rules by a game designer, and we're all playing and we're trying to win. And there's not a lot of these corner cases like chaff and the things we brought up before that kind of ruin my immersion, or I just think that there's room to be exploited that I have to hold myself back from. Otherwise, the game is not as fun. The less there is of that, the better it is for me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand there, because look, there's something to be said when you drive on the street normally. Okay, you ever sort of race somebody on the highway?
Kind of.
Yeah. Okay, you didn't, right? Because you imposed self-restraint.
Yeah.
But I guarantee your car went faster than you went when you were pacing or racing that other person, right? And that's appropriate because there are other concerns. But if you've ever had the experience of being on a closed track or somewhere or on a crazy country road where you can drop the hammer, right? I was driving up in British Columbia in my buddy's sports car and just dropped it, and I was doing 120 miles an hour down a 5-mile long straight road, and I'm like, this is amazing. This is the unrestrained life. I can just go, and what the only limit is whatever the car maker put on the car. Right? That's now I've got no other social contract to care about. I can just drop the hammer and go flat out. And there's something empowering about that. It's the same thing. Sometimes you don't want to have to worry about that other restriction. I get that. And there's a group of people who that appeals to. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. But the other social contract, Vince, is you're doing 120 miles an hour in your car, and the cow walks out from the grass.
There was no. I was nowhere near farmland, so that would not happen.
Or whatever.
However,
right?
what would have killed me? Now, I will also say when I did this, it was 5 in the morning. Now, it was in the middle of the summer, and I was way up in northern British Columbia, where it's like at 5 in the morning, it's pretty bright because this like night is very short that far north.
Yeah.
However, I was in like logging country, so like the idea that suddenly a semi truck pulls out of a blind woods full of like logs, and I just go wham, and that is it for me because I am just based against the back of a logging truck. Yeah, that's a very realistic possibility. Fortunately, my friend who was in the car was asleep, so he didn't know the death. I was like the risk of severe mortal injury I was putting him in by doing this in his car, by the way. So
That
whatever.
sounds like mortal wounds to me, Vince.
Absolutely, it would have been many mortal wounds. Absolutely, hitting a logging truck and going 5 miles an hour when you're going 120 in like a car made of crepe paper for all intents and purposes. Yeah, that's not going to end well. That is going to end poorly.
And that listening to William's point before, right? You can play games with your groups of mates, and you can do what Andrew's describing, where you get into a bit of an arms race with, oh, you've taken this, so I'll run out and buy and paint these because these are good like that.
Yeah, those are my buddies, dude. Those are my friends, man.
Around to like the shelf in the game store behind you and be like, "That's what you're dropping? I'll get this. I will pull this off the shelf right now."
You guys see my friends. I dropped the Arachnorocks, man, and they're like, "Oh, I'll show you."
You just like get out the base and slap it down and be like, "That's the model. It's close enough. I'm just gonna glue it as we're playing." It like starts appearing turn to turn as you're gluing it together.
Second Edition 40k tournaments where models were being deployed onto the table directly from the blister packs.
Just cut them out, put them on.
Yeah.
Good to go.
No. Just rip them open, put the bases down, glue the model into the base, glue the arms on, done. Right, ready to go next.
That would be awesome.
Why I'm a fan of must be painted. Must have arms is a good start.
Yeah.
So
Must have arms. Like, must exist as a model. Must not just be a random base you threw down and said, "This is a demogryph now."
There has to be some buffer with nerds with too much money,
Sure.
I've seen people who took armies of cardboard bases to some tournaments back in the old days.
Cardboard bases. Wow.
Army of Lego.
And if they were coming from an upmarket ghetto, they'd even cut little cardboard symbols out and made them like that. And if they were low budget ghetto, they maybe had Minotaur written on a 40 by 40 square of cardboard. So I can get that within a group of players, you get that arms race, and you find you evolve and you kind of grind away against each other in that kind of ongoing wrestle for supremacy. But William's kind of world, where you don't need no rules, and I ain't going to play people who aren't going to be whatever I define as dickish or not dickish or whatever. I'm not sure maybe that's too egalitarian for me. I think people need rules and need boundaries, because one person's, just like in real life, one person's version of, hey, this is uber and cool, is another person's version of, hey, that's really offensive and illegal.
Well, I mean, I see where you're going with this, but my stance is we need rules, but I don't think anybody's rule is better than another person's rule. So I don't want a central rule telling me how to play, which I feel like is what 8th edition was. There was a centralized rule set that says you're going to play like this, and if you don't play like this, you're not playing the game right. I like this system where there is no central rule, and people can just come together and decide. Like, I have no problem playing against people who I would perceive being a dick, as long as they tell me they're going to be a dick, and then I can be a dick too, and we can just play that game.
Okay.
Hey, guys, look,
Respected.
we are all going to be total shitbags to each other, all right? Everybody ready? Because we are just going to, get ready. I am going to be just ass jamming you all day long, so be prepared for that.
Vince, you would fit right in with my group of players. Yeah.
And I mean that's why I like Age of Sigmar, because it allows that flexibility. But
Yeah.
when 8th edition, you were stuck. You're stuck playing a game that was imbalanced, and tough luck to you. So either play it the way an extreme person might play it, or look for a totally different culture of people.
Yeah, and let me just say that I probably would say I was more of a Will when, as far as like I had an idea of how I wanted to play the game, and it wasn't maybe this whole like let's just kick each other into the dicks and arms race and like we're gonna get the best units, but through like you play against the players that are available. You know what I mean? Like if I walk into a store and the 6 guys that are there are all Warhammer veterans who like playing tournaments and stuff like that, you're going to adapt to the people you play with. This is a niche hobby. A lot of times you don't have choices. Let's just make that a fact. Unless you want to play like 2 or 3 people, you are going to have to compromise. And what rules do is like at least give people are like very expansive rule sets that cover a lot of these like corner cases like 8th edition. At least it gives everybody's playing by the same rules, and with like Sigmar, I see little pockets of people who are like, okay, we play uncomp, we play comps, we play very hardcore, we play very narrative driven, and you get all these little like small groups of people, which is something that I just don't necessarily think is very good for the hobby sometimes. Is when you have all these people have like, this is the way I play this game, and if you don't conform to it, we're not playing. And every time that happens, you lose. Yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, I don't think that's how it works. I feel like it's more like you have pockets of people that play different ways, and they're open to play how you would like to play. Like this time we'll play your way, next time we'll play my way.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's the other way the system is structured, where you have a central rule where it's like that. Whereas in this system, there's a lot more freedom.
Yeah, I can agree with that, and I don't know if you were on the call or you were listening beforehand, but that's why I really like Vince and Tom doing this Mordheim / Age of Sigmar thing, because I really like Mordheim. I don't play Mordheim to be competitive with Mordheim. I really like the narrative. I like the fun we can have. I like that it's different and it's random and it's not something that we're trying to win at. It's just something, like we're playing for, like, in the most casual sense possible that I can think of. You know what I mean? And that's what Sigmar offers, and I really like that idea. But at the same time, I also like to play, where, we're trying to test each other's boundaries and bring the best lists and all that kind of stuff. Like, you can enjoy multiple things. I think that's something, and I just, I think Sigmar doesn't allow me to have that competitive environment as much as it does actually. Like you can have tournaments. Vince has had some videos about that of people posting, like Age of Sigmar tournaments are really fun, but it just doesn't. I don't think it is as good as like maybe like Kings of War or maybe 9th Age. I haven't played 9th Age, but still, like I like.
You just want to control how the other person plays. I see.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
No. What I think most people want to do is avoid having a 2-hour pre-game negotiation phase.
I've made that point too. I don't like the. You have to have discussion before you play. I understand that, but I don't like the idea that I have to. Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know what's good or not in Sigmar all the time, and I don't like to have that negotiation. You know what I mean? Where it's, I know that it doesn't seem like a big deal to you because you probably play with a lot of like-minded players who all, know each other's list and like how far you're willing to go. But we got a lot of people that come in to play like demo games or something like that, or they have 40k armies and they come and play Sigmar, and I can't tell off the bat if this guy's Demons army is going to be like the best of the best. Like I don't know that about Sigmar. And sometimes that's where rules come in and structure. It's like, okay, if you have points values, we can get a rough estimation of what's, our armies are equally kind of balanced. In Sigmar, I have to have that, what Vince says is like the scientific method thing, where we have to play and then adjust the list and then play and adjust the list and play and adjust the list. And that just doesn't speak to me as much, honestly. But I think if you get that perfect and you're playing the same like 5-6 guys or whatever, and you all have a good estimation of like how far you're willing to go to win, and you're building balanced lists, and all that stuff. I think Sigmar is a fine system, and I've had fun playing games where I've actually had that happen. It's just, in my like, I probably played about 12 games, but only about 2 of them have been like that. The other ones have been either I win drastically with the list that I brought against another player that I had no idea, like, oh, this was fair, but now it's not fair against these guys, and now it's really unfair against these guys, And in 8th, I'm not saying that didn't happen. Like, like we were just talking about, like, you bring a bunch of Orc boys, and I bring a bunch of my Savage list with a bunch of Doom Divers and stuff. You're not going to have, it's going to be the same effect, but at least there's an attempt from the designers, at least, to try to, I don't know, calculate for that. I don't really know how to say that.
No, and I agree with you saying, and it's the same, right? Some of the best times when we were all playing 30 and 40k, we'd get a dozen people plus who could drop into our club. Nobody needed to arrange a game beforehand because we had a generic agreement that everybody was playing 1,500 point lists, and it was there. And you could just walk in, and there'd be somebody there, and you could get a game going, and you could throw down and know that you were within the limits of the game. It was down to like who was the best skill and who made the best choice and who could roll a 6.
Yeah.
And I think that gap is what people have missed most about Age of Sigmar, is the fact that I don't know how many models to take.
Yeah.
I mean, technically I can take, the answer is whatever I want to, but
that's not true in reality, though. Because like we said, you have to restrain yourself. You can't bring whatever you want, really. Like, we keep talking about, like, I'm trying to force. Who's really trying to force who on how to play the game? If you're saying, like, I won't play you if you bring, your whole army, I think, honestly, if we're just talking about trying to restrain the other player, I think the person who's having the long discussion before the game is actually the one trying to restrain the other player.
No,
you know what I mean?
That's
okay.
That's a practice of 2 people coming together and agreeing to play each other. I mean, that's like a freedom of association. People are coming together. They go, here's our expectations. Let's come to an agreement. You're not trying to restrain each other. You guys are coming to an agreement. Whereas if you have a centralized rule system, you're saying, this is how you're going to play.
Well, no one's forcing you to take unoptimized lists. You know what I mean?
Our points discussion, hour 8. So I just want to. All right, look. Not that this isn't all super fascinating, but it's not. I'm just like, sorry.
Sorry, Vince. We're here to entertain you. So what should we talk about?
Maybe people are super thrilling this. All right, somebody post up a question or tell me in the comments right now if they're hating me cutting off this discussion. The only reason I was saying is because we got about like 15. We got about like 15 minutes left, and so before this closes out, something on that order of magnitude. And I feel like you are both somewhat going around circling the same waters. I feel as though the sharks are both circling each other consistently here. What's that?
It's fun.
We're having fun, but Vince is not entertained. So.
Oh no. Vince is just fine. Vince would sit here and listen to the two of you talk all day because I find it unbelievably fascinating. I really do. I love it.
This is just something, obviously I don't, at this first Paintisode I've joined, and this is just something that is a discussion amongst my group of people a lot. Because we got a lot of Sigmar players and stuff like that, and I'm not saying one's worse than another, I'm just giving my opinions. And if you're, like, we have been talking about this a while, but still, any other I'll talk about other topics, I am more than willing.
And I like to be very judging in my statements, but in reality I just don't. Like, I'm very laissez-faire. I'd be like, I don't care.
So, last 15 minutes, what should we talk about?
All right.
Can I have some of whatever Will?
Well, he's in Hawaii. I mean, come on. Of course, that's what I was going to say. Like, of course Will doesn't mind a 2-hour discussion before the game. If you're just hanging out in Hawaii, you're happy. Any amount of time is good time. Like, who cares? Whatever. Passing some time here in paradise.
We need to drink some margaritas.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's just like, Oh no! Well, we're sitting here in heaven on earth. What are we gonna do with our time? What a shame that we gotta sit here and discuss a thing. Man, we have a rough life.
Is it Age of Sigmar 2-drink minimum?
Yeah. Did you want to surf later, or have some tiki drinks, or what were you wanting to do?
Yeah,
I
saw
assume
Will
it's all
here.
just spam, surfing, and tiki drinks, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
have my picture of Hawaii correct in my
I
head.
didn't know you knew about the spam. That's something I didn't know until I moved here.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. I know about the spam. That's a big deal.
My first day here, there was a spam festival. It was great.
Spam as in assorted processed meats in a box.
Can.
Yeah, not in a box. It's canned
I don't know if that's better or worse.
processed meat food product. Yes.
So metal box.
Very popular in Hawaii and several places in the States as well, but very popular in Hawaii because of World War II, yeah, the GIs. For the same reason that tiki bars exist in the continental United States is because all the GIs were sort of in Hawaii on their way to other points in the war after World War II, and they came back and were like, hey, there's sweet drinks with fruit and umbrellas and stuff. Let's do that. And it kind of exploded into this sort of mockery of itself in the continental states, but whatever. Yeah.
A different thing about Age of Sigmar, though, that I think you guys should try out the next scenario you guys play is definitely that ritual. I think that's a really fun, a fun scenario that they came up with.
I haven't played that. Explain it.
There's a scenario called Red Bull.
Ritual. Although I want to play the Red Bull scenario. Absolutely. I would see that as like, here you go. Here's the Red Bull scenario. All right. There are 3 objective markers on the table, John, and they represent cans of Red Bull. And basically, you've got to move a unit into contact with them, and then a character, or like as long as it's a character or a single model from that unit. So like it's best to pick monsters or characters who get into contact with it.
The flying ability.
Gain flying. Boom! You got it. Exactly. Now they can fly, right?
In true Age of Sigmar fashion, you have to say, it gives you wings. Otherwise, you don't get the bonus.
There you go. I like it. Yes.
But
We're ready.
I do
Come
want
on,
to know
G-Dubs. We're doing your work for you. So I hope you're taking notes in Nottingham. This is Throne of Skulls 2016 scenario 1 right here.
Yeah, product placement too, man. Just charge Red Bull.
Exactly. Write it down. This is money in the bank. I've got synergy, cross promotion. This is all the buzzwords are happening here.
The other thing then you could do is you could take the Red Bull air racing rules.
Okay. All right. I like it. Keep going.
And use those, but play it with Age of Sigmar models.
Awesome. So like
we've had chariot races.
Yes.
Well, half the models in Age of Sigmar can fly, so now you can have air races with your Age of Sigmar models going around a Red Bull Age of Sigmar. They get to shoot each other and stab each other and things as they go along.
So is it like a flug talk thing where my model gains flying, and then there's a separate really high point that I have to bring separate sets of wings for attached to my model and then push them off the edge, and the model that drifts the farthest across the tournament hall is ultimately the win. Then I get bonus victory points for that. Is that kind of what's going on there?
Yeah, we used to have those competitions. What did they used to call those? Birdman, where people designed whatever crazy flying machine they could and chucked themselves off a 50-foot high wharf, and if you could make 50 meters out into the water, you won a prize.
Oh, I've seen those before.
Yeah, they seem to have gone out of favor somehow, probably occupational safety and health.
I'm guessing all the dead people, yeah, probably.
It's a bad thing, because there were people who basically turned up in quite sophisticated flying machines and hang gliders and all sorts of stuff like this and made a real good go of it. And then there were other people who just turned up in a cosplay costume and flung themselves off the wharf.
Which is maybe the best excuse to be in costume I've ever heard. If that was the case, I take back everything I said earlier, because I would totally pay to see that. To see somebody throw themselves off a tower in a wingsuit for a complete like they have no idea what they're really doing. They are not an expert, but they're hurling themselves off a tower. That I would pay money for and completely support costumes.
There were people turning up in the equivalent of a feathered onesie with, big wings strapped to their arms, flapping and squawking as they leapt off the edge of this pier, and sort of screaming all the way down till they hit the water with an almighty splat. So
That's fantastic. And I love the idea that these people have no idea how physics work in any way, shape, or form, and yet still decided, yeah, sure, I'm good to go for this, right? No problem. This is all going to turn out fine.
Thrust to mass ratio totally inadequate for the task in hand, but I'm still going to leap, right?
Exactly.
So Vince, you were talking before about doing some kind of painter telethon.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, the 24 hours.
The 24-hour Paintisode. Yes.
Show those limeys what's up.
That's right. Exactly. I can't stand. I cannot let tabletop minis hold the crown for too long. That is just unacceptable. They have taken away the crown of the patented 8-hour Paintisode that I would like to think that I have submitted for.
And that was pretty cool that you got them on your show too, by the way.
Oh yeah.
We do one of those HP support models where, so in theory, support follows the sun. So you could always start off and do 8 hours yourself, and then somebody else can pick up and start the next call at a time that's civilized for them, and do a shift and roll in and out and that kind of stuff, and you could keep it going, for the whole weekend.
Nah, that doesn't count if Vince isn't there for the 24 hours.
Absolutely no. I've got to be there the whole time. It's Nerf or nothing. That's it. Those are the options.
You can actually use those Red Bulls. Chug one every 2 hours. We'll be good.
Well, I mean, look, okay. So I've been sitting here painting since I basically got off work today. So this has been 12 hours. I could do another 12.
Oh yeah,
no problem.
No problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you ever run out of content, me and Will hop on. We'll talk about points for 3-4 hours.
3-4 hours. I'll just check out.
Yeah.
Just be I'll come back. Just not even noticing what's going on. I'll come back in a while and be like, you guys done? Oh yeah, we got this. We've got it all hashed out.
We'll hold it
Problem
down.
solved. The community rift has been
We'll hold it
repaired.
down, man. We've proven we can do it. So no issues here.
Good. All you need to do to solve all of our community problems is go watch our 13 through 14 and a half of the Paintisode, and all the problems are solved. That's where we hid all the juicy stuff. So there you go. Cleverly, we have placed it in that location, where they'll never think to find it. Yeah. So I mean, I'm no, I would totally like to get that on. I just I don't know exactly when, because it would require some pre-planning, obviously, to make sure I had people who were available, and I'd need to circle the globe, right? I need to get people. We'll get to Europe at some point, and then keep going.
Yeah, well, all you need is 3 or 4 people who are in different parts of the world in different time zones. So you get Reef and somebody like that from England, and you've got a bunch of people across the States, and if you can if you can pick up with some of us from down here, the part of it as well. And
where's the Japanese and Chinese and Korean producers?
Why don't they play Warhammer? Who knows?
That is a great question, and the answer is because Games Workshop especially has had a pretty big challenge infiltrating that, getting into that market, not because of necessarily trade or political barriers or anything like that, just because it seems like that there's much less of an interest in sort of tabletop war games in that market.
But you figure the transition from gaming, which is huge in China, huge in Korea, huge in Japan, is not that big to wargaming, And I don't know. I really don't have an answer. I guess.
Well, the pedigree isn't there of the games that led to this. That's the key.
Okay.
Wargaming, we all came to this through a sort of roundabout fashion, right? Of also probably interested in other games. Certainly, even if not for you personally, in the zeitgeist of the community. Like 1958, you've got Avalon Hill, and making these Eurocentric war games based around World War II and other famous Western conflicts. And there just isn't a lot of Eastern war games out there, even that deal really well with Eastern conflicts and Eastern history. Whereas, like, there is a war game for historicals for every period in Western history, right?
And the Warhammer universe is obviously based on like medieval Europe or whatever, which probably doesn't speak well to, people who want like War of the Three Kingdoms in China, or maybe whatever Japanese wars happened. I'm not a history buff, so.
No, absolutely, yeah. If you're talking about like the Samurai War period, there's a really neat Kickstarter that Color of the Gods was talking about with the creator on recently, where they were going over like a 6mm samurai-based war game. So like when we're talking 6 mils, we're talking like 6 mils historicals. Those are itty bitty little figs. And that's John. Have you played have you gotten around on the 6 mils?
I'm not getting any 6mm historics. I've got some 6mm 40K epic models and similar kind of sci-fi things.
Nice. That is a scale I cannot even imagine. That's insanity.
Yeah.
Like,
did I see any stock in the idea that Tau army was supposed to be a bridge into Asia?
The idea of like the anime suits.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is if you, I've been to Hong Kong and Singapore and stuff like this, and everybody lives in basically hotel-style apartments.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
The idea of a 6x4 table with space that you can just like have. I mean, hell, they don't even have a basement to have the table in.
Yeah.
So there's Chinese have got their own version of combat games, and again, somebody was describing the difference between Go and chess, but they're all played on a little 12x12 thing, or Mahjong, another big popular game that's played on something the size of a small card table, 18 inches wide kind of thing. You don't need the luxury that we have of a big expansive 6x4 table in a spare room somewhere is just something they don't have.
Yeah. Just to make a point on towards that, though, I think I don't know if it's the same in China, but in Korea, the idea of like a gaming cafe for computers is really big. And I would say, I don't know what it is like on Australia, but most Americans at least play in gaming stores for the most part. Like there's obviously basement gamers, but at least most of the people that I know who are in the hobby or I meet online, they usually go to a store and play. And so I don't think at least the Koreans are adverse to the idea of having a place where they can go and meet each other and play games. You know what I mean? Yep. So they don't necessarily need to have a big apartment.
So in Australia and New Zealand, there's an interesting model which has certain parallels to the club scene, for example. Mm-hmm. So I go to a war games club that's an incorporated society. It's run by the club members for the club. It's multi-period, and that particular club I've been going to has been going for 40 plus years. Now that club works on you pay a subscription membership, and that entitles you to go to the club meetings and play, and the club's got some terrain, and we organise some conventions and events and things to do that. It's not a store. We don't make money by selling product, so we're not particularly interested in endorsing any one shop or product or whatever. There are also other stores who provide in-store gaming experiences, and there have been some really big ones. They called them battle bunkers with the GW ones, where they'd be like a gaming club. And the ones in Australia got very frustrated because, like a nightclub, you need people to pay top price for your beers to get the club experience. And what these battle bunker places were finding was people would turn up to them with their army in the box from the UK 30% off retailer that they bought it from.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
By the
So
way,
it's
we
like-
are sub the 5-minute mark, so this is all about to close down. So let me say this real quick, and then please continue. Thank you, everybody who has watched through all 8 hours of this. You win a no prize. I don't know what that is, but hey, check your mail every day. Maybe it'll show up. But no, in all honesty, thank you all, Andrew and John and Will and Mitch and Caleb and everybody who was here earlier and who I didn't mention, Matt Hoofs. So awesome. This has been truly a fantastically fun 8 hours, and I hope everybody who's watching got a lot of really great stuff painted and listened to as we all rambled through many subjects. Now, please continue, John.
So yeah, I think there's a tension between different organizations that are providing gaming experiences who are running off different business models. If you're a club that's run off membership fees, you're then encouraging your members to get their army from wherever so they can come to the club to play. If you're a store, you're all about selling them figures, and the tables are effectively a loss leader.
Yeah. And I think that's just kind of specific. I know I've heard other people mention this, but the idea of club gaming in the United States is much less prevalent. I'm sure there's people that have clubs and they play in the United States, but I think most of the people fall into the idea that they play with their buddies in their basement, or they go to a gaming store. And the way to support a gaming store, honestly, is to pay, retail prices for the models at the game store, which is, you kind of have like social pressure from your peers to buy from the game store specifically.
Yeah, here in Hawaii, the tables aren't free unless you buy products on a regular basis. Like, there's free stores here, and you have to like be part of their membership by buying products, and then you can use their tables for free. If you don't do that, then I think you have to pay for the tables.
Yeah, and I guess in my area at least, there's I guess the veterans who play a lot and pay at the store are encouraged for new players to come in. Like, we're expected to give demo games. We're expected to encourage them to buy from the place that they're playing, instead of going online or on eBay or something like that. So that's kind of like the unspoken contract where, and that's kind of recently with the flux between all these different systems that are coming out, it's hard for these game store owners, at least recently, to kind of decide, what am I investing in? Like, am I investing in Warhammer models, or am I investing in Sigmar models or Kings of War? Because, most